Hello everyone, welcome to What If You Got Teleported to High School of the Dead Movie 2. Before we start, please go support J Martos Z17 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course you are male. Chapter 48. The next morning, shortly after Shizuka had treated Thomas's wounds, all of us except the prisoners were at the prison entrance. We watched as Thomas ran out the moment we opened the gate. "Seiya, are you okay?" I asked without taking my eyes off Thomas. "Yes." At first I wanted to kill him for what he did, and for what he was about to do to me, but you're right, killing him won't fix anything. You've made the best decision. I'm glad. I smiled as I put my arm around her head and she clung to me, blushing noticeably. "I'll let you have it this time," Shino whispered with a smile to Seiya, who blushed a little more. The moment we lost sight of Thomas and the group of them who were chasing him, some of us went inside the prison and others went to do their chores. Meanwhile, I went to Exter's cell. "You can leave. I know it wasn't you," I said as I removed the chain from the door. "Is that all you have to say?" "That's it." "Do you want to start causing me trouble? Do you still have all the weapons?" "Yes, right up to the last one. After everything that's happened, the last thing we want is to use them." "Oh really? That's good news, I guess. Who did it? I mean, was it Tadashi?" "That's his name, right?" "The guy seemed pretty crazy to me." "No, he was one of yours, Thomas the tax evader. I never found out what he really did, but I knew it wasn't about the taxes. He never inspired confidence in me. I don't trust a lot of people now." He didn't say anything else and left the cell. I stared at him for a few seconds before going back outside, where I approached Shino, who was watching Ryuner not move from the spot. "Is he still there?" I asked, arms crossed. "Yes, it hasn't moved at all." "I suppose that makes him feel closer to revenge. It's best not to think about it now. I'll talk to him later. For now." "For now, it's best if you stay put," Exter said from behind me. Shino and I turned around to see that he and Andrew were fully armed. "Where did you get the weapons?" I asked, surprised and a little worried. "You're not going to talk to anyone or send a damn thing, tough guy, not after Andrew and I are done." "What are you doing?" Shino asked as he reached behind his back to grab his gun. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, moving my hand to my side. "In case you haven't noticed, you're in no position to ask me what color shit is. Now drop the gun or I'll blow your brains out on top of your bore of a girlfriend," he said, pointing it at me. Shino and I had no choice but to drop our weapons. Seeing this, Exter moved closer and put the shotgun to my head. "I'm going to make this easy for you, student. We were here first and you guys stopped being welcome pretty quickly. Get the hell out of my house." "Okay," raising his hands. "Shino, take the others and go inside. I want to talk to Exter about this. If anyone moves toward that bucking door, I'll kill them. Got it?" He pointed at Shino this time. "We need to talk, Exter," I said, stepping in front of Shino. "We've thrown away our weapons. Now you're in control. Let them in." I glanced at Shino. "Go, Shino, hurry. One more step and they're dead. Do as I say or I'll shoot. You have no choice. I don't know if you're even listening, but get your asses in your cars and get the hell out of here. I've got something good here and I won't let you come and take it from me, so either you start moving your asses or the shooting will begin." "Exter, dude, what are you doing?" Axel said as he approached, the others following behind him. "You can't do this to them." "We can't stoop so low, brother. They're good people. You can't make them pay this price for their mistake. You were just as suspicious as any of us. You follow me. They were just trying to protect themselves. Come on, man, don't do this to them." "You know what, Axel, if you like them so much you'll go with them. You follow me. Where did you get those weapons?" I asked again. "What's it to you? I have them, that's all," he said as he brought his face closer to mine until we were face to face. "Where did you get the weapons?" I repeated. "From the armory room. You didn't know where it was because I kept it hidden when I showed you the prison. I made sure in case this happened." "It's in Block A. I already suspected as much," I said as I looked behind Exter. "What the hell do you want to say, you son of a bitch?" Exter said, looking behind him and seeing how the horde of them that we had trapped the first day began to knock down the fence and approach us. "Shizuka, take Alice and Zeke inside and close the doors. Everyone else secure your shots. We're short on bullets." "Tatsumi," Shino shouted as he threw my gun at me. I said, "Don't move. Are you going to shoot us or that gang of bastards hooray coming to eat you?" I asked as I grabbed the gun and checked the ammunition. "Make up your mind already." "Andrew, give me a bucking gun. You don't want me scaring those sons of bitches with my hick." Axel shouted as he approached him. "Ryuner, can you handle this? Are you ready?" I asked as I fired. "I think I need this," he said as he stood next to me and started shooting. "Separate yourselves. Whatever you do, don't let them surround you." At that moment, when we were all firing nonstop, I could see one of them approaching Exter from behind, about to bite him, so before he got close, I shot him. "This doesn't mean shit. It doesn't change anything. Be smart and listen to me. When we're done with this, I'll kill you all," he said as he fired. I said nothing and stared at him for a moment before turning my gaze to the others who were relentlessly shooting or hitting the horde. "But how many more are there?" Kimuro shouted as he fired. "I'm out of bullets." Rika shouts, "Take mine, you know more than I do." Ray said as she handed him her pistol before attacking with her spear. "Keep going, they're almost ours. We're finishing them off." Tadashi shouted as he shielded Kuriko, who was killing several of them with the spear. At that moment, while Ixter was distracted by the horde, I approached him and placed the pistol at head height where without thinking twice I fired. The moment Ixter's body hit the ground with a thud, the others had already finished killing the horde, and then they would turn their attention to Ixter, who was dead in front of me. That's for threatening us and insulting Shino. Damn dude, he's dead, you killed him, what am I going to do now? Yeah, what a shame, isn't it? I said as I approached Andrew. Well, you can keep trying to kick us out if you want, Andrew, but I suggest you give up. Okay. 3 of you who still have bullets in your guns, I don't care who, should go back to where we were and lock us in to make sure there are no more of them. Make sure everything is clean and secure again. The rest of you open the gates and start taking out the bodies to burn them. It will be dark soon. Okay, kid, give them to me. What were you thinking? Tadashi asked as Andrew handed him the weapons. The moment he was left unprotected, he ran out of the prison. What? Did he leave? I asked. Should we go after him? No, he'll manage, let him go. After what happened with Ixter and the horde, everyone started moving the bodies to burn them. Meanwhile, I was in my cell thinking about what had happened. Here you were, Shino said as he moved the curtain of the door, which I had put up earlier to have privacy. Yes, sorry, I needed to process everything. May I? She asked, gesturing to the bed, and sat down beside me. I nodded. About Ixter, I mean. Yes, I know, I think you did the right thing. The way things were, that idiot would have attacked us as soon as we'd finished off them. Who knows who he would have taken out with him. You did the right thing, believe me. I didn't say anything and just nodded while looking ahead. Shino smiled at my attitude and gently took my head and placed it in his lap where he began to stroke my hair. You did well, now rest, showing a sweet smile. Yeah. Chapter 49. Several days after what happened with Ixter, Kamuro and some of the group would be taking care of the infected who were crowding up at the fence, where they would be using knives or iron beams. While they were handling that task, Shizuka and I were in the prison infirmary, checking on her condition to determine what medications she needed. So, what do you think, Shizuka? I asked as I placed a box full of medicine on a table. Most of the medications are in good condition, although some have spoiled. I'll need someone to go to the supermarket pharmacy. I figured as much, then I'll go. Make me a list of what you need. Thank you, Tatsumi-kun. I nodded with a smile and left the infirmary towards my cell to get ready. As I was changing, Saya approached me. Tatsumi, may I come in? Yes, come in. Are you going somewhere? She asked when she sees me packing my backpack. Yes, it seems Shizuka needs more medicine, so I'll go to the supermarket nearby. I see, she says in an uncertain tone, which I noticed, and when I looked at her I saw that she was worried. Saya, is something wrong? Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. It's just that I wanted to thank you. Thanks for Thomas, but you already did. No, it's not just about Thomas, it's about everything. You've always, ever since we were little, you've always been by my side, protecting me, taking care of me. It means so much to me. She said, looking me in the eyes, then lowered her head and made a sad face. I never got to thank you enough for everything you've done for me. And with what happened with Thomas then, do you remember the conversation we had at the police station? I remember. I'm keeping my word. I know you're with Shino, but still I want to be with you. I can't survive without you. That's why Tatsumi Roman 2, I love you. She says, a little too loudly, her eyes closed. Saya. I know you don't see me that way. You only see me as a friend, I know. But I don't want you to leave me. I don't want to be alone. I want to stay by your side forever. That's why I. She couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears. I tried to wipe them away, but it was useless. Every time I did, more tears flowed from her eyes. I said nothing and just watched Saya weep uncontrollably. I couldn't help but feel sad because of myself, because I hadn't noticed Saya's feelings. She's like this because of me. It was my mistake not to think about her feelings and what she's thinking, I thought as I looked at her. Then very gently I took her chin and turned her head so she would look at me. Saya, no matter what happens, I'll never leave your side. We'll always be together. Sniff, do you promise? A sniff. I promise, I smiled tenderly. Upon hearing that, she smiled, then her gaze filled with desire, slowly drawing our faces closer until we met in a deep kiss. The moment Saya felt my lips against hers, her tears of sadness transformed into pure joy. After several seconds of kissing, Saya and I broke apart for lack of air, leaving a strand of saliva connecting our mouths. The moment we separated, we pressed our foreheads together and gazed at each other. Tatsumi, I love you, and I love you too, Saya. I see you finally took the plunge, a voice said from the doorway, and Saya and I realized it was Shino. Shino, I can explain, I said, a little nervous. Relax, I heard everything and I know everything, she said as she approached me. I could feel a dangerous aura surrounding her. I can explain, believe me, I'm sorry, I said with my eyes closed, bracing for the blow, but what I received was a kiss from Shino. Huh, Shino, aren't you mad? Angry? Why would I be? After all, I was the one who convinced Saya to take the step. Really? I asked, surprised as I looked at Saya, who nodded, blushing. And is she okay? I asked Shino this time. We've talked about it and we decided that she and I would be with you equally. That is, if you're okay with it. Well, if it's okay with both of you. I wouldn't mind being with both of you at the same time. After all, I love you both. I said with a smile, causing them both to blush. I kept smiling until suddenly Shino and Seiya looked at each other and then nodded, where they both approached me and gave me a kiss on the lips at the same time. Tatsumi-kun, I have the list, Shizuka said as she approached my cell, where she was shocked to see Seiya and Shino kissing me. Sorry, it'll come back another time. No, wait, Shizuka waits. While I was chasing Shizuka, Shino and Seiya stayed in the cell watching me run away. Then they both looked at each other and couldn't help but burst out laughing. XXX. Hours later, I was at the supermarket near the prison, specifically a few kilometers from Hokuto. I was just leaving the supermarket, having picked up some items from my list. I think this is enough. We'll look for the rest of the list later. We'll have to go further to find it. Closing the trunk door. Time to go home. Home? Huh, isn't that the prison? A voice said behind me. When I turned around, I saw it was Thomas. Long time no see, Tatsumi, he said, pointing at me. I raised my hands. Thomas, I thought you were dead. Yes, that makes sense. After all, you kicked me out without food or water. But I was lucky and found a place that truly accepts me. Well, I'm glad for you. Do you know anything about Andrew? He ran away the day after we kicked you out. Andrew? Oh, yes, he moved closer to me. I found him. You killed him, didn't you? Kill him? No, of course I didn't kill him. I only behead women, although sometimes there are exceptions like that boy. What was his name? He was, oh well, who cares? If you didn't kill him, who did? My current boss killed him. He's an incredible man. Thanks to him, I opened my eyes. He puts the gun to my head. Now let's go for a walk. We will not go to prison. No, let's go somewhere else I'm sure you'll like. Now get in the car, you drive. I had no choice but to agree and got in the car, where Thomas got in next to me, pointing the gun at me. That's it, start the engine. I reluctantly started the car and began driving in the opposite direction from the prison. After driving for a couple of hours, we slowly began to approach a place that was completely walled off. But just before I could enter, Thomas struck me hard on the back of the head, knocking me unconscious. The boss will surely be pleased to see you. After several men took me to a kind of shed where they tied me to a chair, Thomas went to where the boss was. As soon as he saw him sitting on his throne, the boss knelt down. Sir, on my way here I met a guy from the prison who spoke to you. Splendid, you've done a fantastic job. So who is it? He's their leader. His name is Tatsumi. What, Tatsumi-kun? I thought he'd died that day, so he survived. Splendid, I'd love to see my favorite student again. He said the last part while putting on a sadistic smile and clasping his fingers together. Okay, Thomason, you've done a good job. I'll take care of talking to Tatsumi-kun. He stands up. Let's go, Tsunoda-kun and Yuki-kun. Yes, my lord, Tsunoda said with great joy as he followed Shido. Hi, Yuki said as she continued behind the two. While the three of them were heading towards where I was, everyone who lived in their settlement, upon seeing Shido, began to kneel as if he were a deity. A few minutes after traversing the settlement, they were already standing before the door where I was locked up and tied up. Shido, as soon as he opened the door, broke into a huge smile, as did Tsunoda, while Yuki wore a melancholic and sad expression upon seeing me. Are you awake yet? Shido asked, since I was wearing a sack over my head that prevented me from seeing. That voice, you're Shido, you're still alive, you damn psychopath, I said. I missed you too, he said with a superior tone as he took the sack off my head, revealing him Tsunoda and Yuki. It's been a long time, Tatsumi-kun. Yes, I glanced at Tsunoda and Yuki. I didn't have a chance to ask last time, but where are the others? I remember there were more of you, at least 8. The others, they died, Tsunoda said with a huge smile. They died because they were weak. Only the strong can survive in this world. They're dead. All of them? I asked, surprised, then looked at Shido. Is this how you take care of your students? What can I say? He shrugged. It's like Tsunoda-kun says they were weak and that's why they died. Only the strong survive. You bastard, I whispered. First we lost Yamada, who started to doubt Shido, so I suggested we kick him off the bus that was surrounded by them, Yuki said with a sad look, as if she regretted what she had done. Then the day there was that light that illuminated the entire sky and made all the electronic devices stop working. The bus stopped and crashed. They got on and we lost Kawamoto, Taniuchi, and Miura. Then we lost contact with Kurakami, who was at the Takagi mansion, so he must be dead. And then we lost Akemi and Sado. Only the 3 of us survived, Yuki said, still with a sad look but without taking her eyes off the ground. It's okay, I'm so sorry, I can't imagine what you've been through, I said with a calm smile. Yuki was a little surprised, then nodded on the verge of tears. I see she's very sorry, I thought as I looked at Yuki. Enough talk, tell me, Tatsumi-kun, what about the rest of your group? How's Shinasan? The moment I said his name, I stared at him. They're in that prison, right? He brought his face close to mine. I want to know where the others are, but I didn't let him finish because I was about to headbutt him hard, breaking his nose. You little brat. He took a deep breath. Fine. After Shido took a deep breath, he stared at Tsunoda, who with a smile approached me and started hitting me in the face. Tell me, Tatsumi-kun, how many of you are there? Shido asked as Tsunoda hit me. You know perfectly well that Thomason doesn't know exactly, so tell me, and I want to know now. While Shido was asking me several questions, some even repetitive, Tsunoda kept hitting me in the face until I was spitting blood. Yuki, who was watching all of this, couldn't help but look away as she heard my moans of pain. Tsunodakun, that's enough for now. He stops. It seems Tatsumi-kun won't talk like this. We'll take him to the pit. He smiles sadistically, just like Tsunoda. Tsunoda removed the ropes that tied me to the chair, and he and another man began to drag me through their settlement, where I could see that only men and women lived, no elderly people or children, which worried me. As we walked through what was essentially a market, its system was based on bartering and observing various exchanges. I could also see several rooms where men were raping women. I couldn't help but glance to the other side, seeing what this place had become. Suddenly, Tsunoda and the other man stopped where several people surrounded me, then another man with a knife cut off the top part of my clothes. This guy's in great shape. He's top-notch, a man said as he approached with a can of paint. Are you fast? What number should we give him? Put it on 61. The 61. Number 61, perfect. The Major League pitcher, a great number, stay still, painting the number 61 on the front of my body, turn it around, turning around and putting the 61 on my back. No sooner had they tacked the numbers onto both sides of my body than they began dragging me through the market, where I could see a huge courtyard in the center. There I could see several people running for their lives, pursued by them, some even perishing because they couldn't escape in time. Shit, I whispered. Chapter 50. Shortly after passing what appeared to be the pit, Tsunoda and the other man were still dragging me towards a container on which I had the number 61 painted. The moment they opened the doors, they both threw me inside, and after closing the door where only darkness could be seen, they suddenly turned on a small light. Disgusting, I said, seeing the state of the bed and the bucket. I hope to get out of here soon. I sat down on the floor and stared at the ceiling. Several minutes later, I was still sitting on the ground, but this time I was asleep since having nothing to do, boredom had made me fall asleep. But I was abruptly awakened by a noise coming from the dumpster door. I quickly got up from the floor and prepared to fight, but the moment the door opened, I stopped, because the person standing in front of me was Yuki. She was wearing her school uniform, but it was slightly unbuttoned as if she were trying to seduce me. What is this? I asked the man who was behind Yuki. It's a gift from our Lord. He says he wants you to be in top form and satisfied. That's why he's offering it to you. You'll enjoy it. He said this last part before closing the door behind him. I stared at the door for a moment before turning my gaze to Yuki, who had been looking sadly at the floor the whole time. Suddenly, without saying a word, she began to unbutton her shirt, letting it fall to the floor and revealing her breasts. Is this what you want? I asked. She said nothing, and even with a sad look nodded to me. I stared at her for a couple of seconds, then let out a big sigh and went over to the bed. Come on, cover yourself, I said as I grabbed the blanket and put it over Yuki, covering her up. You and I both know you don't want to. I sat on the edge of the bed because, why are you being nice to me after everything I did? Well, I scratched my cheek, blushing slightly. Well, I don't know, it must be because you're pretty, I said with a smile as I scratched the back of my neck. She stared at me a little surprised before bursting into laughter, which surprised me, and then I smiled. Thank you, Tatsumi-kun, she wiped away tears from laughing. Thank you so much, you've made me so happy. I'm glad, I smiled. Tell me, how did you get here? It's a long story, she said as she put on her shirt, leaving it unbuttoned so that her breasts were almost visible, before sitting down next to me. It was shortly after you were expelled from Shintoko. Flashback. Yuki's POV. Shortly after Shido-sensei kicked Tatsumi-kun and his group out of Shintoko school, at the very moment everyone was having dinner, I saw Shido-sensei and Tsunodakun on top of a bus. They were both looking in the direction Tatsumi-kun and his group had gone, and suddenly I saw Tsunodakun pick up a rifle and aim. Do you have it? Shido-sensei asks. High shot. Yes, let's finish it once and for all. I didn't know what they were talking about, so I moved a little closer, and through a crack I could see Tatsumi-kun looking this way, where at that moment I realized what it was about. Unable to intervene, Tsunodakun fired, at which I looked through the crack again, but this time I could see Tatsumi-kun lying on the ground. No, I said, covering my mouth with both hands in surprise. Good shot, Shido-sensei says. Thank you, sensei, Tsunodakun said with admiration. I'll stay here a while on guard, you go and have dinner. Okay. I hid behind some cars so Tsunodakun wouldn't see me, and after he passed by I set my sights on Shido-sensei. The moment he was alone, I would jump to the other side of the barricade and approach the spot where Tatsumi-kun had fallen. I carefully followed him from behind and began to follow him, and when I arrived at the place and saw the large pool of blood on the ground, my face showed amazement and concern. Tatsumi-kun crouching beside the pool of blood, he ran his finger over it. I won't have to worry about you anymore, he smiled sadistically, then licked the blood. Delicious. What? At that moment, as I was holding back the urge to vomit, the sound of grunts and moans could be heard perfectly. Where Shido and I saw a group of them approaching, I assumed they were attracted by the gunshot. It's perfect, he said as he walked calmly toward the camp. I knew perfectly well what his intentions were, so I quickly headed to the camp and went to warn Tsunade-kun, who was eating in our tent. Tsunade-kun, we have a problem. What's wrong, Yuki? Shido-sensei is attracting but I couldn't finish speaking as I was interrupted by someone. What am I attracting? Yuki-kun, Shido-sensei. I exclaimed, surprised at how quickly he arrived. Well, I meant that you were bringing us both really good luck and thanks to you I feel safer, I stammered nervously, forcing a smile. Of course, he said, extending both arms, then approaching us and embracing us both. I will do everything possible to ensure the safety of my only students. You are my determination and my pride. Sensei Tsunade-kun said, fascinated by his words. Now then, my dear students, go to sleep. Tomorrow will be a very long day. Hi, Sensei. Hi. Shido-sensei separated from us, and just before leaving the tent, he looked at me with an uncertain expression before leaving. At that very moment, an alarm blared throughout the area, and Tsunade-kun and I emerged from the tent, watching as they entered the camp. We have to get out of here. Tsunade-kun shouts until he sees Shido-sensei approaching us. Sensei, what happened? What? Apparently someone let a group of them in. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. Come with me if you want to live. And the other people? I asked, at which point Shido-sensei stopped and looked at me with a serious expression. They're weak and the weak die. Just like your companions, they were weak and that's why they died. There's nothing we can do for them. He said nothing more and started running, with Tsunade-kun following behind. I stood still for a moment and looked around. I could see men, women, the elderly, and even children being eaten by them. I'm sorry, I said as I started running, following Shido-sensei and Tsunade-kun. End of flashback. Tatsumi's POV. After the three of us escaped from Shintoko, Tsunade-kun suggested coming here, to the sanctuary, where Shido-sensei did his usual thing. As soon as we arrived, I interrupted her. To benefit from the place and have power, right? I asked, to which Yuki nodded. I'm so sorry, Tatsumi-kun. The day I saw you in Shintoko, I was planning to ask to join you. After everyone else died, I always thought I'd be next, so seeing you gave me a sense of security. But I knew you'd resent me for what I did. I didn't let her finish and placed my hand on her head, beginning to stroke it. Tatsumi-kun. Don't worry, many of us might be upset, but that's all in the past, and nobody holds a grudge against you, believe me. He smiled. We're colleagues, aren't we? Well, yes, she said, flashing a sweet smile. You know, we should have done this before, back when we were in school. What talk? She nods. You're right, we might have had a closer relationship, but in school you and I were very different. You were the popular girl all the boys chased after, and I was just a regular guy who liked video games. We practically had nothing in common. You're right, she says after letting out a little laugh. But now we do have something in common, and that would be survival. Yes, I look around. We need to think of a way for both of us to get out of here. Both, of course, you're coming with me. I'm not going to leave you with that pervert, I smiled. Upon hearing that and seeing my smile, Yuki couldn't help but make a surprised face, then her eyes began to shed tears and she instantly rested her head on my chest. Yuki-san, I know it sounds selfish, but please let me stay like this for a while, she says, her face pressed against my chest where she begins to sob silently. Okay, I said with a smile as I stroked her head. Seeing you cry like this brings back so many memories. Memories? She asks, pulling her face away from my chest to look at me. Yes, for example, 3 years ago I remember. That day, right? I nodded. I remember how a boy I started liking sent a picture of me to the whole school. I remember all the insults and humiliations I endured. Yes, but I remember when you went to the back of the school to cry. You tried to do it quietly, but it was impossible. Did you see me? Of course, when I saw the photo, I imagined everyone would make fun of you, so I wanted to know how you were. Do you remember how it all turned out? She shakes her head. I don't know what happened, but I think I remember that the next day no one was laughing at me or humiliating me anymore. Instead, they were laughing at the boy I liked because of, remember a little. Because of a photo, I nodded with a smile. Was it you? Yes. The day I found out what that boy did to you, I thought I should get revenge, so one day while he was showering, I took a picture of him and sent it to the whole school. Besides, that same boy and his friends kept bullying Seiya, so. Idiot, she said with a smile as she wiped away her tears. Thank you, Tatsumi-kun. You're welcome, I smiled, but just then I heard someone approaching my container. Someone's coming. He might come to check that everything is all right. I glanced at Yuki for a moment. I have an idea, Yuki-san, kiss me. What, K kiss you? Yes, that way they'll think we're doing what Shido wants, don't worry. Well, I think it would be better to think about something else. There's no time, I said, watching them open the hatch where they passed the food. I'm sorry, I said, taking her by the shoulders and bringing my face close to hers. W8, but she couldn't finish speaking, because at that moment I had pressed my lips to hers. While Yuki was surprised by the kiss, the man who had been watching us opened the hatch and saw us kissing. After letting out a chuckle, he closed the hatch and started walking away from the container where I had separated from Yuki. It seems she believed it. I glanced at Yuki, who was blushing deeply and had her hand over her mouth. I'm sorry, but it was the only. And no, it's okay, it's nothing, she looks away. It's not that I didn't like it, she whispers. Did you say something? And no, nothing, she says, a little nervous and waving both hands. Okay, I have an idea of how to get out of here. At first, I plan to leave with you, but if it's Shido, they'll treat you like an object. That's why you'll leave and go find my group at the prison. You know your group won't let me in. That's why you'll have to take the car I came in because there are several medicines inside I'm sure that will let you in. Are you sure it will work? What will you do? Me? I flash a defiant smile. I'm going to put on a good show. Chapter 51. Hours after Yuki and I had planned our escape, Yuki got out of bed and went to the container door where she knocked twice. After a few minutes, a man opened the door. We're finished, Yuki said, and the man nodded, allowing her to leave. But before she did, she looked at me one last time and I nodded with a serious expression. She returned the gesture. He said nothing more and Yuki left the container where the man closed the door behind her. Minutes passed and nothing happened where I lay on the bed until suddenly the door opened and Tsunoda and another man entered. Get up, Tsunoda says, and what if I refuse? Tsunoda looked at the other man who immediately pointed his gun at me. Fine. I got out of bed and walked past the two of them, where Tsunoda kicked me from behind to get me out of the container. I glanced at him out of the corner of my eye for a moment, then looked around. Which way? That way. I looked in the direction Tsunoda was pointing and started walking, where after going through several corridors and crossing what was the market, Tsunoda and the other man grabbed both my arms and then took me to another container. Open it, it's number 61. The man standing in front of the container door opened it, and Tsunoda and the other man threw me inside, then closed the door while laughing. As I was getting up from the ground, I looked around the rest of the container and saw several people sitting with numbers on their bodies. As I was getting up from the floor, I looked at the rest of the container and saw several people sitting with numbers on their bodies. All the men who were sitting there didn't say a word until suddenly a horn began to blare throughout the place. Two hatches opened, all the men stood up and began to go through one by one, and I followed behind them. As I stepped through the hatch, I saw everyone start shouting and whistling with excitement as we descended an escalator. At that moment, I could see Shido in the distance, sitting on some kind of throne, and I didn't take my eyes off him until all the men stopped. At that moment, in the distance, I could see Shido sitting on a kind of throne, and I didn't take my eyes off him until all the men stopped. Silence! Tsunoda shouted, and everyone fell silent instantly. Our Lord is going to speak. Thank you, Tsunoda-kun, Shido said with a smile as he rose from his throne and approached the railing. Thank you all, thank you so much for everything. I used to be just a teacher, but now I'm the leader of a magnificent place. A place that shows civilization still stands, a place that shows the living outlive the dead. Thank you so much, you are all my reason to keep living. He said with tears in his eyes, and everyone started shouting with emotion. I love you, Shida-sama, one of them shouts. I love you too, I love you all, that's why I created the pit, so you can see and feel my love for you. He looks at Tsunoda. Let the games begin. As Tsunoda said that, he pressed a button and a gate in front of us began to open, where I could also see a counter appear marking 120 seconds. But ignore it and look toward the hatch, where after a few seconds of being open, a mountain of bodies began to emerge. We see how this mountain of bodies begins to crawl toward us, followed by some of them. We see how that mountain of bodies would begin to crawl towards us, followed by some of them. Damn. However, what surprised me most were the other infected that came out from behind the mountain of bodies, since these would have much more speed and would not be blind, causing some of our group to fall. Quick, get upstairs, I shouted. None of the group complained and they started to go up the stairs, but just as I was about to go up, one of them lunged at me and we both started to struggle. Son of a, he pushed him aside and stepped on his head, killing him instantly. Bastard. I looked at the place and observed how my plan to go up the stairs did not work, since the hatches were closed, so panic succumbed to the group where they began to run for their lives and even killed each other. Until time reached 0 after a siren blared, music began playing from inside the building where the infected had come from. All of them, including those who had been bitten and had transformed, went inside. It's time to say goodbye, we'll see each other again soon. It's time to say goodbye, the music echoed through the speakers throughout the venue. While the music distracted all them, those of us who had survived headed back inside the container from the beginning, where the hatches closed as we passed through. Tired, huh? You did really well, Tsunoda said through a small window. Tell me, Tatsumi, what did you think of the pit? Fun, right? I didn't say anything and went over to the window, standing face to face with him. Tell me, did you enjoy Yuki's company? After all, there's no one like her, although there is someone. He looked at me with a disgusting smile. The girls in your group, they're all hot, aren't they? Marikawa, Busujima, Miyamoto, Takagi, and Asada. He licked his lips. I've got a gan, but I didn't let him finish because I was about to punch the door hard. Listen to me, Tsunoda, I'm going to kill you and Shido. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but I'm going to kill you both. I said as I approached the window and stared at Tsunoda. Nothing will change that. Nothing will change that. Heh, do you want to eat? He asked the other men, letting them in while Tsunoda threw them the food. We'll see each other very soon, Tatsumi, he said, closing the small window. With Yuki. Shortly after Yuki left the container where I was, she went straight to her room to start packing. But just as she was about to leave, Tsunoda walked in. Yuki, Tsunodakun, what's wrong, quickly putting the backpack under the bed. I've come to ask you something. Yeah, so you did it with Tatsumi, right? She nods. Did you enjoy it? He asks, looking away a little embarrassed. Fufufu approaching him and giving him a quick kiss. You know perfectly well that the only man I enjoy it with is you. I'm glad to hear that, he said, placing his hands on Yuki's waist before they kissed passionately. You know you mean everything to me. Yes, I know, she smiles falsely. They'll send Tatsumi to the pit right away. Will you come to see him? Of course, I wouldn't miss it for the world, but I have something to do now. See you there. Front row, he said with a smile as he approached Yuki to give her another kiss, but she pulled away. Tsunoda didn't care and kissed her on the cheek. See you later. Yeah. Tsunoda said nothing more and left the room. At that moment, when Yuki was alone, she went straight to the bathroom where she began to wash her mouth. You know you mean everything to me. Repeating Tsunoda's words, you damn pig. A few minutes after Yuki was ready, she slowly left her room and started heading towards the place where the cars were parked. But just as she was about to open a door, the sound of a horn alerted her. She would focus her gaze on where the sound was coming from, being able to see how the pit had begun and how I was fighting with some of them and running so that they wouldn't catch me. Tatsumi-kun, I promise I'll bring help. She wouldn't say anything else and would leave the building, not worrying about being caught by the guards since everyone was enjoying the pit. Where is it? Where is it? He repeated over and over as he searched for the car he'd come in. There it is. Please let the medicine stay inside. He opened the trunk and saw that it was empty. No, he placed his hands inside the trunk and realized it was fake. He lifted the fake cardboard box, revealing all the medicine and some supplies. Tatsumi-kun, you're the best. What? He quickly closed the trunk and headed to the driver's seat, but just before he turned the key to start the engine, someone tapped on the glass, revealing that it was Thomas. T. Thomason, what's wrong? Yuki asked after rolling down the window. The question is, where are you going, miss? I was going for a drive, she said, looking away until an idea struck her. I just can't bear to see a former classmate being devoured by those things. I don't want to go through that again, she feigned tears, so I decided to go for a drive to clear my head. She leaned out of the window, revealing a bit of her breasts. Please understand, Thomason, I need you. Understand this, Thomason, I need it. Okay, he says without taking his eyes off her breasts. But don't take too long, it's dangerous at this time of night. Thank you, she smiled falsely as she wiped away her tears. See you later, Thomas-kun. She winked at him, then started the car and sped away. See you later, gorgeous. This place is full of pigs. XXX. Hours after Yuki left the sanctuary, she could already see the prison where we were staying in the distance. When the others saw the car, they quickly opened the door thinking it was me, but when they saw Yuki, they all became alarmed. Yuki-san, Kamuro asks, hello, I'm here on behalf of Tatsumi-kun, he needs help, she said, raising her arms as everyone pointed at him. And why should we believe you? Seiya asked as she approached the place with Shino. In the trunk of the car are the medicines and some supplies that Tatsumi-kun obtained before being captured. Shizuka, Shino said, where Shizuka nodded and approached the back of the car where she proceeded to check if it was correct. Yes, that's right, here's everything I asked Tatsumi-kun for. Okay, tell me what happened to Tatsumi, Seiya asked as Yuki lowered her hands. Were you attacked? Shino asks. They took him to the sanctuary. With about 100 survivors, he's there. And Shido is in charge there and his right-hand man is Tsunoda. Do you know how to get in? Rika asks. The place is safe from them, but we could sneak in. I know some of the spots. Did Tatsumi tell you about this place? Siko asked. Thomas mentioned it to us at first, but he didn't know anything. But when Tatsumi-kun arrived, he told me where the place was. He said it wasn't very far. I see. Seiya smiled as she looked at Yuki. Welcome to our group. Welcome, Shino says. Are you sure? Tadashi asked. She was with Shido. That's true, but we trust Tatsumi, and if he trusts her, we should do the same, Shino said, looking at everyone who nodded with smiles. Then let's get going. We have a lot to do. We need to strengthen this place and we need to rescue our leader. What do you plan to do? Shino asked, at which point Seiya stopped and looked at everyone. Of course we have to make a plan, she said, putting on her glasses as everyone smiled defiantly. She said as she put on her glasses, where everyone showed a defiant smile. XXX. An hour after Yuki arrived at the prison and told everyone what had happened, she, along with Rika, Seiya, and Shino, decided to come to my rescue. After traveling several kilometers, they stopped the car on the side of the road near the sanctuary. They're going out on patrol. It's better to go on foot, Yuki says. How far? Rika asks. 2 kilometers, maybe 3. They said no more words as they would be attracting several of them, and after arming themselves and taking several things, they entered the forest where Yuki would be leading the way. Are you sure about this? Shino asked Seiya, where both were following Rika and Yuki. What do you mean? She asked, looking around. We're heading towards a camp with 100 fully armed survivors and will almost certainly have to shoot. Can you do it? Well, I don't know, but there is one thing I am sure of. What is it? Rescue Tatsumi, and if doing that means shooting people, so be it. Seiya said with a serious expression as she looked at Shino. Seiya said with a serious face as she looked at Shino. I see, Shino said with a smile. I like that idea, let's rescue our man. Yes, Seiya smiles. Shino and the girls gradually approached the sanctuary, heading towards an underground parking garage. Yuki then went to a specific car and stared at the skylight. It's an emergency exit. The others didn't say a word and began to follow Yuki through a ventilation duct, where after traveling a few meters they were already inside the sanctuary. Help me, Yuki said. The four of them started to move a car that was on top of them. Thanks to the fact that it had no tires, the vehicle could be moved very easily. After the entrance was clear, Rika would be the first to leave. Clear, Rika whispers after pointing in all directions. As soon as they passed through the duct and saw that it was clear, they quickly began to cross a path between several containers. Suddenly, they had to stop as a guard appeared in front of them. Stop, Rika whispered as they all hid behind a dumpster. I only see one. It's Thomas. Is that pig waiting for me? How do we do it? Shino asks. I'll take care of it, Rika said as she left her hiding place and approached Thomas from behind, touching his shoulder as soon as she was right up to him. Hi, Thomas. Who the F? Go to Rika, you, but without being able to say anything more, Rika in a swift movement would kick him in the leg so that he fell to his knees, then position herself behind him and grab him by the neck. I should have done this sooner, Rika said as she began to strangle him. Shh, be quiet. She snapped his neck and let his body fall. Clear. Shino, Seiya, and Yuki, who had stayed behind watching Rika kill Thomas, approached the dead body and looked at it with contempt. Then they glanced around and saw the entrance to an old shopping mall in front of them. Is it that way? Seiya asks. Yes, that way you can get directly to the pit where Tatsumi-kun is. Let's hurry, Shino said, and the three of them nodded and headed for the entrance. With Tatsumi. At that moment they opened the hatches again, and the few of us who remained began to pass through one by one, where we would once again be in the middle of the small square. At that moment they opened the hatches again, and the few of us who remained began to pass through one by one, where we would once again be in the middle of the small square. Yes, number 61, Tsunoda shouts happily, and I just stand there watching him until he presses the button. Let's go. The door opened and several infected people began pouring out. All my comrades started running for their lives, some of them perishing. Meanwhile, I was busy dodging their attacks when suddenly I started hearing gunshots. I stared at the source of the gunshots, and to distract myself, one of them lunged at me and we began to struggle. I pushed him away with all my strength, quickly getting up from the wet ground and preparing to hit him. But at that moment a gunshot echoed through the place and I saw the infected fall dead in front of me. I looked towards where the shot came from and I saw that it was Shino. Shino, I said with a smile. Look, it's that bitch. Tsunoda shouted from above, pointing at Shino. I didn't pay much attention to Tsunoda's insult to Shino and focused on her, where I could also observe how Seiya, Rika, and Yuki would start shooting at the infected, thus clearing the place. No sooner had I finished off all them than Shino and Seiya ran towards me, then pounced on me and gave me a big hug. I'm sorry for worrying you, but I'm fine now thanks to you, I said as I hugged them, and they both nodded at the same time, their faces pressed against my chest. Let's go home. Hi, they both say at the same time with a beautiful smile. I looked at Rika and nodded, where she understood what I meant, and she would take out a smoke grenade, which after throwing it she would fire, thus forming a smoke screen. This way, Yuki says, and the four of us start following her. At that moment, as we were leaving the place, all the men in Tsunoda had already taken up their weapons, where they would be waiting for the smoke to clear. Where are they? Shido asked angrily as he approached Tsunoda. I don't know, sir. Then shoot, don't think twice, just shoot. Shido ordered, and everyone started firing, hoping to hit someone. Damn you, Tatsumi-kun, he slammed his fist against the wall. I'm going to kill you, did you hear me? I'm going to kill you and all your friends, Tatsumi. In prison. While we were heading to the prison, it was already dawn, and at that moment Siko and Alice were at the entrance, where they would be waiting for us to return while they stood guard. So quiet, Siko said, sharpening her katana, then noticed Alice by the fence, staring at the road. Don't worry, they'll be here soon and Tatsumi will be with them. Siko Wanachan, why didn't you go with them? I wanted to go, but she was about to continue, but the sound of a car interrupted her. Let it be them. The moment they looked at the car and saw that it was the girls, they quickly went to the door and started to open it. You drive the car, I'll see you later, I said, looking at Rika as I got out of the car with Shino and Seiya. Okay, she says, Oniachan. Alice shouted as she ran towards me, and then we both hugged. It's good to see you, little one. Has everything been all right? I asked as I stepped away from her. Yes, very calm. I'm glad, I smiled as I stroked her head then approached Siko. Thank God you're okay, she said as she hugged me and I hugged her back. Don't worry, I'm hard to kill, I said with a smile after the hug. Yes, that's true, she says in the same tone. After that, the five of us headed to the prison's main courtyard where I was greeted by everyone. I was there with Tadashi and we were having a private conversation. You were able as always, he said after shaking my hand, to which I nodded. I think we have another problem on our hands. Yes, he made several people, including me, fight against several of them, and people were encouraging us to fight and survive for our lives. What kind of psychopath does that? The class that creates this world. I nodded and without saying anything else headed towards the pavilion. What do you plan to do? He asked and I stopped. Kill him, I said with a serious face as I looked at him before heading towards the pavilion. Chapter 52. Several days after what happened with Shido and my rescue, I found myself in the prison gymnasium. There I was teaching Shino and Seiya how to fight hand-to-hand at their request. That's it, Shino, keep it up, very good, I said as I blocked some of her blows until she couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground, exhausted, next to Seiya. Let's take a break. I'm exhausted, Seiya said on her knees, breathing heavily. I need to take a breather, Shino said, wiping the sweat from his t-shirt. You did very well, you already know some fighting moves, so I think that's enough, I said with a smile. Just then I saw Rika approaching us, wiping the sweat from her brow. How are things going? She asks with a smile. Very good, now they know how to defend themselves perfectly. I'm glad, you know, it's been a while since you and I had a friendly match. She glances behind her and points to the boxing ring. The ring's right there, so. Okay, I said, laughing, then flashing a defiant smile. Let's have that friendly match. Rika smiled and headed towards the boxing ring where I followed behind her. While we were getting ready for the friendly match, Shino and Seiya exchanged a glance and smiling went over to the others to tell them about the fight. After a few minutes, everyone was around the ring except for Axel, who was on guard in one of the towers. News travels fast here, I said, a drop of sweat forming on my brow. Are you ready? Rika asked, getting into a fighting stance. Of course, I said, taking off my shirt to reveal my weltoned body, then getting into a boxing stance. Let's see what you can do, soldier. I'm betting on Tatsumi, Shino says. Me too, Seiya says. Well, I don't know, I want to bet on my friend Rika, but I'd also like Tatsumi-kun to win. I don't know, Shizuka said, placing her hands on both cheeks and pacing indecisively. You can do it, Oniya-chan. Alice shouts happily, followed by Zeke letting out a bark. It's true that Tatsumi-kun is very good at fighting, but I don't think he can win against someone with years of experience. I'm betting on Rika, Tadashi said, arms crossed and nodding. Since when did this become a bet? I said with a nervous smile and a drop of sweat. But just as I was distracted listening to the others talking, Rika took advantage of my distraction and lunged at me. Seeing the blow coming, I quickly put up my forearm, stopping her punch just inches from hitting me. Don't get distracted, Tatsumi-kun, Rika said with a smile, which I returned. Sorry, I'll get serious now, I said, kicking her in the stomach and sending her flying. What did you think? Not bad at all. He rubs his stomach a little and looks at me with a smile. I always enjoy arguing with you. He licks his lip. I'm going to have fun. Heh, me too, I smiled. While Rika and I were having our friendly sparring, Axel was in one of the prison towers doing his morning guard duty, but as he glanced at a section of the forest, he saw something move quickly. He picked up the rifle and pointed it at the spot where he saw there was nothing. I must have imagined it, it must have been something. But I didn't finish speaking because suddenly the sound of a gunshot echoed throughout the place, and then I saw Axel get shot in the head, where he fell over the tower's railing and crashed to the ground. All of us who were inside the gym could clearly hear the gunshot, so we left the friendly fight for another time and quickly headed outside, where several of us, including myself, observed a car outside the prison that was Shido along with Tsunoda. Shido, I shouted angrily. Out of nowhere, they started shooting at us from one of the towers, and we quickly took cover behind whatever we could find. After a few seconds, Yuki, Hirano, and Asami arrived, weapons drawn. Tatsumi, Asada, Takagi. Hirano shouts as he slides 3 M16s towards the three of us. Thank you. We all shouted in unison as we grabbed the weapon. Ready? I asked as I reloaded my weapon, then looked at them and they both nodded. Good, let's kill those bastards. The three of us emerged from hiding at the same time and began firing, as did several others. Shido, Tsunoda, and the man in the tower were all firing. Bullets flew back and forth, but no one was hit or killed. After several minutes, everything fell into a long silence. No one fired a shot or spoke a word, only the sound of the wind could be heard. However, the noise of an approaching car alerted us. We saw a van speeding toward the prison. Aim at the van. Order. Everyone obeyed me and we began riddling the van with bullets, but the moment we peered out to fire, Shido or his men would shoot at us. The van managed to crash through the gate of the fence and then came to a stop in the middle of the compound. What's she doing? Asami asks and we all stare at the van. Suddenly, the back door of the van dropped open and several of them began to emerge. We could see the driver quickly get out of the vehicle and head for the exit, but before he could take another step, a gunshot rang out, and then we saw the driver fall to the ground dead. "Idiot," I said after shooting him. Seeing that no one shot at me, I quickly approached the fence so I could see Shido in the distance, where he was entering his vehicle with a smile full of satisfaction and joy at seeing that his plan worked. He then fired a few more shots to attract some infected that were nearby before speeding away. We all approached the fence to see that part of the prison had been taken from them. "Tatsumi-kun, with all this we need to reconsider leaving," Ryunur said as we headed inside the prison. "We're not leaving," I said as I loaded a rifle and handed it to Shino. "We can't stay here," he insists. "What if there's another shooter?" "We won't be able to go outside," Hisashi said. "Not during the day," Rei adds. "If Tatsumi says we're not leaving, Kamuro said. "That way of driving that truck through the gate, it's a way of knocking on the door. Shido isn't the same as you knew him at the beginning, he's changed," Yuki said, drawing everyone's attention. "We may have good walls to hide behind, but he has weapons and a lot of men." "She's right," Seiya says. "I told you to leave and now Axel is dead. We can't just stand here," Ryunur said. I stared at him before heading for the door. "Have a group come with me, let's clear the courtyard again." I said nothing more and headed outside where everyone looked at each other with worried expressions. XXX. Several of us were on the other side of the fence, overlooking the part of the prison infested by them. To avoid wasting ammunition, we would use an iron beam or a knife to attract their attention, luring them closer so we could eliminate them. "Tatsumi," Shino said, looking at an infected person. I finished off one of them and approached her. "Doesn't that one over there have a piece of paper stuck to his body?" "Which one?" I looked in the direction she was pointing, and we could see one of them with a piece of paper stuck to his shirt. "Stay here." Shino looked at me strangely, and while they dealt with the few remaining ones, I opened the gate in the fence and approached the infected man with the paper. When he saw me, he tried to grab me, but in a swift movement, I struck him in the leg, knocking him down, and then plunged the knife into his head. While I was picking up the paper and reading it, Shino and the others, having finished killing all of them, approached me. I just stood there looking at them with a serious expression. "What is it?" Seiya asked. I looked at her and handed her the paper, which she began to read. "It has to be a joke." "It's not," I looked at everyone who was still confused. "It's Shido's, he wants us to meet somewhere to chat." "And you believe that?" Rika asks. "I don't know if I believe it, but if this supposed talk settles all of this, it's worth a try." "Okay, I'll go with you," Shino said. "And me," Seiya says. "I'm going too, to cover your backs," Rika said. "Good," I said, nodding. "The rest of you, I want you to fortify some parts of the prison. It's likely that while we're talking, Shido will plan an attack here, so be on the lookout. Kamuro and Siko, I'm leaving you in charge." "Understood," they both say at the same time. I nodded with a smile, then headed inside the prison to get ready, followed by Rika, Seiya, and Shino. An hour later, the four of us had left the prison and were at the meeting point with Shido. At first glance, it looked like an old wheat factory, but it appeared abandoned as several parts were dilapidated. We didn't dwell on it and headed to the front of the building where we didn't find anyone. "Is this it?" Rika asked after stopping the car, where she grabbed her rifle and got out of the vehicle. "There's no one here." "What? If what the note says is true, it should be here," I said as I got out of the car and drew my pistol. "I'm going to check the back of the building, you two stay here and keep watch." "Be careful," Shino and Seiya said at the same time, to which I gave a thumbs up and a smile. After giving the orders, I slowly made my way to the back of the building where I found the body of an infected person. It was dead and had a severe head injury, as if someone had hit it with a baseball bat. I looked around, then fixed my gaze on the back door of the building since it would be open. I slowly entered, still looking around, not wanting to encounter any surprises, until suddenly I heard something fall. "Who's there?" I asked, receiving no answer. Instead, I saw someone emerge from the darkness. It was Shido. "Shido. Tatsumi-kun, I see you received my message," he said as he approached me, standing behind a table. We were both staring at each other. "We have a lot to talk about. You kidnapped me and attacked us. That makes everything clear. I wanted to clear things up. I could have killed you and your friends, but I didn't. You didn't do it, or you couldn't." He chuckled at my comment, "But here we are." At that moment, Shido shifted slightly and I quickly pointed my gun at him. "I'm going to leave my gun here to show you I'm here in good faith. May I?" I nodded and he took off his belt where he carried the gun, then placed it on a piece of furniture. "See, no tricks." "Now you." "What?" I said nothing and stared at him for a few seconds, then put my gun back in my belt but without taking it off. He said nothing and offered me a seat, which I accepted without complaint. "Well, we've come here to look ahead. Let's get down to business," he says after snapping his fingers. "Stay west of the river," I said, tossing a map and pointing out the areas. "And we'll stay east. No one will cross and there won't be any contact." "Excuse me, what is this? It's a solution, no way." "Then tell me what I'm doing here. You said you wanted to negotiate." I said as I stood up abruptly and slammed my fist on the table, glaring at him with a look full of anger. Yes, but the truth is, Tatsumi-kun, I've only come for one thing, your surrender. Give up, try it. If you think we were tough last time, you have no idea who you're dealing with. Yes, I know perfectly well I face my students. I relaxed a little and smiled, then sat back down. Much better. So you're the boss at the sanctuary. They gave me that nickname, not me. Even so, you are obligated to your people. Of course, you have your responsibilities, he nodded. Anyway, I don't pretend to be anyone's boss. I already told you that nickname is, but I didn't let him finish speaking because I interrupted him. He's a psychopath who tore down my fence and destroyed my garden, that's all. Haven't you ever made a mistake with anyone? I've heard you have a daughter in your group, you take care of her, and I admire that. That's how you compensate for your lack of insight. Your inability to see the demon inside you. I see it now, don't worry. Yes, I know, he says with a smile. I care about my people, I don't take their deaths lightly, and I know you don't either. In a way, this confrontation is a failure of leadership. Then leave us alone, that would be an even bigger failure. You came too close all the way to the main street. If I do nothing, I'll look weak and the whole thing will fall apart. That's their problem, you choose. Isn't that why we're here, to choose? If we choose to destroy everything we fought for, we'll kill everyone we know, those in your prison, those at the sanctuary, people we love, Tatsumi-kun. I remained silent, staring at him until he suddenly stood up. You have something I want. One thing that would fix everything. Well, I don't intend to give you prison time. No, I don't want your prison. It didn't seem very secure to me. We're not leaving. What good would that do me? I prefer you here where I can keep an eye on you. He looks at me with a serious expression. I want Shizuke-sensei, hand her over and it'll all be over. Shizuka, I start laughing. This has to be a joke. I notice her expression doesn't change while I become serious. Why? We don't have a doctor at the sanctuary. We should know that, after all, you've been there. But to the important point, I care about my people. That's why I want Shizuke-sensei. Is it worth it? Is one woman worth the lives of everyone in the prison? Tell me. Is it worth it? Shizuka's life is worth far more, as are all the lives of those in the prison. So if you think I'm going to give her to you, you're mistaken. Shizuka is very important to me, and to the others too. I stood up abruptly. I'm not going to hand her over. If you want Shizuka, you'll have to go over my dead body. You can save that girl, and Asada-san, all your people. Think about it for 2 days, I'll be back at noon. He said as he stood up and headed for the door. Shido, he stops but without taking his eyes off the door. No need to think about it, I'm not going to hand Shizuka over to you. My offer still stands. He said nothing more and abruptly opened the front door, and we both left the building. As we stepped outside, I saw the vehicle Shido had arrived in, accompanied by Tsunoda, but I didn't pay it any mind and focused my attention on the girls. Let's go. The three of them nodded at the same time, and we all got into our respective vehicles, where after exchanging a serious and challenging look, we headed towards the prison, leaving Shido and Tsunoda behind, who went in the other direction. Chapter 53. Minutes after my talk with Shido, we arrived at the prison where everyone greeted us. A profound silence fell over the place, and they stared at me with serious expressions, waiting for my response. Let's go inside. Nobody complained, and they started following me from behind, where I went to the pavilion where we were sleeping. Everyone got comfortable, and the moment they looked at me, I started talking. Well, I talked to Shido for quite a while, just the two of us. She glanced at the ground for a moment. I was planning to tell a lie, like that he wants prison or something, but I think you should know the truth. What do you want? Tadashi asked. He wants. I take a deep breath and look at Shizuka. He wants Shizuka. Me? Shizuka asked, very surprised while pointing at herself. Yes, I nodded. He proposed a deal. If I handed Shizuka over to him, it would all be over. He says there's no doctor at the sanctuary and that he cares about his people. What are you planning to do? Emi asks. Well, I looked at Shizuka with a serious expression, then smiled. Screw him. I have no intention of handing Shizuka over. She's important to me and to everyone. She's family. I'm not going to give her to that psychopath. I can't imagine what he'd do with her. My expression shifted to a serious one as I looked at everyone. This is war. I looked at them one last time. They wore serious expressions, but I knew perfectly well that inside they were worried and afraid. I said nothing more and went to the prison yard, where I stood gazing at the starry sky as I needed to think. But at that moment, as I was looking at the starry sky and thinking about everything that had happened, footsteps approaching me pulled me out of my thoughts, and then I saw that it was Shizuka. Can we talk? She asked as she approached me. Yes, of course. Is something wrong? No, I just want to talk to you. May I? She asked, gesturing to the bench to sit next to me. I nodded. I want to thank you. Thank you, why? For searching for me that day and protecting me all this time. Thanks to you, I'm alive. She flashed a beautiful smile, making me blush. Thank you, Tatsumi-kun. Honestly, at that moment I was only thinking about my survival, I said, blushing and scratching my cheek. But during all this time, I realized you're an important person to me, Shizuka. And when Shido offered me the deal of handing you over to him, I didn't think twice and refused instantly. He smiled. So I'll continue protecting you whenever necessary. The moment I said those words, Shizuka couldn't help but blush, then she came closer to me and kissed me on the cheek. Shizuka, I asked, blushing and surprised at the same time as I put my hand to my cheek. Thank you, Tatsumi-kun, she says with a beautiful smile. Shizuka. Two people say in unison. Upon hearing that, Shizuka and I were both startled as we hadn't heard anyone before. When we turned around, we saw that it was Shino and Seiya, both of them standing with their arms crossed and frowning. Shino, Seiya, how long have you been there? Enough, Seiya says. We saw everything, Shino said, everything, even the. Yes, they both say at the same time. I can explain the thing is. But just as I was about to say something, a noise alerted us and all four of us looked toward the fence. We saw a large number of them, clearly intending to tear it down and get through. Hurry or they'll get through. I looked at Shizuka. Shizuka, go find the others and stay inside with Alice. She nodded and ran off. Shino and Seiya helped me reinforce the fence. They both nodded and we quickly headed to the fence that was invaded by them. We took some logs that we left there and started to put them together against the fence. Good, lower it there, I said as I attached the log to the iron bar of the fence. This will hold it up for a while. But unfortunately, after I had placed all the logs, one of them began to bend until it broke in two. I quickly positioned myself in front of it and held it up so the infected couldn't get through. He's going to give in. Run. At that moment, another log broke and the fence fell and all the infected began to chase us. Shino and Seiya quickly started running, pursued by several of them. I was a little behind, so as I ran, I pushed the ones closest to them. Hurry up, Tatsumi! They both shouted at the same time as they waited for me inside a tower. I quickly went inside and closed the door behind me, then we headed back to the prison yard where we watched as all the infected began to break through the second fence. Tatsumi, what do we do? Shino asks. Perhaps I can put one of the vehicles against the fence. You know that won't hold, Seiya said with a worried expression which Shino also shared. Let's go, I said as I approached a cart full of weapons, then handed each of them 2 magazines. In your pockets, here. I gave each of them an M16, we have it, yes, listen up. The magazine goes in here on this tab, make sure it clicks into place. I said as I reloaded my M16, pull the bolt back and it will chamber around. Don't release the trigger and it will fire multiple rounds. Got it. Understood, they both say in unison. Okay, we watched as the fence fell and all the infected started to enter. Girls, let's do this. Without wasting any more time, the 3 of us started shooting at once, taking out most of them. Every time we killed one, another appeared. It was endless. Suddenly, we noticed their numbers increasing, forcing us to retreat. There are too many of them, back off. We kept firing non-stop, hoping the horde would end, but that wasn't an option. Then suddenly, the 3 of us saw most of them start to fall, and then we saw the others arrive and start firing at the horde. All together, gun them down. Yes, they all say at the same time. XXX. The next day, early in the morning, I slowly woke up, noticing how much heavier my body felt. I lowered my head and could see Shino and Seiya sleeping peacefully on top of me. I moved them very carefully so they wouldn't wake up, and shortly after getting dressed, I went to the courtyard where the battle against the dead had taken place. At that moment, I could see Siko moving one of the bodies to the truck. Good morning, do you need help? I asked after washing my face. No. Don't worry, just do your thing. I nodded a couple of times and headed to the field where I began preparing the area for the vegetable garden at Rioner's request. At that moment, Shizuka and Alice, along with Zeke, approached. Onia-chan, good morning, she says with a smile. Good morning, little one. Good morning, Shizuka, what are you doing? She asks curiously. I'm preparing the area where the crops will be. Rioner told me it's necessary. Can I help you? She says with a smile, sure, come here. While Alice was helping me with great joy, I could see Siko and Rioner leaving with the van full of dead bodies. After waving goodbye to them both, they sped off. Onia-chan, am I doing this right? Let's see, yes, you're doing very well, stroking his head. I'll bring you a farmer's hat tomorrow. Great, sensei, you help us too. Shizuka didn't complain and with a big smile joined us to help. The 3 of us had already done most of the work. Hours later, we had finished the crop area and the 3 of us were heading inside the prison. You did very well, I said, stroking Alice's head, which made her smile. Hee hee. You too, Shizuka, thank you. Why yes, I didn't do anything, she said, blushing slightly as she looked away. Let's go back inside, we need to take a good shower. Yes, they both say at the same time with a smile, where Zeke would also let out a bark. But just as I was about to open the door to our pavilion, an explosion rocked the place where we all stopped what we were doing and went to the fence. In which we observed that the explosion was in one of the towers and the one who caused it was Shido, who was on top of a tank along with all his men. Tatsumi-kun, come out here, we need to talk again, what do you want? I just want you to come closer so we can talk, that's all. But I still didn't move and Shido began to get angry. He looked at one of his men and nodded. The man nodded as well, and from one of the cars he brought out Ryunur and Siko, their hands bound, and forced them to kneel before him. If you don't leave right now, Ryunur and Siko's lives will end right now. It's your choice. Shido, I said with a look full of anger. Chapter 54. With a face full of anger, I stared at Shido, who wore a wide smile, knowing he couldn't do anything. I stared at him for a few moments until I calmed down a bit, then looked at Kamuro, who nodded. I nodded too and went towards Seiya and Shino, where I wouldn't say anything and I would give them a hug. They instinctively reciprocated. Then we separated and saw how both of them showed a worried face. We can do it, I said, stroking both their cheeks, to which they nodded. I gave a small smile and walked away from them, then headed towards Shido. As soon as I reached the fence, I looked at Siko, who nodded, indicating she was all right, as did Ryunur. Let them go right now. I'll stay here. We can talk all you want, but let them go. You have a tank. You don't need hostages. Of course, it's so you can see I'm serious. I don't want to make holes in our new home. Our new home? What happened to the sanctuary? It was invaded. Shortly after our talk, a whole horde of them attacked us. Only these few of us survived. The important thing is you and your people have until nightfall to leave. Or you will die. It doesn't have to be that way. I have more people, more powerful weapons. We need the prison, that's all. It's not about the past, only the present matters. I have a little girl, she won't survive outside. I'll bring a tank and let you go. I think that settles everything. With the others. While I was having a conversation with Shido, the others were still motionless, observing what had happened, until Rika very carefully approached the cart full of weapons. She would slowly take Shino's sniper rifle and hand it to her, who was looking at me next to Seiya. Are you okay? Rika asked as she handed him the rifle. Yes, she said as she picked up the rifle and got ready. Good. And you? This time I would ask Seiya, of course, picking up the rifle and reloading. Rika nodded and began handing out weapons to everyone else, including Shizuka and Alice, who were given a pair of pistols as they were unfamiliar with rifles. Stay alert, Tatsumi-kun might give the signal, Akiko said as she reloaded. What if it doesn't give any sign? Hisashi asked. Then we'll wait and see what happens, Kuriko said, pointing. But still we have to do something, Rei said, pointing. Tatsumi's on it, trust him, Shino said in the same tone. They're talking, we could kill Shido. At 50 meters, do you think you can do it? Not me, but you would. You'd put an end to all this. Yes, or I'd start something else. I trust Tatsumi do the same. With TATSUMI. I could shoot and you could too, I know, but we'd win and you'd all die. But that's not necessary, like I said, it's your decision. Shido said with a smile, clasping his fingers together. At that moment, I remained silent and kept my eyes fixed on Shido, trying to think of a way to resolve the situation. But I was pulled from my thoughts by the sound of approaching growls, followed by the sight of a couple of them nearing Shido's group. He would look at me and draw his pistol, then shoot both infected people, creating a huge echo. The noise will only attract more people here. The longer you wait, the harder it will be to leave later. Look at the sky. There should still be about an hour of daylight. Start packing. I remained silent with my head down, trying to think of something. The longer you wait, the harder it will be to escape. Repeat, at which point a crazy idea occurred to me. I take a deep breath. Live here all together. Look at this place. There's plenty of room for all of us. More than enough, but my family wouldn't sleep knowing you were under the same roof. We would live in another building. We wouldn't even have to see each other if we didn't want to. It could be, and you know it. Ryunur said, glancing sideways at Shido. Maybe before, but not now. Listen, I didn't say it was going to be easy. The truth is, it would be much harder than starting a war between the two sides, but I don't think we have a choice. Not us, but you are. We won't leave. If he tries to force us, we'll fight. Like you said, the shooting will only attract more of them. They'll tear down the fence, and without the fence, this place is worthless. So either we all live in the prison or no one will. It's your choice. He stared at me for a few seconds, then began to get angry before getting off the tank and grabbing Siko's sword. We'll fix the fence, he said as he approached Ryunur and placed the sword against his neck. At that moment, I started to get a little more nervous. You, the one with the long hair, is this what you want? Is this what you all want? I said with my arms outstretched as I looked at everyone. What we want is what you get, period. It's time to get lost, asshole, Tsunoda said from the tank's hatch. If you lower your weapons and cross that door, we'll join you. Everyone remained silent, doubts beginning to creep in. We'll forget all of this and no one will die. Those of us who are still alive, those of us who have endured, we've all done terrible things just to survive. But we can turn back, it's not too late. Shido slowly began to pull the sword away from Ryunur's neck. We can change, we all can, we can turn back. At my words, Shido had already separated Ryunur's sword, and Ryunur looked at me with a smile. But suddenly Shido glared at me furiously and muttered, liar, before slashing Ryunur's neck. We were all completely shocked by what happened, where we saw Ryunur's head separate from his body then fall to the ground with a thud. NOOO. I screamed angrily as I drew my pistol and shot Shido, hitting him in the... I quickly started backing away while firing, and they did the same, hitting me in the leg. Then I took cover behind the overturned bus. When the others saw what had happened to Ryunur and how Shido's group had started shooting, they did the same. Siko was still on her knees, stunned by what had happened before she started rolling to the left. but just as she thought she was safe, one of Shido's group appeared in front of her, pointing a gun at her. "Where do you think you're going? Say goodbye." But at the moment I moved my finger to pull the trigger, a shot hit her in the head and then Siko turned her gaze on me. "Siko, get out of there." I yelled as I fired, then took cover again inside the bus. Suddenly Shido gave the order to massacre us. Tsunoda started the tank and tore down the fence, opening fire on us. While the tank and some other vehicles headed toward the dormitories, Shido approached the bus to finish me off. But then I suddenly appeared out of nowhere and knocked him to the ground, where I began to relentlessly beat him. He finally elbowed me in the face, then pushed me to the ground, where he kicked me in the leg wound, making me scream in pain. "You think you can beat me?" He would position himself on top of me and begin to relentlessly hit me in the face, where after several blows my face was a little bloody and Shido would begin to tire. "Is that all?" I asked, looking at him. My comment enraged him and he was about to hit me again, but just before he did, I moved my head slightly and then headbutted him in the face, breaking his nose. "My nose, you broke it," he said, rubbing his nose and moving away from me. I didn't say anything and slowly got up from the ground, then approached Shido, where I punched him, sending him crashing into the bus. He quickly tried to recover from the blow, but I punched him again, causing him to fall to his knees. "I'll see you in hell," I said as I positioned myself behind him and grabbed his neck. "No, wait, Tatsumi-kun, let's talk about it," he said, trying to break free from my grip. "There's nothing to talk about." "Goodbye, sensei." I said nothing more and began to squeeze his neck, where he tried to grab hold or break free, but it was useless. Little by little he was losing strength, until after a while I squeezed harder, breaking his neck. I let go of Shido's body and he fell to the ground with a thud. Shido was dead. I stared at him for a few moments, then took in the chaos that was unfolding. "Tatsumi." Shino shouts from a little ways away and starts running in my direction. I couldn't help it, and a smile spread across my face when I saw that Shino was all right and unharmed. Instinctively, I started walking toward her, but exhausted and from blood loss, I collapsed. "Tatsumi, are you okay?" she asked as she slung her rifle over her shoulder and helped me up from the ground. Yes, I'm fine." "And Seiya, where is she?" I don't know." With Shino's help, we headed to the pavilion area hoping to find Seiya, where as soon as we arrived we could see that everything was completely destroyed. But we wouldn't take that into account and focused on finding Seiya or someone, until on the ground I could see something shining, where upon approaching we saw that it was Seiya's glasses. "Enno Seiya," I said as I pulled away from Shino and picked up the glasses, which were completely covered in blood. "Enno, it can't be." Without realizing it, tears began to flow from my eyes and a great feeling of sadness overwhelmed me. And just like me, Shino couldn't hold back her tears either. She came closer to me and we hugged, our sobs the only sound. At that moment, one of them was approaching because of our crying. When I saw him, I went up to him and without thinking started hitting him in the face. After beating him badly, I kept hitting him until he was hitting the ground. "Tatsumi, Tatsumi," Shino said as she stood in front of me and cupped my face in her hands, forcing me to look at her. "Stay with me." "Why, yes, always." Again, with Shino's help, I got up from the ground and together we started to move away from the place, towards the parking lot, where as soon as we arrived we noticed that some vehicles were missing, something that pleased us. "There are a few cars missing, that's good, isn't it?" Shino says with a small smile. "Yes," I stared at Seiya's glasses, then looked at Shino, offering a small smile. "It's possible that Seiya and the others are still alive." "Hi," Shino says, sounding a little more cheerful. Seeing some of our cars missing gave me a glimmer of hope, just like Shino. Hope of finding Seiya and the others safe, and little by little the sadness and anger I felt inside began to fade away. We both headed to the only vehicle that was missing, which was my yellow Camaro, where Shino would carefully leave me in the driver's area while she sat in the passenger area. "Let's go," I said as I started the vehicle and we sped away from the prison. Chapter 55. Hours after Shino and I left the prison, it would slowly begin to get dark, and we would now be passing through a small housing development. "We have to stop, we need to treat those wounds," Shino said with a worried tone as he looked at me, but I didn't take my eyes off the road and continued driving. "Tatsumi, stop." "No, not until we're sure. We're far from the prison and no one has been following us for hours, so we're safe." He noticed she was still driving. "Tatsumi, please stop the car." "Okay," I said after a sigh, then looked at a house. "That one will do." I stopped the car in front of the house's garage, and we both went in through the front door, where we would be keeping an eye on things in all directions so we wouldn't get any surprises. I would be in charge of the downstairs floor and Shino of the upstairs. "Clean," I said after looking around the kitchen and dining room. "Is there anything upstairs?" "What?" "Nothing," Shino said as she went downstairs. "We're alone." "Okay, help me," I said as I tried to move the sofa towards the door. Shino nodded and stood beside me, and together we began pushing the sofa into place in front of the door. As soon as it was in position, we both sat down on the sofa looking tired. "That should be enough," I said. "Yes," she picked up her backpack and took out a couple of bandages. "Let me treat that leg wound, you've already lost too much blood." I appreciate it," I said with a small smile. She smiled and knelt in front of me, then pulled down my pants. I was letting out small moans, but Shino didn't say anything and just stared at my wound. Her face showed concern as the wound had worsened considerably to the point of being infected. Shino didn't know much about medicine, but recently she asked Shizuka to teach her the basics in case she or Seiya were ever not around and someone needed medical attention. Luckily, the bullet came out the other side. And the bad part, she's infected. Can you do something? Shizuka taught me the basics, but yes, I think I can cure him. I trust you. Shino nodded with a serious face and brought the small first aid kit he had in his backpack closer, then took out a gauze pad and applied an antiseptic liquid. This might sting a little. Do it. She said nothing and began to bring the gauze closer to my wound to clean the entire affected area, where upon contact, several moans of pain escaped from my mouth. Shino didn't stop even after hearing my groans of pain and continued cleaning the wound. Then she took out a needle and thread and began stitching it up on both sides. As soon as she finished stitching, she took a couple of bandages and started covering the affected area. And that's it, she says, finishing the bandage. This should be enough, although you have to change the bandage frequently. How are you feeling? She notices I was sleeping. You must be exhausted, after all, you haven't stopped. She gets up from the floor and lays me down on the sofa, then kisses my forehead. Rest well. She would smile, then pick up a couple of cushions and place them on the floor, forming a makeshift bed. She would lie down on them and cover herself with a blanket, then look up at me from below. Good night. XXX. The next day, Shino was the first to wake up, slowly opening her eyes. She let out a small yawn, then sat on the edge of the makeshift bed she had made and began rubbing her eyes. Good morning, Tatsumi. Tatsumi, notice I'm still asleep. Keep sleeping well, I'll let him for a little while longer. She would get up and grab some food we could find in that house, then go to the kitchen and pour some cereal into a bowl. Tatsumi might be hungry when he wakes up, she said, grabbing another bowl and pouring in some cereal. She placed the bowl she had prepared on the table and went upstairs where she had previously found a small library. She took a book and while eating her cereal settled down to read. Minutes passed and Shino was still reading upstairs where she began to worry when she didn't hear me. She put her book down, picked up her empty bowl and went downstairs where she saw me still lying on the sofa. Tatsumi. He comes closer and shakes me a little. Tatsumi, Tatsumi, it's time to wake up. He kneels beside me and shakes me slightly. Tatsumi, wake up. He shakes me roughly. Tatsumi, wake up, wake up. When she saw that I wasn't waking up and wasn't showing any signs of life, she got up from the floor and stared at me, completely shocked while taking a few steps back. Tatsumi. Shino regained consciousness and quickly approached me, placing his head on my chest to listen to my heartbeat. He stayed there for a few seconds in complete silence until only my faint heartbeat could be heard. He's still alive, she leaned against my chest and began to sob. Thank goodness you're still alive, my Tatsumi. Suddenly, the sound of something hitting the door alerted Shino, who quickly realized it was some infected people trying to get through. She stared at the door for a moment, then looked at me. This time, I will be the one to protect you. Shino slowly slipped out the back door and headed to the front of the house, where he saw two of them trying to break down the door. Careful not to attract attention, Shino positioned himself behind them and checked to make sure there were no others nearby. It's best to move them away. I don't want to attract any more. Hey, you two. She called out, drawing the attention of the two infected. Come after me. Both infected started moving toward her. That's right. With great care, Shino began to guide the two infected individuals, leading them to a secluded part of the house. After walking several meters, she turned a corner, intending to finish them off for good, but just then she felt someone approaching from behind. Oh no, he says upon seeing that it was another infected person. The infected person who appeared behind Shino grabbed her and they began to struggle. Shino then kicked the infected person, causing them to fall to the ground. She slipped from the kick and quickly backed away before drawing her pistol and shooting one of them in the head. The dead body fell on top of Shino, preventing her from moving. Then the second infected person approached and tried to bite her, but Shino, with her arms free, aimed for its head. After killing the second one, the body fell on top of Shino, her mobility now reduced. The last remaining infected slowly approached Shino, who began firing with difficulty, hitting it in the shoulder, then the neck, and finally the head. How disgusting, Shino said, looking at one of the holes he made in the infected person and seeing worms start to come out. After finishing them off, Shino moved the bodies aside and got up from the ground where he would remain, looking around to avoid any further surprises. Once the area was clear, he headed back to the house where he noticed I still hadn't moved. Sorry I'm late, I killed 3 of them. They were at the door, they were about to come in, but I lured them somewhere else and killed them. He knelt beside me and stroked my head. For now, we're safe. At that moment, as Shino was stroking my head, she stopped and stared at the arm I had started to move. She watched me move my arm and then listened to my breathing, which sounded like grunts. She looked a little scared, moved away from me and took a few steps back. Shino knew I was still alive since she had checked my pulse earlier, but even so the growling frightened her a little. Tatsumi. I slowly moved my arm towards Shino until I fell off the sofa, but I didn't stop and continued stretching my arm out. Shino slowly approached me and gently took my hand. Shino, be careful always, but I couldn't finish speaking because I fainted again. I know, she said, tears welling in her eyes as she gently took my head and placed it in her lap. But I'm scared, so please wake up. I. She gazed at me for a few seconds while stroking my head, then offered a tender smile. At that moment, tears began to stream down her cheeks, falling onto my face. I need you, she whispered as she brought her face close to mine and gave me a quick kiss. Chapter 56, with Saeko. Shortly after the battle with Shido and his men, Siko stood outside the prison, observing the devastation. She was completely shocked and worried that they hadn't survived. So she slowly approached the prison, decapitating any infected she encountered along the way. After traveling a few meters, she stopped right in front of Ryuner's head, where he had become one of them. I'm sorry, she whispered as she raised the sword and plunged it into his head. After killing Ryuner, she let out a long sigh and then looked back at the prison, staring for a few seconds to decide what to do. Seeing that she couldn't salvage anything from the place, she decided to leave, heading into the forest. He walked several meters until he reached a kind of road made of gravel and mud where he would stay looking at the ground, seeing tire marks. Could it be you? She asks after crouching down, then looking straight ahead. I'll have to find out. Without further ado, Siko began to follow the road marked by tire tracks. After traveling a couple of kilometers in a few hours, it was already starting to get dark when Siko reached a housing development. A little wary, she began to cross the streets until she saw a yellow vehicle parked in front of one of the houses. A vehicle she recognized instantly, T. Tatsumi. He slowly approached the house, sword in hand, and climbed onto the front porch where he watched Shino and me through a window. The moment he saw us, he sheathed his sword and tears of joy began to stream down his face. He tried to stop them, but it seemed impossible. With Tatsumi and Sh. An hour after I fainted for the second time, Shino and I were sitting on the sofa, eating lunch that Shino had brought from nearby houses. You did very well. But be careful next time, it's dangerous to be alone in a world like that. I was careful. I know, I said with a smile as I stroked her head and she smiled back, hee hee. I'm glad you brought food. I found more things but I ate them, she says with a slightly nervous smile. What were they? I found a lot of sweets and a cake. After Shino said that, we both stared at each other and then burst out laughing. After laughing a little, I stared at Shino's smile for a moment. I know, she stops laughing and looks at me. That things will never be the same, but I have faith that we'll find the others safe and we'll be able to find a place to live in peace. I'm sorry, I know I should have done more in sec, but she's interrupted by Shino. Don't feel bad. You've done everything you could for me, for Seiya, for Shizuka, for Alice, and for everyone else. So don't blame yourself now. The important thing is for you to recover so you can find Seiya and the others. Thank you, Shino, I smiled. Don't thank me, after all, you're everything to me and I'd do anything for you. She kisses me on the cheek. So get well soon, okay, she says with a tender smile where I also notice a slight blush. Yes, I smiled as I rubbed my cheek. I will. She nodded with a smile and then they both started eating again. Just as she was about to put a spoon in her mouth, someone knocked on the door 3 times. Shino and I stopped eating and drew our pistols. Then with great effort I got up from the floor and looked through the peephole, while Shino was behind me pointing at the door. The instant I looked through the peephole, a look of disbelief and happiness was evident on my face. Without realizing it, I started laughing out loud as I collapsed onto the sofa where Shino stared at me a little puzzled. Who is it? It's for you, I said with a smile. XXX. The next morning I slowly began to wake up and noticed I felt better than the previous days. So I slowly got up from the sofa so as not to wake Shino, who was still asleep, and then went to the kitchen. Good morning, I said while yawning. Good morning, Siko said as she prepared breakfast. You can sit down now, breakfast is almost ready. Thank you, Siko, I said as I sat down. I could have made breakfast myself if you needed a break. I don't want any more breaks, she said, holding her plate and looking serious. I nodded a couple of times. What's your plan? Will this place be a home or just a stop along the way? She asked as she handed me my plate and sat down across from me. Well, I plan to continue. If Seiya and the others survived, I think I know where they are. Where? Do you remember the small farm where we stayed for a few days before arriving at the prison? She nodded. Well, I mentioned to some people that this place would be our meeting point, just in case. I understand how many people know about that place. Most. Okay, we need supplies. I'll go with Shino to get them. Okay, I'll go with you. You were unconscious yesterday, she says mockingly. I'm awake today, I said in the same tone. We need you in shape, both of us, she said, placing her hand on mine. Rest one more day. A high side, okay, one more day. Good, she says with a smile. Siko wouldn't say anything else and would get up from the table. Before leaving the kitchen, she placed her hand on my shoulder, signaling that I shouldn't worry. Minutes later, the three of us were on the front porch of the house where I was saying goodbye to Shino and Siko. How long do you think it will take? We'll just fill the bags, we won't be long, Siko says. It's 8:15, we'll be back at midday. Okay. I draw my pistol and hand it to Shino. Be careful, both of you, and protect each other, okay? Oh yes. Don't worry, she says with a smile, then comes closer and kisses me. See you in a couple of hours, I love you. Yes, I love you too, I smiled after the kiss. Shino kept smiling, then took the lead while Siko stared at me. I looked at her and nodded once, and she did the same before starting to follow Shino. I watched as they walked away down the street until they were out of sight. Be careful, I said before going back inside the house. Chapter 57. The second I said goodbye to Shino and Siko, I started packing all our things and putting them in the car. You never know when you might have to leave in a hurry, so I prepared everything just in case. After packing everything I needed, I changed my bandages and clothes, then went upstairs to the second floor of the house. There, I went into one of the bedrooms and lay down on the bed. How peaceful, I said as I settled in and began to read a book. I hope it lasts. XXX. The hours passed and I was still lying in bed, though this time I was asleep. As I was napping, I started to hear voices and shouts from the first floor, until suddenly a loud bang woke me up. For a moment I thought it was Shino and Siko, but when I looked at the clock I saw that it was still early, so I assumed it was other people since I started to hear men's voices. At that moment I heard someone coming upstairs, so I quickly got out of bed and went to the door. I saw a tall, somewhat muscular man open one of the rooms. I assumed he was checking to make sure no one was there. Shit, I whispered. I quickly looked around the room I was in, and without wasting a moment I grabbed the book and the water bottle, then crawled under the bed. The instant I hid, the man came out of the room and walked over to where I was, where without saying a word he lay down on the bed. Damn, I thought as I held the man's weight until I started hearing snores. And on top of that, the jerk falls asleep. I couldn't finish speaking because another man started to go up the stairs and then headed to the room where the man and I were. Hey, are you comfortable? You wake me up to ask me if I'm comfortable. I want to lie down. There are 2 other bedrooms. With small beds, I want this one. I ordered it myself. I didn't hear you, so you'll have to order another one. The man who had been lying down seemed annoyed by the comment and went after the other man, and the two began to fight. After a few blows, one of them fell to the ground where he did his best to defend himself. But after receiving another punch to the face, he looked at me. I stood watching him as I saw the other man begin to strangle him, leaving him unconscious. It's my bed, asshole. The man shouted as he lay back down on the bed and fell asleep. I have to get out of here and warn the girls, I thought. Little by little, I began to crawl across the floor, and once my body was free, I slowly started to get up. I stood there staring at the sleeping man until I heard someone coming upstairs. Without wasting any time, I left the room and went into another. Why are you shouting like that? Asks the man who was previously asleep. I found a t-shirt, it must have been washed today, it smells good, then they must be close or miles away from here. Boss, I found a car and it's brand new. A man shouts from downstairs. So they're still in this house, split up and find them. The boss said as he went downstairs accompanied by the other man. Yes sir. I have to get out of here now, I whispered. I slowly left the room where I was hiding and started downstairs, but just then a man began to rush up the stairs. This caused me to back away and lock myself in the bathroom, immediately closing the door behind me. Phew, I sighed in relief. That was close. I thought I was safe for the moment and that they hadn't seen me yet, but when I turned my head to the right I saw a man of medium height and slightly obese build, sitting on the toilet. The moment we made eye contact, the man tried to grab his submachine gun which was on top of the furniture. But before he could reach it, I grabbed the submachine gun and with a swift movement, struck him on the head, stunning him. For a moment I stared at him, considering letting him live, but I changed my mind when I heard the voices and laughter of his group. Having made up my mind, I approached the man from behind and grabbed his neck, where I began to apply pressure. The moment the man realized he was running out of air, he began to thrash about, trying to break free from my grip, during which I received a few blows to my back. But I didn't stop and kept applying more pressure until little by little the man stopped moving and lost consciousness. Good, I whispered, then searched him, finding some ammunition cartridges and taking off his jacket. I like your jacket. After preparing myself, I took a pair of scissors and began stabbing the man, causing him to transform and attack his own kind. After killing the man, I opened the bathroom door a crack and prepared to climb out the window. As soon as I reached the small roof, I looked down and being very careful not to make a sound, began to climb down. When I touched the ground, I headed towards the front of the house where the car was parked, but I had to stop when I saw a man. Did he just have to be there? I waited a moment to see if the man would leave, but just then I saw Shino and Siko approaching the house with 2 sacks full of food. I became quite alarmed, so I readied my submachine gun and prepared to leave my hiding place. But right at that moment, the growl of one of them and the scream of a man could be heard throughout the place, where the man became alert and went inside the house. "Don't mess with me," the man said as he drew his pistol and headed inside. Taking advantage of their distraction, I left my hiding place and gave a signal to Shino and Siko, who both became alert upon hearing the scream and the gunshots. "Quick, get in," I said as I climbed into the driver's seat. They didn't say a word and quickly got into the car where they also put the things they had found. The moment the three of them were ready, I started the car and we sped away from the place. "Who were those guys?" Shino asked, glancing in the rearview mirror to make sure they weren't following us. "I don't know, but they didn't seem friendly," I said without taking my eyes off the road, although I occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror. "Tatsumi, where are we going?" Siko asked from the back seats. "For now, we'll stay as far away from that group as possible, or at least until we're sure they're not following us. I'll drive a couple of kilometers and we'll spend the night. We'll join the others tomorrow." "Tatsumi, Siko." "Look," Shino said, pointing at a sign that appeared to have been written by someone. Intrigued to learn what the sign was about, I stopped the car in front and the three of us stared at a huge banner that contained a map and a message. "Arcane Community for All, those who arrive survive." "What do you say?" Shino asks, a little unsure. "First let's find the others, then we'll think about what to do," I said, nodding a couple of times, and Shino and Siko agreed with me. XXX. Hours later, we found ourselves on the side of the road where we would be spending the night. Shino was asleep in the car while Siko and I were sitting around a campfire. "Thank goodness you found enough food. I was starving." "Yes, we were lucky. Apparently no one has looted that place for a long time." "Have you noticed that's all we talk about? Food. I almost forgot what this is. And I hope to forget it someday, that and other things. We're close. We'll go with the others tomorrow. I trust they'll all be waiting for us," I said as I put out the campfire. "Do you miss Kamuro?" "Kamuro, yes, also Shizuka, Seiya, Alice, and everyone else. You know, Kamuro and we took a break." "Really?" I asked, a little surprised. "Yes," she says, nodding expressionlessly. "It was shortly before Shido's attack. I realized that he and I don't have much in common. He sees things differently than I do. That's why we decided to take a break and remain friends." "I see. If that's what you want and it makes you feel good, I'm glad," I said with a smile. "Thank you, Tatsumi," she says with a sweet smile, making me blush a little. We were about to continue talking, but just then we heard something moving in the woods. We both became alert and started to stand up, but the instant we turned around, we saw two men pointing guns at our heads. We were going to continue talking, but just then we heard something moving in the woods. We both became alert and started to stand up, but the instant we turned around, we saw two men pointing guns at our heads. Well, you screwed up, asshole. Do you hear me? You really messed up." The leader of the group we found at the house where they started emerging from the woods with their guns pointed at us said, "The day of reckoning has arrived. The day of retribution. The final reckoning of the entire damn universe." While Siko and I were immobilized, a medium-sized, obese man approached the car and struck it, causing Shino to wake up. She was about to draw her pistol but stopped when she saw the other man already pointing it at her. "Come here, girl," the man said as he opened the door and tried to grab Shino. "No, let me go. Leave her alone." I shouted, trying to get up, but the man pointing the gun at me grabbed my jacket, preventing me from moving. "Don't touch her." "SHH, calm down, I'll treat you well," the man said as he stroked her hair. "Listen, it was me, just me, so leave them alone." "See, that's right. First we'll go after the samurai girl since she's so quiet, then we'll go after the other girl. Finally, I'll kill you and then we'll be even." After telling me that, he would start laughing like a madman, and the man who was holding Shino would push her to the ground and then get on top of her. "Let her go. Don't resist, girl. I know you'll enjoy it." He tied her arms and legs, then unbuttoned her shirt, revealing her bra. "This is what I meant. Don't touch me, get away, leave it." Without warning, I headbutted the boss hard, causing him to fire a shot in front of me and my right ear to ring loudly. But I didn't care, and while the man recovered, I approached him and punched him hard. But he didn't even flinch and punched me, sending me to the ground and leaving me quite stunned. As I was recovering, I could see Shino still trying to break free from the grip and Siko still on her knees, unable to move. "It's mine now. Come on, get up, come on, let's see what you're made of. Get away from her," I said as I stood up when I saw the man holding Shino start to unbuckle his belt. "That's it. What are you going to do now, champ?" the boss said as he grabbed me, preventing me from moving. "You know, you shouldn't have messed with us." I said nothing more, and with a powerful bite, I grabbed his neck, tearing off a chunk of flesh, causing a large amount of blood to gush out. While the man writhed in pain, I pulled away and spat out the piece of flesh I had torn off. Everyone was completely incredulous at what I had just done, at which point Siko took advantage and snatched the gun from the man who was pointing it at her and then shot him in the head. "Stop right there," one of the men said while pointing at Siko, who was picking up her katana. "Stay still, you say." She positions herself to attack them. "Do you think I'll stay still after what you did?" He wouldn't say anything more, and with a swift movement, which even the two men couldn't see, he would smash their heads in. She wouldn't say another word, and with a swift movement, so swift that even the two men couldn't see it coming, she would split their heads open. Having finished them off, she would turn her gaze to the obese man, grab Shino, and place the knife against his neck. To the slaughter, to the slaughter. I stared at the man as he placed his hand on Siko's katana where she said nothing and handed it to me. It's mine, I said angrily as I approached the man with the katana in my hand. I said angrily as I approached the man with the katana in his hand. Back off, please. He let go of Shino and raised his hands. I am so sorry, really, please forgive me. But he didn't let her finish speaking because in a swift movement he would pass the blade of the katana across her neck, where her head slowly began to detach from her body and then fall, making a dry sound. It's all over now, Siko said as she looked at the bodies. Yes, Shino replies. I wouldn't say a word and would just stare at the body I had mutilated, then look at my hands, which were covered in blood. At that moment I began to tremble and my breathing became quite labored. Then unexpectedly Shino approached me from behind and hugged me from behind. It's all over now, relax. He whispers the last part close to my ear where my breathing is slowly stabilizing. Let's clean this up. Chapter 58. Hours later, dawn had broken and I was sitting on the ground next to the car, thinking about everything that had happened the night before. I could see that the tremor had finally stopped and that my hands and face were covered in blood. Everything was completely silent. The only sound was the wind rustling the leaves of the trees where I was lost in thought. Then the sound of footsteps approaching pulled me from my reverie. It was Siko who was approaching me with a bottle of water in her hand, then she took out a handkerchief and started to wet it. Save the water for drinking, I said. Even if you can't see yourself, she sees you. She kept insisting on giving me the wet handkerchief while glancing sideways at Shino, who was inside the car in the passenger seat where he was probably looking out the window. Okay, I said as I took the handkerchief and wiped my mouth. Siko wouldn't say anything and would sit next to me. What a night, huh? You said it, what you did last night, anyone would have done it. No, not that. Something happened, it wasn't you. Siko, you saw what I did to Shimada and Thomas. It's not everything, but that was me. Watching you kill those guys, you reminded me of my old self, your old self. Yes, before all this happened, I killed someone. I was a little surprised and stared at her while I wiped my hands. 4 years ago, I was attacked by a man at night. Of course, I escaped unharmed since I had my wooden sword. I broke that man's shoulder and femur. After explaining what happened to the police, they drove me home. But that's not what bothered you, is it? At that moment, she looked surprised and stared at me. You had fun. Why, yes, having a real enemy in front of me, I enjoyed it. At that moment, I knew I'd have the advantage because I had my wooden sword. I acted like I was afraid of him to deceive him. I didn't even try to hold back. I enjoyed it. It was so exciting I couldn't stop. I thought I'd changed, but I'm still the same as that time. In fact, I've become even worse. Does Kamuro know about this? I told her the day we separated before we arrived at Seiya's mansion. And she said she would help me, but he doesn't know what it feels like. She nodded, her head bowed. I looked at her for a moment and smiled, then placed my hand on hers. It's not your fault. I took her chin so she would look at me. It's not your fault. I know how you feel. After all, I've been through the same thing. What, you? Yes, I killed someone before all this. So if you need a reason, I'll give you one, Siko. No matter how much you've ruined yourself, I'll admire you as long as I live. Ever since I met you, I've always thought you were an amazing woman, but even knowing my past, even knowing what I'm like, I like you just the way you are now, so please keep living with all your sins. And of course, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. With your true self, I said with a smile. Tatsumi, she says with a surprised and blushing face. She stared at me for a few seconds with the same expression, then a small smile appeared. Without saying a word, she began to bring her face closer to mine, giving me a kiss on the cheek. Siko, thank you, I'm relieved, Tatsumi. She smiles. I'm glad, I said with a smile, and we both looked at each other with smiles. I see you're having fun around here, Shino says from inside the car, sticking his head out the window. Shino, how long have you been there? I asked, a little nervous. Enough, I heard everything and saw everything. She glances at Siko. I've been through the same thing, so don't feel alone. If you ever need to talk about it, Tatsumi or I are happy to listen. Shino says with a smile. Shino, thank you, Siko replied with a smile. You know, when you say things like that, I get up from the floor and look at Shino. You look very beautiful. What are you saying right now? She asked, blushing deeply and trying to look away, but she knew he liked her comment. Baka. Ready? I asked as I looked at both of them, where Siko nodded and Shino did too, but the latter was still blushing. XXX. With the others. As the three of us headed towards the small farm, we could see a man on guard atop a barn. This man was Tadashi, who picked up his sniper rifle and began scanning the area. So not today either, huh? Not today either. Kuriko asked as she climbed the ladder and sat down next to her husband. Nothing, it's been 3 days and we haven't heard from Tatsumi, Shino, or Siko. You don't think they're dead, do you? I don't think so. Siko is very skilled with a sword. She can easily survive. Shino is very good with weapons, and Tatsumi, he's almost impossible to kill. Yes, you're right, he survived a lot, he's definitely alive. At that moment, as they were both letting out a small giggle, the sound of an engine alerted them both, at which point Tadashi quickly got up from the ground and pointed his rifle at the place where the sound was coming from. At first, all I could see was dust, until little by little the car began to appear on the hillside, revealing a yellow vehicle. The moment he saw it was my car, his face broke into a huge smile and he stopped aiming and looked at his wife. It's Tatsumi, he's back. I can't believe it, Kiriko said, very surprised, while covering her mouth with both hands. Quick, go warn the others, and especially Seiya. Yeah, Kiriko quickly went downstairs and headed inside the house, where Tadashi stared at her with a smile before turning his gaze to me. Welcome, leader. With Tatsuami Chayano and Seikyo. After a few hours, we would slowly be approaching the small farm where we assumed the others were, and we were currently climbing a small hill. As soon as we reached the top of the hill, we could see the farm in the distance, where we could also see several cars. The moment I saw the vehicles, I pressed the accelerator harder and sped off until we stopped in front of the gate. As soon as we stopped the car and got out, we could see everyone starting to come out one by one through the front door of the house. Seiya was the first to greet Shino and me. She went straight to me and gave me a very passionate kiss, then hugged me with tears in her eyes. You're here, Tatsumi. You're here, my Tatsumi. Yes, I am, I said, stroking his head, and I couldn't help but let tears of happiness well up in my eyes. I thought the worst. Oniichin, Alice, is that you? I asked with a smile as I moved slightly away from Seiya, where Alice pounced on the two of us. You're back, Oniichin, Alice said with tears of happiness as she hugged me, where Seiya and I looked at each other and smiled. I'm sorry I worried you, I said, stroking her hair, then picking her up and putting her on my shoulders. I looked at the others. Guys, we're back. Yes, welcome, they all shout with a smile. Siko, Shino, and I smiled, and then we all headed inside the house. At that moment, many were having conversations with Siko and Shino, while I took Alice off my shoulders and lagged behind Kamuro and Tadashi. Are you okay? Kamuro asks. No, of course not, but I'm holding on like everyone else. How have things been here? Don't worry, we've had a few of them around every day. Half a dozen at most, we take them out before they reach that fence. Other than that, everything's quiet, Tadashi replies. Do you like this place? Do you want to stay? It's a good vantage point and it's safe. We can make it work, Tatsumi. Nobody likes this place. There are more than 10 farms like this one all along the way. But before we got here, Takagi and I ran into a huge horde of them. And they're heading this way right now, Kamuro said, his face serious. They could be 2 days away at most. You know the situation. What have you thought? Should we stay? Tadashi asked. It's best to talk to the others inside. By the way, where are Emi and Akira? They both looked at each other, then their faces turned sad. I understand, let's go inside. After 59, that same evening we were all gathered in the small living room of the house discussing what to do and when to leave. While we were talking, Alice was asleep next to Zeke in one of the bedrooms. The little girl is already asleep. She was exhausted, Shizuka said as she came downstairs, and I nodded with a smile. Okay, first of all, I've already been told about Emi and Akira. Did anyone see how they died? Me, Akiko said, raising her hand. It was just before we left the prison. They both stayed behind to protect us while we got into the vehicles, and when we were ready, as I looked at them, I saw them get shot in the head. I see, thank you for telling me. She nodded with a small smile, but her eyes were filled with sadness. Now we need to talk about the most important thing about the approaching horde. What do you plan to do? Hisashi asked. There's a place. It's called Arcane. Has anyone seen any signs about it? Now that you mention it, when Kamuro and I were heading here, I saw a map someone had drawn. Could this be the same place? Seiya said, putting her hand to her chin as she thought. If I remember correctly, it pointed to Kyoto Prefecture. That's right, the message said. Community for all, those who arrive survive. Well, the place sounds good, but it's about 460 kilometers from here. We won't have enough gas and food to last us, Tadashi remarked. And let's not forget the ammunition either, Hirano added, to which Tadashi nodded. I know we're low on gas, food, and ammunition, but if we get there, we won't have to worry about those things for a while. Think about it. If that place is safe, we won't have to sleep with one eye open anymore. We can live in peace like a family. What do you say? After I asked that question, everyone remained silent, and I could see that many were considering whether or not to go there and whether the place was safe. I'll go, Shino said, getting up and standing to my right. If Tatsumi thinks we can make it and live in peace, I'm in. Don't leave me behind, Seiya said with a sweet smile. I'm coming too. And me, Kamuro says. Of course me too, Siko says with a smile. Asami's going too, she said, jumping up. And you, Koda. Of course, if my friends go, I'll go too. What can you do? Rei and I are going too, Hisashi said with a smile, and Rei nodded in agreement. Tadashi sighed. Young people these days, they grow up so fast. With everything they've been through, they can't really be considered young anymore. They're adults now, right? Kiriko said, watching us with a smile. Yes, you're right, Tadashi says with a smile. Adults are joining in too. At that moment when everyone was around me with a huge smile, I suddenly felt two arms crossing my chest and a couple of soft, round, very large things on my back, feeling a great softness that I loved. Don't forget about me, Tatsumi Shizuka whispers seductively in my ear. I'm in too. Okay, I looked at everyone. The trip is going to be very tough, so go to sleep and we'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. Yes, they all shouted at the same time while raising their fists. The next morning, shortly before sunrise, we were already up where we would now be finishing putting all our things into our respective vehicles. Is everything here? Tadashi asks. I think so, Siko replied. If that's all right with you, I'll go with Seiya, Shino, and Tatsumi in their car. What? Go ahead, more space for us, he said with a smile, which Siko returned before taking her sword and heading towards us. Are you ready? I asked as I closed the trunk. Almost there. Do you think you have room for me? Of course, I smiled as I climbed into the pilot's seat. Ready to go? I asked, looking at Shino, Seiya, and Siko. It seems so, Seiya replies. Okay, let's not keep them waiting any longer, I said with a smile before starting the car and leaving the farm with the others. XXX. Several hours had passed since we left the farm, and the journey, which covered about 200 kilometers, was very quiet. We occasionally encountered some of them, but we simply drove past them or ran them over. We're currently in Aichi Prefecture, just outside Nagoya, about 170 kilometers from Kyoto. We've run into a small problem. The vehicles have run out of gas. So none of them have any gas, I remarked, resting my hand on my chin. What do we do? Do we keep walking? Ray asks. It's the only thing we can do. After all, we haven't found a gas station in ages. Take all your things, we'll continue on foot. Understood, they all said wearily as they headed to their cars and gathered their belongings. I approached the yellow Camaro and placed a hand on it. Thanks for everything. Ready? Shino asked as he handed me my backpack. Yes, I glanced at the car one last time. I'm ready. After gathering all our belongings, we set off again for Kyoto without wasting any more time. Because we were walking, we had to make many more stops and the exhaustion was becoming increasingly evident on our faces. At that moment, as we were still walking, I looked back and could see several of them chasing us, which Tadashi also noticed. We're not very strong, we'll attack when it suits us best. From a hill or something, don't worry, they won't catch us. That's not what I'm worried about. We need water and food. I glanced at the sky. It'll probably rain soon, but I'll still take a look. I handed him my rifle. Let's see what I find. You guys keep going. Okay, but don't take too long. I simply nodded and then entered the woods, wandering aimlessly. After walking several meters, I came across a small barn in the middle of nowhere. I sighed. There's nothing. Having been unable to find any water, I returned to the others where I found them in the middle of the road surrounded by what appeared to be bottles and jerry cans of water. Kamuro, upon seeing me, approached and handed me a piece of paper. From a friend, I looked in all directions as I drew my pistol, then looked at the bottles and jerry cans. What are we going to do? Ray asked. No, not this. We don't know who it belongs to, I replied. If it's a trap, we've already fallen into it. But I prefer to believe that someone good left it there. What if it's not like that? What if it contains something bad? Akiko asks. That's precisely why we can't, I said. Just as I finished my sentence, a distant flash of lightning struck. We all looked up at the sky and saw it turn completely gray. After a few more lightning bolts, it began to rain heavily and we couldn't help but feel joyful. God, this is great, Kiriko said as she lay down on the ground next to Akiko, where they both let the rain fall on them. Everyone grab bags or whatever you can find, let's go. I said as I took several bottles and bowls out of my backpack and the others did the same. But at that moment, as we were collecting water, several flashes of lightning alerted us and we could see how the storm was getting stronger and approaching us. Oni-chan, I'm scared. Alice said as she hugged me from behind because of the lightning. We have to keep walking, Seiya suggests. Everyone follow me. There's a barn. Everyone nodded and we quickly entered the woods, heading towards the small barn I had found earlier. Upon arriving, Siko, Shino, and I were the first to go inside, checking that it was clear. Clean, come in. Several hours later, everyone was asleep in the small barn while I stood guard outside the door. I leaned against a beam until I had a strange feeling. As I approached the door, I could see a horde drawing near. I quickly closed the doors, leaning my body against them just as the horde was doing everything they could to get in. Because of all the commotion I was making, one by one they started to get up, watching me hold the door shut. Without saying a word, the moment they woke up, they began to approach me so that together they could force them out. We have to hold on, keep going, come on, don't give up, let's all go together, XXX. I was the first to wake up and I could see everyone else asleep, scattered all over the barn. After getting up and ready, I went over to Shino and gently shook her awake. Tatsumi, come on, she wouldn't say anything, and after getting ready we both went outside, where upon exiting we could see how some of them were mutilated or stuck in the ground because of the trees. Apparently last night's storm brought down a large part of the forest. Look, he could have destroyed the barn, but he didn't. Yes, we were very lucky. Shino and I ignored those who were trapped and continued walking. After walking several meters, we reached the edge of the forest. There we both sat on a log to watch the sunrise. Why are we here? Shino asked as he gazed at the sunrise. That's why, I answered without taking my eyes off the road. You know, seeing this I think we're going to make it, we're all going to survive. Yes, all together. I have something for you, I said, putting my hand in my pocket. Turn around. She listened to me and very carefully I put the pendant on her. After I put it on, she stared at it, clearly understanding what it was. Tatsumi, this is. Yes, it's an electrode that Seiya and Shizuka put in me the day I had surgery. With this in, you'll never be alone. I'll always be by your side no matter what. Thank you, Tatsumi, she said while wiping away her tears of happiness, and I couldn't help but be fascinated by how beautiful she is. Tatsumi, I love you. And I love you, Shino, I said as I brought my face closer to hers where she saw my intention and did the same. Hello, a voice said. The moment Shino and I heard the voice, we stopped what we were doing and quickly drew our pistols. We saw a girl with short silver hair, large, bright blue eyes, and fair skin. She was wearing a dark and light green tracksuit, similarly colored shorts with black knee-high socks underneath, and a long-sleeved V-neck shirt in a lighter shade of green. No, I didn't mean to bother you, the girl said, a little nervous and blushing. You're Tatsumi-kun, right? I'd like to talk to you. Why? Shino asks. I have good news. Shino and I slowly lowered our pistols and the girl calmed down a bit. Much better. Who are you? I asked. That's right, but where are my manners? My name is Tatsuka Seika. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The girl said with a charming smile. Chapter 60. When Shino and I introduced ourselves, we both looked at each other and nodded, and then the three of us headed to the small barn where the others would be waiting for us. Guys, I said as I opened the door. This is Tatsuka Seika. We found her outside. She's alone. We took her weapons and all her belongings. And what does he want? Tadashi asked. She wants to talk to me. I thought it would be good if we all heard what she had to say. She glanced at Seika. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Is that all right? That's why I'm here to talk, she says with a smile. How many people are in your group? I don't know, 3 to 4 more or less. I think we're still less than 40, so many. Where are they? In our community, it's on the other side of the mountain, about 32 kilometers away. Why are you here? I'm sort of a recruiter. I swear I was just spying on you to make sure which group would fit in. I think that's what I'm trying to say. I've been watching you for a while. You seem like a good group of people. I know you're having trouble finding food. That's normal around here. We've taken all the supplies in this area. We have a warehouse full of food. We have security walls. We have room for all of you, I promise. Do you have a safe place to live and you're traveling around alone inviting people over? What do you gain from that? There's a lot to do to maintain what we have. We need you as much as you need us. I'm sure each of you has some skill and level of experience that will enrich our community. It's a combination of things. Although it's not up to me whether you can stay or not, that's someone else's decision. My job is to convince you to come with me there. Okay, what do you think? I asked while looking at the others. I think we should go. She has a group of about 40 people, all housed within walls, and she's inviting us. And from what she just said, all she's asking is that we contribute to her community, help out however we can. I'm in, Seiya said with a smile as she took my right hand. I'm with Seiya, I'm going too, Shizuka said. Me too, Rika says. Asami thinks it's a good opportunity, so I'll go. Yes, I'll go, Rei says. I'm going too, Shino said as she approached me and took my left hand. When I looked at her, she smiled just like the others. Tatsumi. All right, if this is what everyone wants, then perfect for me. I glanced at Seika. Tatsukasan, take us to your community. Yes, Seika says with a smile. Do you have a vehicle? Hirano asks. That's right, it's on the other side of the woods. It's a caravan, so there'll be plenty of room for everyone. Follow me. Seika said as she came out of the barn with a big smile. We all looked at each other, a little puzzled, then quickly gathered our things and started following Seika through the forest. After searching the entire forest, we reached a road where the caravan Seika had mentioned was parked. Is there no one else? Is it just you? I asked, a little confused. That's right, it's just me. The previous recruiters came in pairs, but since I became one of them, let's just say things have changed. One, aren't you a girl? Ray asks, well, he blushes slightly and looks away. I'm a boy. We all shouted loudly. A boy, I asked as I approached Seika and looked him up and down. Impossible. Tatsumi-kun, it's embarrassing that you're looking at me like that, Seika said, blushing, which made me blush and move away from him. Sorry, wait, why am I blushing? I thought, anyway, we'd better go. It's getting late. Tadashi, are you driving? Of course, let's go. Yes, they all say at the same time, still a little surprised. XXX. After that moment and meeting Seika, hours later we would be approaching the community called Arcane, in which we were now in the city of Kyoto, in which Seika would not be pointing towards an old baseball stadium, where after walking through some streets we would already be seeing a part of the community. We're here. They'll open the gate in a second. There's a parking lot inside the stadium. Someone's bound to come out and greet us. Tatsumi-kun, you did it. I wouldn't say a word and would just stand there looking at the place with a smile, as would everyone else. Shortly after the gate opened, we headed inside the stadium to park the RV where we saw that it was the entrance to the baseball field. Park here. This is the garage, which also houses the workshop and armory. There's a shooting range if you'd like to practice, Seika said as he got out of the caravan with us following behind. Let me go and let them know you're here. It'll only take a minute to explain. Seika said nothing and quickly went to where the leader was while we headed to the stadium field. Our faces instantly changed to ones of surprise when we saw the community that had formed there. This isn't real. Well, believe me, he is, Seika said as she approached us. Ijisen is ready to see you. Iji, I asked. He is, for lack of a better word, a leader. He's the one who guides us. He makes sure everyone does their job. Everything I've told you is true, but he still wants to talk to you. He answers all your questions honestly, even if you feel you shouldn't, and you'll be fine. He's in what used to be the stadium's communications rooms. Follow me? All right. Seika simply smiled and began guiding me towards where the leader Iji was. After passing through several areas of the stadium, I found myself in front of a door that led to the stadium's old communications room. Hello, I asked as I opened the door. You must be Tatsumi-san, I'm Iji. Nice to meet you, he said, extending his hand. The pleasure is all mine, returning the handshake. Seika-san says good things about you and your group, Tatsumi-san. Thank you. I assure you they're all true. If that's why I'm here, exactly why am I here? To talk, that's all. Please sit down, he said as he sat down in a chair where I sat in front of him. How long have you been out there? From the beginning. How did they meet? Did they know each other before or? Yes, we knew each other. I see the point here, Tatsumi-san, is that we need more people like you. Aside from your knowledge of the outside world, which we so desperately need, you're also very well prepared to handle well seemingly any situation. What do you want me to say? I want you to tell me what you did before all this. That's something I don't know. It will help us decide what you'd be best suited for here in the community. He was just a student. Huh, well, I'll think of some job for you. Is that how it works? You tell us what to do and we do it. No, it's open to discussion. How does it work, Tatsumi-san? Well, we have a community here and it's safe. There are solid walls everywhere. It's a good place to live, but that comes at a price. It takes a lot of work to maintain this. To give everyone security and food to keep the community going. Everyone has to do their craft, everyone has to work. And so, I try to do my best and place people in the jobs they can do best and that are most rewarding for them. Don't misunderstand me, I was just asking you a question. Okay. The other part of the deal is that, besides receiving food and protection, you'll have your own place to live, just like everyone else. Okay, excellent, well done, Tatsumi-san, that's all. We're finished, Iji said, rising from his chair. Now there will be a short tour and a welcome reception at dinner. You and your group have a big day ahead. I'd like to speak with a few more people if time allows. That sounds good to me, Iji. Welcome to our community. Extending his hand again, thank you for having us. Returning the handshake, I then left the room where Seika and Shino were waiting for me. I told you there wouldn't be a problem, Seika said with a smile. Yeah, he seems like a nice guy. He wants someone else to come inside to talk. Shino, do you want to come? Of course, she said, giving me a kiss on the cheek before heading off to Iji. When you finish, I'll tell Seiya to talk to him too. Don't worry, she says with a smile before closing the door behind her. Okay, Tatsukasan, will you show me around here? Yeah, after my short chat with the community leader, Seika would be showing me all around Arcane, where we are now in the laundry area and the water tank. Here's the laundry. Believe it or not, it leaves your clothes smelling great. You can leave your laundry here after Ijisen finishes talking with your group. That would be great. It's been a while since I've smelled clean laundry. Follow me, I'll show you the kitchen now, Seika said as she descended a wooden staircase. Here it is. You have plenty of food, that's right. Thanks to the crops and farms, we have plenty of food. She looks at me with a smile. We're having a party tonight, so don't miss it. Of course, I smiled. After that, Seika would be taking me to the most important places in the community, and right now we're at the top of the stadium. From there, you can see the entire community perfectly. Tatsukasan, this place is amazing. If it is, I've been living here since all this started, and I can assure you it's incredible how everything has changed. I believe you. Okay, now I'll show you where you and your group will sleep. Follow me. I didn't say anything and started following Seika, who was leading me to a secluded area away from the other houses. I was a little confused, but that confusion disappeared the moment I saw two enormous houses in front of me. These are them both. They're yours, I'd take this one, it's more appealing. I looked at him a little confused. Hey, I know you still don't trust us, but I'm really glad you came. Tatsukasan, thank you, you're welcome. Anyway, Ijisen told us all to leave you alone so no one will bother you. I already showed you around, but take a walk, explore. If you need anything, I live there. Pointing to a small house in the distance. Thank you for everything, I said with a smile, causing Seika to blush slightly. WL goodbye. I would stare at it for a moment before looking at both houses, and after choosing one of them, I prepared to enter. Here we go, I sighed as I grabbed the doorknob until suddenly I heard someone calling me. Tatsumi, Shino and Seiya shout, and I see them approaching with everyone else smiling. I see the talk with the leader went well, I said with a smile, and everyone nodded. Then welcome to our new home. Chapter 61. Several hours before the party started, Siko, Kamuro, and I headed to the garage and armory area as IG had assigned us the job of gathering supplies and securing the surroundings of the community. We would now be heading to the armory area where two boys were coming out. They were both carrying rifles and pistols. Tatsumi, Siko, and Kamuro. He pointed to each of us as he named us. Nice to meet you, I'm Kenji, and this is Aiden. Hello, Aiden says expressionlessly. Are you IG's brother? I asked since they look somewhat alike. Exactly, I think you're the leader of the group, right? I've heard you're an expert at finding supplies, just like Kamuro. He glances at Siko, and you're very good with a sword. I've seen your warehouse, I'd say you are too, I replied. Well, I had training, I was in the reserves. I almost made it to lieutenant before this all blew up. Come on, I'll show you how this works. Are we going out today? Kamuro asks, just for a little while so you can see the terrain around here and get a little handsy. Want to? He asks the last part with a mocking tone. No, I don't want to, but okay. Do you have ammunition? I asked. Ah, yes. Aiden, give a couple of boxes to the three of you. Yes. Taking a couple of boxes out of his backpack and handing one to each of us. Make sure everyone counts. Relax, we have some experience. Okay, let's go then. But just as we were getting ready to leave the community, the five of us could see Seika picking up some supplies, which made me assume she was going to leave. Tatsukasan, are you going out? Tatsumi-kun, well, yes, I'm going out to recruit more people. Go see Kenji and Aiden. You're going out with Kenji-san and Aiden-san, be careful. I will, he smiled slightly. You be careful too, okay? Of course, he puts his backpack on, then I'll leave. Have a good trip. After saying goodbye to Seika and watching her get into a car, I rejoined the group where I noticed annoyance on Kenji and Aiden's faces, which alarmed me. Is something wrong? I asked them both and they instantly smiled. No, nothing, Kenji replied. It's just, are you friends with Tatsuka? Friends? Well, he brought us here and showed me the whole place, so yes, I can consider him a friend. But you know he's a boy, right? Aiden asks. Yes, what about that? Siko asked. Doesn't it bother you, seeing a pretty face, thinking it's a girl, and then discovering it's actually a boy? Just thinking about it disgusts me. The three of us remained silent. Okay, let's not waste any more time. Follow me, yeah. Kenji and Aiden took the lead, and the three of us started following behind. After walking through several streets, we reached a forest. As we continued walking through the woods, Kenji started a conversation. We have been increasing the radius kilometer by kilometer, making a semicircle around the stadium. We've already reached 90 kilometers, Aiden adds. When we left the vehicle, we split into two groups. If there's trouble, we launch a flare and the other group comes. Good system, Kamuro commented. It is, but you're here because we lost 4 people last month. What happened? We went outside and a few of them arrived. They didn't follow the system. They were good people, Aiden adds again. They just got scared. Listen, sometimes I'm tough. I know I'm a jerk, but someone has to give the orders here and that's me. On this team, everything I say goes. I'm sorry you lost them, Siko said. Yeah, we killed some too. We managed to catch one of them who killed them. We hung him up there. What did you say? Why, look, we have a preliminary ritual to get us going. It reminds us of the enemy. He stops at a tree and looks at a blood-soaked rope. You've got to be kidding me. Help me find him. What the hell? The blood is fresh. He's close. Aiden said, looking around as Kenji removed the rope from the tree. Make some noise, he'll definitely hear it. Yes, Aiden replies, then starts whistling loudly. Hey, he's gone, stop making noise. Give the order. He killed a friend of ours. He's close and he won't get away. He wouldn't say another word and continued untying the rope while Aiden whistled and clapped to get the infected person's attention. Just as Kenji turned around, one of them appeared out of nowhere. Hey here, come on, come here, hey. Come on, come with me. Aiden said, trying to get the infected man's attention and drawing him closer. Kamuro instantly drew his pistol and pointed it at him. No, don't shoot. Everyone else back. Kenji orders. Kamuro, Siko, they both look at me, don't do anything. Both, feeling somewhat uncertain, lowered their weapons and then turned their attention to Aiden and Kenji, where the latter had grabbed the infected man's arms and was holding him down. But because his skin was rotten, he began to slip until the infected man turned around and attacked Kenji. Kamuro, a little worried, approached to help. At that moment, Kenji managed to break free from the infected man's grip and then pushed him toward Kamuro. Kamuro did his best to hold him down until I saw that he couldn't hold on any longer. I quickly drew my pistol and shot him in the head. Thank you, Kamuro said, wiping away his sweat, and I nodded. What have you done? Kenji asked as he approached me. What did you do? You almost killed him. I told you to stand back. I told you to do as I ordered. I told you, gee. I let out that laugh and then headed back to the community accompanied by Kamuro and Siko. During the journey, there were no words exchanged, but the atmosphere was tense. After a couple of minutes, we would be arriving at the community, where after they opened the door for us, I would be taking the lead towards my house. You'll be doing another job. You're not ready yet, Kenji says from behind. It's you who isn't, I said without taking my eyes off the road. Hey, He increased his speed and touched my shoulder where I had stopped. Listen, we have a way of doing things here. You tie up the infected. I killed a friend. Listen, I'm not going to argue with you. Out there you have to obey me. Sure, so the same thing happens to us as happened to your last team, I said mockingly, which offended Kenji, who came closer to me, bringing us face to face. Repeat it. Leave him alone, Kenji-san, Aiden said, but he ignored him and pushed me a little. It's best not to provoke him, Kamuro said. Come on, tough guy, pushing me again. You don't impress us, man, not me, not anyone, get lost. I said expressionlessly, standing face to face with Kenji. Kenji, what's going on? IG asked as he approached us because of the demonstration that was forming around the two of us. He doesn't like how we do things. He glances at IG. Why did you let them in? Because we know what we're doing out there, something you don't, I replied. The moment I answered his question, Kenji, in a swift movement, tried to punch me in the face, but I ducked to dodge it. After his arm passed over me, I quickly got up and punched him in the face, knocking him to the ground. And you'd better not get up. After hitting Kenji and leaving him on the ground, I turned my attention to Aiden, who seemed a little surprised. He then dropped his weapon and lunged at me, but Seiko stopped him, drawing her sword and placing it against his neck. Don't move, Seiko said. That's enough. Everyone, IG shouts, drawing everyone's attention. Listen carefully, everyone, okay? Tatsumi-san and his group are part of this community just like us, understood? He looks at his brother. Understood, Kenji said, still on the ground, wiping the blood from his nose. Then everyone began to disperse. Thank you. Why, I asked, for pulling my brother's ass. You are welcome. XXX. Hours later, I was at our new house downstairs waiting for Seiya and Shino. The party IG had organized for us had already started and everyone else was there except for the three of us. Come on, girls, the party has already started. I shouted from downstairs. Wait a minute, Seiya shouts. But how much time do they need? Minutes later, I started hearing the girls coming downstairs, the first being Seiya, who was wearing a short pink dress. She had her hair in a ponytail, which made her look very pretty. How do I look? She asks, blushing. You look gorgeous. I've never seen you with just one ponytail. It suits you. Oh, really? Yes. Although I prefer you with pigtails, they make you look much more beautiful. Thank you, she said as she looked away, blushing and played with her fingers. And Shino. Here, she said as she descended the stairs with a smile. Do I look okay? Of course you look beautiful too. I showed them both my arms and they understood and clung to me. Ready. Yes, they both say at the same time with a beautiful smile. After getting ready, the three of us headed to the party. Upon arrival, the first thing we saw was all the lights and decorations, which surprised us. We were also amazed by the music and the voices of the people who filled the entire place. Welcome, IG said, holding a glass as he approached us. Thank you for coming, come in. The three of us just nodded and started following IG through the party, where at that moment we could notice how everyone was watching us. I assumed it was because of the confrontation I had earlier. Tatsumi, everyone's watching us, Shino whispers. It makes me nervous, Seiya whispers. Don't worry, it must be because you're the most beautiful women here, I said with a smile, causing them both to blush. Idiot, what a time to say that. Shino said, still blushing. Yufu fufu, I can't help it. I look at the others. Look, there they are, go have fun. And you? Seiya asks. I'm going to find someone. You all enjoy yourselves. I'll be right back. I smiled. Okay, but don't be long, Shino said as she approached and kissed me on the cheek, as did Seiya, of course. I simply smiled and watched as Shino and Seiya approached the others before leaving the party. After several minutes, I stood in front of a particular house with its lights on. I went up to the door and knocked a couple of times. Wait a minute. A voice called from behind the door, which then began to open. Tatsumi-kun. Tatsukasan, good evening. Are you bothering me? No, not at all. Aren't you going to the party? The party, I'd love to. But some people aren't very comfortable with me, so it would be best not to start a fight. Kenji and Aiden, right? He nodded, looking down. Come in, I was just about to have dinner. I make great spaghetti, he says with a smile. I'd love to. I smiled as I entered his house, where he closed the door behind him. The dining room is that way. You sit wherever you like, I'll give you some now. Thank you. Seika smiled and headed to the kitchen while I simply explored the area around the house. The house was much smaller than ours, but it still served its purpose and was cozy. It's ready, Seika said as she placed the plates on the table. Have you been living alone this whole time? I asked as I sat down. Yes. Before I came here, I was in a small group with my parents, but she wouldn't say anything and would sit down at the table. I'm sorry, don't worry, come on, let's start eating or it'll get cold. Of course, let's go, starting to devour all the spaghetti at great speed. Ha ha ha, slow down, if you want more just ask. Thank you, I said with my mouth full, then swallowed. This is delicious. Thank you, she said, playing with her food. You know, I saw your confrontation with Kenji-san, you saw what he did, right? Yes, you released the infected one, right? He wouldn't take his eyes off his food and would nod. I didn't want you to see what they did and think badly of us. Not all of us are bad people and think like Kenji-san or Aiden-san, but those two, he paused for a moment. Tell me, Tatsumi-kun, will you go out with them again? He asked, fidgeting with his fingers and blushing. Why is she blushing? I thought, I don't know, after all, they didn't assign me any other job. Then I'll offer you one. I want you to be the other recruiter for Arcane. I want you to be my partner because you know what you're doing. You handle yourself well out there, but it's not your place. I know it's hard getting used to people who are getting used to you, and I understand you need to get away from time to time, just like me. But above all, I want you to help me recruit people because you know the difference between a good person and a bad one. Okay, I smiled. I have nothing else to do, and I assure you I don't want to put up with Kenji again. Seika couldn't help but giggle. Very well, Seikasen, let's recruit a lot of people together. I said with a smile. Hi, he says with a smile. Chapter 62. Several days after deciding to become a recruiter and accompany Seika, I was now heading to his house. After saying goodbye to everyone else who were going to their respective jobs, I approached the house. Seikasen, it's time to go. I called from outside but received no response. That's strange, did she fall asleep? When I didn't receive any response from Seika, I decided to go into her house where I saw that the door was unlocked. Somewhat alarmed and worried, I began searching for Seika throughout her house. I walked slowly down the hallways, glancing at the rooms until only one remained, the bedroom. Very carefully, I opened the door, and when it was fully open, I could see Aiden pointing a gun at Seika's head. What's going on here? I asked aloud, where Aiden and Seika were looking at me. Seika shouted, but she couldn't because her mouth was covered. What are you doing here? Aiden asked, still pointing at Seika. I came to find my partner, your colleague, this guy. Don't tell me your coworkers now, that's right. So why don't you let go of Seikasen and we'll forget all this? Should we forget all this? Do you think you're the law? Do you really think you have any say here? He stops pointing at Seika and comes closer to me, bringing us face to face. You'd better step aside. Who do you think you are? Someone who is trying not to kill you. He was quite furious and tried to punch me, but I dodged it with a swift movement and then punched him in the face. Aiden recovered easily and elbowed me in the face, which left me a little perplexed. You'd better stop, I'm warning you. But he wouldn't listen to me and would lunge at me, slamming me hard against the wall. We both started to struggle until Aiden grabbed my head and began to bang it against the wall. Okay, I warned you. I quickly elbowed him in the stomach, causing him to back away from me. Then I lunged at him and kicked him, sending him crashing into the wall and creating a hole. I sighed, then looked at Seika. Seikasen, I'll untie you now. I positioned myself behind Seika and began to untie him, and then, seeing that he was free, he removed the handkerchief from his mouth and rushed towards me, giving me a hug. Tatsumi-kun, I see you've had a rough time. I stroked his head. It's okay. Sniff, I sniff. I thought I was going to die. Sniff. Tell me what happened. Well, I was waiting for you so we could go recruit people when someone knocked on the door. At first, I thought it was you. But when I saw the time, I knew it was someone else, so when I opened it, I saw it was Aiden. And as soon as I opened the door, he pounced on you and tied you up right. He nodded, his head bowed, and I placed my hand on his head. We'll sort this out, don't worry, okay? Hi, Tatsumi-kun. That smile, I must protect it, I thought with a smile as I looked at Seika. Seika, we'd better get out of here, I said as I stood up from the ground. Wait, what did you call me? The blushing man asked. I hope you don't mind, after all we're friends, aren't we? Of course, then I'll call you by your name. He blushes slightly. T. Tatsumi. I smiled, then went over to where Aiden was, still lying unconscious on the ground. Carefully, I crouched down and began searching him, taking his gun and ammunition. Is she unconscious? Seika asked from the hole. Yes, it would be best to warn Iji about this. Can you go? Sure, leave it to me, he says, hitting his chest before running out of the house. Well, what am I going to do with you now? How about dying? The moment I turned to look at Aiden, he had woken up and lunged at me, and we both began to struggle. During our struggle, we were both thrown out the window and tumbled down the stadium stands. The moment we both touched down, we complained a little about the blows we received before getting up from the ground. Tell me, Aiden, is that the best you can do? Shut up, you're dead. In his rage, he lunged at me again, but because he was off his balance, his punches were quite slow. I was able to take advantage of this, landing a couple of punches and kicks. As soon as I laid Aiden on the ground, I looked around and saw that a large part of the community was watching us, including my friends. Because I was distracted, Aiden got up and lunged at me, where he began to strangle me. Die, damn it. Let it go, I shouted. Saya, who was closer, quickly charged at Aiden, trying her best to get away from me. But because Aiden was slightly stronger, he elbowed her in the face, knocking her to the ground. You have made a serious mistake. Like this, which one? I strained my hands, slowly running out of air to touch my Saya. I quickly struck Aiden's arms sharply, causing them to buckle, and then headbutted him hard. He stumbled away from me, completely disoriented, and I took advantage of the moment to approach him and punch him, sending him crashing to the ground. I took a deep breath and positioned myself behind Aiden, then grabbed him by the neck, beginning to strangle him tightly to the point of breaking it. Tatsumi-san, stop it. Leave it alone, Iji shouts, arriving alongside Seika. If you ever touch someone important to me again, I'll kill you. I whispered near his ear as I strangled him. Don't mess with me, Tatsumi-san, I said. Enough is enough. What? I said as I let go of Aiden and pointed the gun at everyone. Are you going to kick me out of here? Put that gun down, Tatsumison, you still don't understand. None of you, we know what needs to be done and we do it. We're the ones who live, you just stand around thinking and hesitating, and you pretend to know something but it's not true, you wish things were different. Well, do you want to live? Do you want this place to stay standing? Your way of doing things is over. Things don't get better just because you wish them to. From now on, you have to live in the real world. You have to control who lives here. I've never been as sure of it as I am right now. Me, you mean me, you're going to destroy this town. You'll kill a lot of people you already have, and I'm not going to stand idly by and let it happen. If you don't fight, you die. After saying those words, I looked around at everyone, then my gaze fell on two people, Seiya and Shino. They were both staring at me with fear. The moment I looked at their faces, I realized what I was doing and dropped the gun, then raised both hands. One of the guards approached from behind, tied my hands, and took me to a sort of cell. XXX. Hours later, I found myself in one of the community's cells, where Shizuka was finishing treating my wounds. Only Shizuka, Seiya, and Shino were there, and the two of them were looking at me with their arms crossed. I'm done, Shizuka said as she put her things away in the first aid kit. Thank you. Shizuka, could you leave us alone? Shino asked, to which Shizuka nodded and left. Tatsumi, what are you doing? I'm sorry. We've taken Aidenson to another house. We're keeping an eye on him. You should have told us what was happening, Seiya said. It was very quick, you liked this place a lot. We had to stop hanging around like that, and you know it, she said as she approached me and sat down next to me just like Shino. Well, here we are, although this is like the train car Shido put me in. After everything that's happened to us, I'm still stuck there. Then let us help you get here, Shino said with a tender smile as she placed her hand on mine. Ignore the background behind Shino. Shino's right, let us help you this time, Seiya said, doing the same thing Shino did. Okay, interlacing my fingers with both hands, please help me. I smiled. Hi, they both said in unison while showing a smile. Just as you were having your moment, we were interrupted by the sound of the door opening where the three of us could see that it was Kamuro, Seiko, and Tadashi. How are you? Seiko asks. Good, now quite well. How is Seika feeling? He's fine. He's talking to Ig right now about what happened and about the meeting he wants us to meet tonight to discuss it, Kamuro said. A meeting to fire me to try it. Tatsukasen will figure it out. What are you going to say at the meeting? Tadashi asked the truth. I don't want to keep lying anymore. What if despite all those nice words they still want to fire you? If that's what they want, then I'll leave alone. Well, if you leave, I'll go with you, Shino said with a confident smile. Of course I'm leaving too, Seiya said in the same tone. You're very stubborn, did you know that? Well, we learned from the best, Shino said with a smile as he touched my shoulder, making us all laugh. XXX. Hours later, night had fallen and I was still in the cell, but this time I was completely alone. The meeting was about to begin and I was already preparing for it. But just as I was putting on my jacket, I looked out the window and in front of me I could see the main door of Arcane, which I saw was open. So I quickly grabbed a pistol that Shino and Seiya had lent me, and without wasting any more time, I headed to the door. I looked around to see if anyone had gone in or out, but I couldn't see anything until I stared at the door lock where I could see bits of flesh and blood. Shit. I quickly closed the front door and stared at the floor as there were traces of blood. I started following the trail which led me to the residential area. Because it was night and visibility was poor, I couldn't find the infected person until suddenly a dog started barking in the distance. Thank you, little dog, I whispered to myself. I drew my knife and began following the sound of the barking. After searching several paths, I arrived at the house where the dog was barking. I looked around but saw nothing until, as I turned around, one of them appeared out of nowhere and lunged at me. Before the infected could get any closer, I grabbed him by the neck and started struggling with him, then quickly plunged the knife into his head. I thought I had killed them all, but suddenly two more appeared from the darkness. I would lunge at them and push the biggest one, then grab the smallest one's head and push him against the wall, where without wasting any more time I would stab the knife into his head. The moment I killed the second infected, the larger one lunged at me and we both fell to the ground. I began to struggle with the infected, grabbing its face to prevent it from biting me. That's disgusting, your breath smells. Because of the fall, the knife fell from my hand, so while I held it with one hand, with the other I drew the pistol and then began to bury it in his neck as if it were a knife, so that I could shoot, splashing myself completely with blood. I hate this shit, I said as I moved the body away, then wiped my face with my jacket sleeve. After cleaning myself up a bit, I picked up one of the dead bodies and headed to the meeting place. Everyone was talking as if it were a debate, but all those voices would fall silent the moment I threw the body to the ground. I see the meeting is still going on, great. I pointed to the body. There wasn't a guard at the door, it was open. I told Aiden to close it, a man said, looking at IG. Run. IG ordered, and without hesitation he ran towards the door. I didn't bring him here, he came in on his own, I said, walking to the center so everyone would look at me. Like the living and the dead always do, because we're here and those out there will hunt us, they'll find us, they'll try to use us, they'll try to kill us, but we'll kill them and survive. My group and I will show you how. I extended my hand toward IG. You will change and you will survive. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone looked at each other and began to nod, then one by one they started to applaud. IG then slowly approached me and took my hand, but just before I could return the handshake, Aiden appeared out of nowhere with Seiko's sword in his hand, which startled us all. "You're not one of us," he shouted as he approached me. "Aiden, calm down, don't do this," Kenji said as he stood in front of him. "Now you're on his side. You've already forgotten everything we talked about. If you're on his side, you'd better stay away from me, Kenji." "Aiden, Para, get out of the way, get out of the way. Relax, Aiden, stop, Aiden." But he couldn't finish speaking because when he approached Aiden, Aiden pushed him and then slit his throat, where IG caught him before he fell to the ground. "No, please no," IG shouted as he covered his brother's wound. Before Aiden could escape, Hisashi appeared behind him and immobilized him on the ground with a judo hold. I remained there watching IG and Kenji. Shizuka was tending to Kenji, doing everything she could to save him, but it was no use. "It was him, it's his fault," Aiden shouts over and over again. "Tatsumi," IG said, his face a mixture of anger and sadness. "Do it." As soon as I heard IG's words and he let me do it, I looked at Aiden one last time and pointed my gun at his head, where at that moment only the sound of a gunshot could be heard throughout the place. Chapter 63. Several months later, we found ourselves in the forest near Kyoto City in our community, where we would be focusing on a small group of people who would be doing their best to escape from a horde of them. Run. A woman shouts after killing two with her machete and seeing another large group approaching. The group consisted of 5 people, mostly girls except for one man. They were all doing their best to escape the horde surrounding them, which numbered around 30 or more. "We must fight, we can still achieve it." "Okay, shit," the man said as he helped the girl up from the floor. "We need to break through, okay? Yum, stay inside the circle." Hi, said a girl with her eyes closed as she was blind. More coming from the north. At that moment, when they were completely surrounded and ready to fight, several shots began to echo through the place and then several bodies of them began to fall, thus forming a breach. "Come on, this way, clear," shouts a little girl's voice. Come on," the man shouts. The entire group, upon seeing an area clear of them, began to run without stopping, plunging into the woods to lose them. They were forced to halt when they encountered the girl who had fired the shot, who turned out to be Alice along with Zeke. "Do you have names?" Alice asked as she put away the gun, at which point Zeke began to growl. "Calm down, Zeke. I am Magna and these are Connie, Kelly, Yumiko and Yum. Who are you?" "Alice, and this is Zeke." The dog barked in greeting. "Come with me, my group is nearby." Alice said no more words and began walking through the woods, followed by the group she had single-handedly rescued. Meanwhile, my group and I were a few meters away from Alice, and since we couldn't see her, we were searching for her in the woods. "Alice," Seiya shouts. "Alice, Zeke, where are you?" Hirano shouts. "Alyssechan," Asami shouts. "Alice," I shouted. "I'm," she said as she ran towards us. "Are you okay?" I asked until I saw the group that was following her. "Who are they?" I heard them calling, they needed help. "Our camp, it's been destroyed, we owe our lives to Alyssechan," the man said as they caught their breath. "Okay, relax, you're safe now." He handed them some water. "Here you go, I'm Tatsumi and these are Shino, Seiya, Seiko, Seika, Kimura, Hirano and Asami." Magna, Connie, Kelly, Yumiko and Yum, pointing to them one by one. "Yum, right?" I asked as I extended my hand. "That's right, Suzuhara. Yum, a pleasure. Are you blind?" "That's right, I've had this disability since I was 5, but thanks to my blindness my other senses have improved." She smiles after the handshake. "I see, I'm glad." I smiled, then looked at everyone. "We're from a large community. We have walls, food, water, a place to sleep. I think you'll like it." "Are there more of you? Too many. Do you want to come?" Seika asks. "We'd love to." "Wait," Yum says, "what's happening?" "It's the same horde as before. They're still following us, although they're quite far away, about 100 meters or so." "Incredible," I said, a little surprised, just like the others in my group. "Thank you," she says with a smile. "Okay, let's get going. Let's go to the cars." "Yeah, XXX. A few hours later, we were already in front of the gate to enter the community, where as soon as we entered and parked the vehicles, I asked one of the guards to notify IG. "We'll go see IG so he can meet you, while you leave all your things in that building over there. I'll show you around." "Tatsumi, we're going home," Shino said as she approached me. "Be careful." "Don't worry, I'll be right there," I said with a smile as I gave her a kiss, then kissed Seiya. "Don't waste the hot water, I want to shower too." "We're not promising anything," they both say at the same time with a smile. I sighed, then looked at the group. "Let's go." The group said nothing and began to leave their things, then started to follow me as we headed towards the center of the stadium, where I could see on their faces a face full of surprise, except for one. "You messin' if you want, I can tell you everything we have." I smiled. "I'd love to," she smiles. I still kept smiling, and while we were following the group who were checking out the community, I was telling Yum everything we had, causing her to put on a face of surprise and complete happiness. After having toured the most important areas of the community, we were now in front of IG's office, where after knocking on the door a couple of times, we heard a "come in." Tatsumi. I've already been told that you and your group brought more guests. That's right. We found them in the forest. Their camp was completely destroyed. They needed help. I see. Well, I'll talk to them privately. I nodded and closed the door behind me, leaving the group with IG waiting outside the office. After a couple of hours, the door began to open and the group emerged. So, I asked IG. They're already part of Arcane's, although they might be reliable, although I'm not sure yet. Don't worry, I'll be keeping an eye on them. Thank you, Tatsumi. All you're doing for the community. You don't have to thank me for anything. This community is my home. I smiled, then left IG's office. As soon as I left the office, the small group was waiting for me, ready to show them what would be their new home. But before I could reach the house, one of the guards ran up to me. Tatsumi, I was looking for you. What's happening? It's Ryzen. We found her outside the walls. She's in very bad shape. Nurse Marikawa is examining her right now. But is it okay? Yes, and Hisashi has disappeared. I understand. I'll go see Rei, then I'll go look for Hisashi. Are you sure? It will get dark soon. I'm very sure. I won't leave one of ours out there alone. Could you take this group to one of the empty houses? Yes, of course, I'll take care of it. Thank you. I glance at the group. I'm sorry, but it seems there's a problem. He'll guide you home. Thank you, Tatsumi-san, Yum said with a smile, and the others nodded in agreement. I nodded and quickly headed to the infirmary. When I arrived, I saw all my friends there. I walked past them and went to the stretcher where Rei lay unconscious. Shizuka was checking on her on one side while Tadashi and Kuriko were on the other. Shizuka, how are you feeling? She's stable, she just needs to rest, Shizuka said as she removed her stethoscope. Thank goodness, Tadashi said, stroking Rei's head. My little one. What happened? Shino asked. We still don't know. He's been unconscious the whole time. We just have to wait, Kuriko says. At that moment, as we were watching Rei to see when she would wake up, she began to let out small moans and then slowly began to wake up, and as soon as she saw where she was, she became a little restless. Relax, you're okay, Shizuka said. Where am I? She asks, a little flustered. In Arcane. They found you unconscious outside the walls, Tadashi said. How long have I been here? Only a couple of hours, but now you need to calm down, Kuriko says. No, Hisashi is still out there, she said as she tried to get off the stretcher, but Tadashi stopped her. You need to calm down and rest, I said as I moved a little closer to her. Tell me, Rei, what happened? Hisashi and I went out on patrol as usual, but this time we chose a different route. We decided to go across the bridge we're rebuilding. The bridge, you know perfectly well that the other side is dangerous. We haven't cleared that area yet, Kamuro said. I know, but I was tired of always going the same way, so we decided to cross it. Everything was very peaceful, until out of nowhere a huge horde surrounded us. We barely escaped. But Hisashi twisted his ankle and she began to cry. He asked me to leave. Did he die? Hirano asked. No, I don't know. The last thing I saw was him hiding in a barn, about 3 kilometers from the bridge, more or less. I didn't want to leave him, but he insisted I go, and she began to cry in Kuriko's lap. SHH, calm down, Kuriko said, stroking Rei's head. None of us knew what to say to reassure her, so we could only lower our heads. Then I made a decision and I looked at Shino and Seiya. They both looked at me and nodded with serious expressions. Seeing that they both agreed, I also nodded, but with a smile where they both saw how I moved my lips, perfectly understanding what I meant. I love you. After saying those warm words, I quickly left the room without being able to say goodbye to the others and noticed that it was already night. But that didn't matter to me, and after getting ready, I headed towards the exit of Arcane. At that moment, as I was about to leave through the door, I passed in front of Yum, who, as soon as she heard my footsteps, knew perfectly well that it would be me, so she quickly headed towards me. Tatsumi-san. He approached me and I stopped. Where are you going? I'm going for a walk. Don't lie to me, you're going to look for that boy, aren't you, Hisashi-san? I overheard you talking to that man. The others in my group couldn't hear anything, but I heard it perfectly, so I'm going with you. No, I'm sorry. He started to walk away but was stopped by Yum, who was smiling. I'm going with you because I don't want people here to think I'm an obstacle. Okay, let's go. I started walking again, followed by Yum. Just so you know, I don't think you're an obstacle, I said without taking my eyes off the road ahead where we would be going through the door. Thank you, she says, blushing slightly. Chapter 64. A few hours after Yum and I left the community in search of Hisashi, we were both approaching the last place Rei saw Hisashi, which was the barn where he supposedly hid. Apparently this was the last time Rei saw Hisashi. Can you hear anything? I asked as I approached the small barn. No, I can't hear anything. Has he left? We'll have to find out. I slowly approached the barn door and kicked it open roughly, then quickly looked in all directions, noting that there were none of them and no trace of Hisashi. There's no one here. I look around. There are several footprints, Yumesan. Let me know if you hear anything. I'll look for any clues about Hisashi. Yes, while I left Yum on guard, I set about searching the barn, hoping to find some clue about Hisashi. Several minutes later, I had searched the entire interior of the barn and found nothing about Hisashi's whereabouts, which frustrated me. There's nothing here, let's go, I said as I headed for the door until I felt the floor move up and down like a trapdoor. I think I found something. I moved aside all the straw that was under me, and as I suspected, it was a trapdoor where when I opened it I could see a piece of clothing and a crossbow with only 3 arrows. It belongs to Hisashi. He managed to escape, although he left his weapon behind. I stared around the trapdoor until I found some more decent footsteps where I started following them outside the barn. He went that way, pointing the way. North. It seems I'm trying to go to the comm. She starts to hear footsteps approaching. Tatsumi, I hear footsteps approaching. It's 2 of them from that direction. She points to herself behind her. I followed the direction she was pointing and sure enough, 2 of them appeared behind her, at which point I quickly drew Hisashi's crossbow and shot them both, killing them. Well done, she says with a smile. It was thanks to you, I said as I gathered the arrows and then looked at her with a smile. She couldn't see it, but she knew perfectly well that he was smiling at her, and we both stood there looking at each other with tender smiles. Until suddenly Yum began to hear several footsteps approaching us. Tatsumi, I hear more footsteps, but this time they're from people. How many? 5. They're coming from that direction. I stared at the place where Yum was pointing and quickly positioned myself in front of her to point, where after a couple of seconds I too would begin to hear footsteps approaching. I remained motionless while pointing towards where the sound was coming from, which could be heard getting louder and louder until at last it revealed who it was. Shino, Siko, Kamuro, Hirano. Rei, what are you doing here? The same as you, Shino said as he approached me and gave me a hug. To find Hisashi and go back home. Were you able to find anything? Rei asked in a worried tone. Yes, this garment and his crossbow. We also found several footprints leading away in that direction. Then let's go, Kamuro said with a smile as he loaded his shotgun, then began to follow the footprints followed by everyone else. I sighed. Give me a break, hey, wait for me. While we were walking through the forest, following the footprints, Shino and I were a little further behind where we would be engaging in a small conversation. Do you think he's still alive? Shino asked, looking down. Of course, he's definitely alive. We're talking about Hisashi. Even though he doesn't have his crossbow, he's a black belt in karate. That's true, but now his ankle is in bad shape. It's possible that he already... I said, placing my hand on his head where it would look at me. He's still alive, trust me, okay. If you believe he's still alive, then I will too, she says with a smile, but still a little uncertain. That's the spirit, I smiled. A cave. Rei suddenly shouts. The moment Rei let out that scream, Shino and I increased our pace and positioned ourselves at everyone's level where we would remain observing the entrance to a cave. What are we waiting for? He might be inside. Rei said as she ran towards the cave. Wait, King, we all shouted. But Rei ignored us and continued running towards the cave where we began to follow her. But just before she could enter, 2 of them appeared from the forest where I stayed behind to finish them off. Get her out of there. I ordered the others and they all nodded. After giving that order and seeing everyone enter the cave in search of Rei, I stayed behind, staring at the 2 infected whom I killed with ease. After finishing them off, I slowly made my way into the cave, searching for everyone else. Shino, I whispered loudly but received no response. Siko, Yumesan, can anyone hear me? Receiving no response, I continued slowly advancing into the cave until I clumsily tripped over a rock and fell through a narrow passage. After being hit several times, I landed right where the others were. When we got up, we saw that we were standing on a rock, completely surrounded by a horde of them. Are you all okay? I asked as I stood up. Yes, we're okay, Kamuro said, wincing slightly before surveying the horde. Although we won't be okay if we stay here. I'm sure Hisashi isn't here, Hirano said sarcastically, shining his flashlight on the entire group. What do we do? We have to find a way out, Siko says, then looks down at where we fell. We can't go back, it's too high. Tatsumi, Yum said as she approached me. I can hear water falling. Can you hear him despite all them? Shino asks, surprised. That's right, I can hear the vibrations it creates when it hits the ground. I see, I said as I took out a flashlight and looked around the entire cave until I stared at the water that Yum mentioned. Do you see anything? Shino asks. Here the water is deeper and the water comes from outside. I don't see where to cross, Hirano said, staring at the horde before spotting several rocks they could cross. Back, we can jump across there. That seems fine to me. Wait, seriously? Kamuro asked, confused, and Hirano nodded. This has to be a joke. Come on, don't be a coward, I said with a smile as I punched him in the shoulder. I'd love to be as optimistic as you. Okay, I'll go first, I said, hanging my backpack in front of me and standing in front of Yum. Yumesan, get in, we'll both cross. Are you sure? She asks, sounding very uncertain. Yes, don't worry, I won't let go of you. Okay, she said a little nervously as she climbed on his back. Don't let go. I've got you. I look at the others with a smile. See you on the other side. I glance at the rocks I have to jump over. Hold on tight, Yumesan. Hi, let's go. Without saying anything else, I took a few small steps back and quickly launched myself at the first rock, reaching it without any problem, although I stood looking at the place for a few seconds in case they could catch me. It's safe, they can't touch you. With our spots secured, I continued hopping from rock to rock, making my way to the other side. The moment I left a rock free, the others would fall. After a few minutes, we had all reached the other side, where we immediately sat down on the ground to catch our breath. "It's been fun, don't you think?" I asked with a smile. It wasn't, they all shouted, and I couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Okay, let's get started." We all nodded, and after resting a bit, we continued through the only entrance. I was leading the way, guiding everyone. Shino and Yum were behind me, with Yum holding my sleeve so I could walk. "Okay, Shino here." Handing her the flashlight. "Stay here, nobody separate. I'll go take a look around, see if I can spot anything." "Okay, be careful," Shino says. "Sure." I smiled, then moved away from the group a little, looking for an exit. "Can I ask how much food we have?" Kamuro asks Hirano. "Not much." "Food? How long are we going to be here?" Ray asked, starting to get worried. "Relax, if they went in, we'll come out." While the group stayed behind resting and chatting, I had gone ahead a little, reaching a fork in the path. There I took out some matches and lit one, then passed them one by one to see which one gave off a little breeze. "Guys, follow me, I think I've found a way out. XXX. Hours later, we found ourselves in a slightly larger part of the cave where we would rest. We were all in complete silence, broken only by their growls and the dripping of water from a rock. "Do you think it's day or night?" Shino asked, sitting next to me with her head resting on my shoulder. "I don't know, but try not to think about it," I said wearily, placing my hand on her leg. "Hey Tatsumi, can I borrow the matches?" Siko asked, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "You should try to rest, you need it." "I can't, I have to do something." I didn't say anything and handed him the box of matches. "Thank you." "Tell me, Yumesan, aren't any of them around here?" "Give me a moment," she said, sitting to my right where she placed a hand on the floor. "I can't hear anything, just the horde from before." "Okay, thank you, Yumesan. You know what, you can call me Yum if you want," Yum says with a small smile. "Okay, Yum, you can call me Tatsumi too." I smiled. "Yes, Tatsumi." She says with a smile and a slight blush. "You two, you get along really well," Shino said with a smile. "I'm glad, can I call you Yum too?" "Of course you're Shino, right? Let's get along from now on, okay?" "Hi," Shino says with a smile. "I'm glad you two get along so well," I thought with a smile as I stared at the two of them who were having a conversation with a smile on their faces. I stared at Shino and Yum for a moment before turning my gaze to a hole in the cave where the sounds of growls from the horde earlier were coming from, and I stared at the hole with a serious face. "We'll get out of this cave, all of us," I thought. Chapter 65. After we'd all rested enough, Siko had found a possible way out, as the tunnel was letting out a bit of wind. I would be taking the lead, shining the flashlight in all directions to avoid any unpleasant surprises. "Come on, we have to go this way," I said, looking at a very narrow path. "I'll go first, Yum, hold on to me." Yes, Yum grabbed my sleeve and we both started moving sideways along the narrow path with the others following behind. After going a few meters, we were now climbing a slope where the path was much narrower, so we had to crawl through it. "Yum, are you okay?" I asked, looking at her. She nodded, then looked at Shino. "Shino. I'm fine, looking forward to getting out of here. It won't be long now, don't worry, are you all okay?" Yes, they all shout. "Hey, is everything all right back there?" Kamuro asked, looking behind Hirano. "Yeah, sure. Although I'm reconsidering going on a diet," Hirano said sarcastically as he crawled with great effort. "I understand," Kamuro says with a nervous smile. As soon as I reached the top of the slope, I could only see one path, which turned out to be a small entrance. I glanced at Shino for a moment, considering turning back, but she shook her head, indicating that it was the only way. "Damn it," I whispered. "Yum, I'm going through a narrow passage right now. Wait until I get to the other side and then you go, understood?" "Why, yes, okay, be careful, don't worry. Shino, help Yum cross, okay, leave it to me." "Okay, here we go," I said, taking a breath as I stepped into the narrow passage. While it is narrow, reaching the other side, I shone my flashlight down the path. "Okay, I'm out, follow my voice." As I said those words, the next to enter would be Yum, where she began to crawl along the narrow path following my voice. From time to time, she had trouble advancing, but little by little she would be reaching me. "You're doing very well, Yum, that's it. Follow my voice." The moment Yum reached the other side, I quickly went to her and hugged her tightly to help her avoid falling. The instant I pulled her out and set her on the ground, she hugged me for a few moments, which surprised me. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Yes, I need to catch my breath, that's all." Still embracing, Yum was breathing deeply, slowly recovering. Then she suddenly realized she was still hugging me and pulled away, blushing deeply. I am sorry." "I didn't mean to," she said, still blushing, but with her back to me so I couldn't see her. "Don't worry, after all, I promised I'd never let you go, right?" I said with a smile, which made her turn and look at me in surprise. "Well, I started, scratching my cheek, blushing, but I was interrupted by Yum. "Tatsumi." He flashed a sweet smile. "Thank you." After that brief moment with Yum, one by one they began to cross the narrow path, in which only Kamuro and Hirano would remain. "Come on guys, you're the only ones missing," I said, extending my hand towards Kamuro. Let's go, mate. Hey guys, Hirano said, drawing everyone's attention. What's wrong? Is everything all right? Kamuro asked, be quiet for a second. I think I heard something. At Hirano's request, we all remained silent, hoping to hear something, but there was nothing. Then suddenly Yum became agitated and quickly approached me to warn Kamuro and Hirano. You have to go up now, it's them, they're coming up. The moment Hirano and Kamuro heard Yum's warning, they both pointed their flashlights downwards where they could see several of them crawling up. Come on, hurry, we have to go. Kamuro shouted as he grabbed Hirano's arm and pulled him upwards. Damn it, damn it. Come on guys, up you go, I shouted. Without wasting any more time, Kamuro would be the first to enter the path, and with a little effort, he would cross it without problems. The problem would be Hirano, who at the beginning of the path didn't require much effort, but the path would gradually become narrower as he advanced. Hirano, come on, you're almost there. Kamuro shouts from the other side. Guys, I'm stuck, Hirano said as he tried to move forward, but it was impossible. Come on, give me your hand. I said, extending it. Hirano took my hand and tried to climb up. Come on, you can do it, Hirano. Because Hirano couldn't move, the infected who were chasing them were already getting closer where they would grab his feet. My feet. They've grabbed my feet. They're biting my feet. Take your things off. Come on. Hirano quickly removed his backpack and weapon, handing them to us before kicking the infected aside. Now somewhat more free, he slowly began to advance, and the moment he took my hand again, I started pulling. Come on, that's it, I've got you. The moment Hirano reached the top, I sat him down on the ground and began examining him to determine where he'd been bitten and how he was doing. Kamuro and Rei would be dealing with the infected who were coming up. Are you okay? I asked, then looked at her foot. She's fine. They didn't pierce it, they only bit the sole. They didn't bite me, he asked, surprised. They didn't bite me, they didn't bite me. He shouted, tears of joy streaming down his face before hugging me. I'm still alive. Yes, you are, my friend, I said, gently stroking his back to calm him down. It's probably best not to tell Asami about this, right? What? He'd kill me if he found out, the nervous man said, causing us all to burst out laughing. Hey guys, Rei said, looking at a small light in the distance which we all followed. Look. Wait, I shouted. Before Rei could go any further, I grabbed her tightly from behind, stopping her fall off the cliff. We all moved closer to the edge and stared down, where we began to hear growls from a bunch of them. That sounds like too many, I said. There may be 100 or even many more, Hirano said, worried. Don't you find it strange? Siko says, what do you mean? Kamuro asked, what are all them doing here? It's like. As if someone brought them, I said, interrupting Siko, who nodded in response. So what? They're trapped here, they can't get out down there. The important thing now is to get out of here. Rei said as she walked down a path where everyone began to follow her. Tatsumi, Yum asked, noticing I'd been staring at the horde. Is something wrong? No, nothing, I said without taking my eyes off the horde, then followed the others. After leaving the narrow path and observing the enormous horde of them, we would now be going through an old mine, which was the only way to continue. Watch where you step, Shino added. We must be very careful. If we remove the wrong piece, the whole thing will collapse, Siko says. While the group stood still, observing the logs that supported the paths, I continued onward until I found a small hole in the roof through which light and water came out. I assumed it was raining. Guys, I found the way out. We need something to dig with. Search the surrounding area, I ordered as I removed some obstacles from the path. Kamuro, will you help me? Yeah, while several of us were busy removing obstacles from the path and finding tools for digging, Rei went down one of the mine's paths where she found something covered with a blanket. Upon removing the blanket, she observed that it was a box full of dynamite. She carefully took one of them and approached us. Hey, look at this. Someone's left some dynamite behind. Okay, that's great, but maybe they left it there because it's clearly super dangerous. And that thing sweats more than I do. Put it back in its place very carefully. Hirano said worriedly, and Rei obeyed and left the dynamite where it was. That's it. After that worrying moment, we continued clearing the way, which meant making the hole in the roof much bigger. After removing a couple of branches from the outside, the hole became wider, large enough for everyone to fit through. Okay, it's ready. Siko, you go first, make sure it's clear, I said as I placed my hands like a step. Of course. Placing my foot on top of my hands, which after a small push rose easily. It's clear. Great, I followed her and Rei's. I asked everyone and they all looked around and saw that she wasn't behind me. Don't tell me. I quickly approached the path where the dynamite was located, and indeed 2 sticks of dynamite were missing, so I looked at the bottom of the mine and remembered the horde we had seen earlier. Shit. While the others were busy getting out through the hole, I headed to the cliff where we saw the horde, where I observed Rei trying to climb the wall to place the dynamite. Rei, don't do it. But she ignored me and continued climbing. Then she placed the dynamite, and once it was in place, she prepared to light it with the matches. But just before she could light the fuse, it slipped. In that instant before she fell, I quickly appeared beside her and grabbed her hand, where we would both be hanging, with one hand holding Rei and with the other the edge of the cliff. With all my strength, I began to pull Ray up until at least she could hang on the edge so that after we were both hanging, we could climb to the ground and be safe. Are you okay? I asked, catching my breath. Yeah. Okay, now can you tell me, what were you thinking about? We could take out half the horde from here. You're suicidal, you said so before, didn't you? That's not important now. What's important now is finding Hisashi and going home together. I get up from the floor and hold out my hand to help her up. Come on. Yeah. She accepted my hand and got up from the ground, but because of that small push, the remaining stick of dynamite fell from her pocket. It flew toward the horde, causing a huge explosion that made the cave begin to collapse. Shit, we have to get out of here. Now, we both quickly went to join the others and could see that the log supporting the roof, which was near the exit, had fallen. So without wasting any time, I grabbed the log and with Kamuro's help, we propped it up against the roof. Come on. Quick, get out of here. While we were both holding the log to prevent the site from collapsing, one by one they began to cross the exit. Kamuro, you go first and help from above. I shouted as I saw Hirano and Rei climb up without any problems. He nodded, and as I let go of the log, I could feel how much weight I was carrying on my shoulders, but I didn't give up and kept holding on while Kamuro climbed outside. Come on, Tatsumi, I'll pull you along. No, Shino and Yume first, let's go. They both nodded and prepared to go up, but just at that moment several of them appeared from the end of the path and Shino, seeing them, went towards them to kill them. More of them are coming. Yume shouted as she approached Shino to help her. Girls, I can't stand it anymore. You have to get out of here now. We can't, there are too many of them. Shino shouted as he killed one of them, then pushed another aside. Yume, which way? 3 are coming from that direction, and 2 from that other one. She shouts, then feels me still holding the log. Tatsumi, get out of here. No, I won't leave you, I'll hold out. Tatsumi, if you stay there you'll die, please get out of here. Shino shouted as he killed another person, then looked at me with a tender smile. Don't worry, we'll be alright, I love you. Shino, Yume. Tatsumi, give me your hand. Kamuro shouted from above, extending his hand. I obeyed and grabbed it. Come on. While Kamuro and Hirano were pulling me out of the cave, I stared at Shino and Yume, who both looked at me with a sweet smile as I left the place. Once outside, we quickly moved away from the mine entrance, and as soon as we were safe, a massive explosion rocked the place. When the dust settled, we saw that the mine entrance had vanished. This can't be happening, I said incredulously as I saw the entrance disappear. Yume, Shino, I shouted as I approached the rubble and began removing the rocks. Help me, we have to get them out of there, come on, quickly. Tatsumi, Kamuro said, trying to get me to stop, but I didn't. Tatsumi. That it would take us a week to clear the way. Well, help me, we can't leave them there. Tatsumi, the explosion will attract all the infected in the area, we have to leave. Siko said, placing her sword on the ground and giving me a warm hug. I'm sorry. But I couldn't bear it any longer, and tears began to stream down my cheeks, while Siko continued to hug me, trying to calm me down. But I couldn't, as so many memories of Shino and Yume flooded my mind, to the point where I couldn't take it anymore and let out a loud scream. Chapter 66. After letting out all my feelings, I began to calm down, and with Siko's help, I helped myself to my feet. Once standing, I looked at Siko and nodded. She understood and nodded back, smiling. I stared for a moment at the place where we had left the cave before leaving. But not before looking at Rei with a look full of sadness and anger, then walking past her and pointing at her. She understood what I meant and stepped in front of me to stop me. Tell me what you think, please, I deserve it, please tell me, she began to cry. You were right about everything, tell me now. Tatsumi, please, Yume-san mattered to you and you loved Shino and now you've lost them because of me. Please tell me now, please tell me, please. I just stared at her, then looked at Kamuro and the others. Go home, you might run into Hisashi along the way or he might even be back in the community, I said, looking at them before continuing to walk. Where are you going? Siko asked in a worried tone, at which point I stopped. I'm going to look for another entrance. There must be another one, I have to find them. I'm coming with you, she said as she approached me. I don't want you to do anything crazy. Okay, the others will return. Everyone nodded and watched as Siko and I walked away in search of an entrance to the cave. As soon as we were out of sight, everyone set off for the community where everything was completely silent. Hours later, it was already starting to get dark and they had already arrived at the community, where as soon as they opened the doors and stepped inside, Rei's parents quickly rushed towards their daughter. As they were hugging her, Tadashi seemed to whisper something in Rei's ear because her eyes widened in shock before she ran off to the infirmary. Everyone else was a little surprised by her reaction, but they also knew perfectly well what her behavior was about. When I arrived at the infirmary, all my friends were there, as Hisashi was on one of the stretchers being attended to by Shizuka. As soon as Rei saw her boyfriend, she rushed to him, bursting into tears as she hugged him tightly. It's okay, Rei, I'm fine, Hisashi said, stroking her head, then looked up and noticed that some people were missing. Where are Tatsumi, Shino, and Siko? Haven't they come back yet? Kamuro, Hirano, and Rei remained silent upon hearing that question, their gazes lowered, which caused concern among many. Kamuro took a deep breath and raised his head, preparing to speak. Well. Kamuro began to recount everything that had happened, first about the reunion with Yume and me in the small barn, then about the cave we entered and the horde inside, and finally about when almost all of us came out and the explosion that occurred. Everyone listening to Kamuro's story gradually turned to sadness. Seiya in particular saw tears streaming down her face as if she were a river when she heard that Shino was trapped in the cave. I am so sorry, Rei said, bowing. It was my fault Shino and Yumesan got trapped. If I hadn't grabbed the dynamite. But she couldn't finish speaking because Seiya approached her and slapped her hard across the face. Rei, surprised, put her hand up where she'd been hit. Then she looked at Seiya and saw that her expression was a mixture of anger and sadness. Seiya stared at Rei for a few seconds before leaving the infirmary. No one stopped her as they all knew she needed to be alone. Just as Seiya was heading home, the front door opened, revealing only Siko and me. The moment Seiya saw me come in, she approached me and we both stared at each other, then I shook my head. She understood what I meant and gently hugged me and we couldn't hold back our tears. XXX. After Yume and Shino's disappearance, since we didn't know if they were alive or dead, the days passed and we still hadn't found any clue as to their whereabouts. 5 days have passed, where Seiya and I went out every morning first thing in the morning in search of him, in which with a map we were marking all the caves that are close to the one we entered. We crossed off each marker when we found no footprints or anything to show that Shino or Yume had left the cave. At this moment, Seiya and I would be crossing through the forest in search of another cave entrance. Seiya, look, I said as I hid behind a tree and pointed to an entrance. Another cave. Okay, looking at the map and calculating where we were. If we head north from the other entrance, this must be right here, marking a spot and then saving the map. Do you see anything? No, I don't see any of them. Let's go closer. She nodded and we both left our hiding place, then stealthily approached while looking in both directions to see if we could spot any of them. It's clear this way, Seiya said, slinging her submachine gun over her shoulder. What about your side? Nothing either, I said as I slung my rifle over my shoulder. Let's look for footprints. He nodded at my command, and together we began searching through the grass for any footprints or anything that might tell us if Shino or Yume were still alive. Minutes passed, and we still hadn't found anything until after moving some weeds I spotted a pair of footprints. Seiya, I found something. Seiya approached me and we both observed a pair of footprints. They clearly belonged to people as they weren't zigzagging. Instead, they were perfectly straight, leading us to deduce that there were 2 people. Shino. Yume, I shouted at the top of my lungs, hoping one of them would hear me, but there was no response. Then I crouched down and stared at the footprints. It's them, I'm sure of it. How are you so sure? Seiya asked, although she also had a hunch that it was them. Looking at these footprints, I can deduce that those 2 people were walking very close together as if one were holding on to the other, and I only know one person who can do that. I smiled. You know I love your optimism, Seiya said with a smile as she kissed me on the cheek. And I love you, I said suddenly, causing Seiya to blush noticeably in surprise. Baka, she said, still blushing as she turned away so I wouldn't look at her. That's enough. What kind of things do you say at times like these? I also love it when you're embarrassed, I said with a smile which made Seiya blush even more. Then she started pushing me away, trying to hide her blush. Yufufufu, okay, I'm moving. I stopped for a moment. Seiya. Why yes, what's wrong? She asks, a little shocked as I turn around and look at her seriously. What's happening? Please don't leave me, never, I couldn't bear to lose you too, I said as I took her hands, then said the last part with my head bowed. You're so silly, she said softly, placing a hand on my cheek. No matter what happens, I won't leave your side, I promise. I love you, Seiya, I said with a smile as I placed my hand on Seiya's, and then we both gazed at each other intently. I promise you that no one will ever separate us, we'll always be together. Forever, we both said in unison before joining together in a deep kiss. XXX. The day before Seiya and I found the footprints near the cave entrance, we focused on 2 girls, specifically Shino and Yume. They were both emerging from the cave, covered in blood and dirt. Finally, the outside Shino said as he collapsed to the ground from exhaustion and Yume lay down beside him. Yume, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine but exhausted. She begins to hear footsteps approaching from the cave. I hear footsteps, it's them. They don't give us a break. Yume, hold on to me. Hi. They both quickly got up from the ground and disappeared into the woods, aimlessly trying to escape the group of them who were chasing them. They left footprints along the way, the same ones Seiya and I found. Chapter 67. Hours later, night had fallen and Shino and Yume could be seen quickly crossing the dense forest because several of them were chasing them. After walking several meters, they had left the forest and were now in an open field. They quickly headed towards the road, then decided which path to take. Shino, which way? Shino remained silent and looked in both directions. They're getting closer. Which way? Over there he spots a mailbox. That way there might be a house. He takes Yum's hand. Let's go. They both resumed their walk, and after traveling a few meters they came across a small house. It was overrun by them on the outside, but they walked past it and went inside, closing the door behind them. As they closed the door, Shino and Yum clung to it, holding on as long as they could to prevent the horde chasing them from entering. After enduring a few blows, the horde slowly began to disperse. I think we're safe," Shino whispered as she sat down on the ground. "Yes," Yum replied wearily as she sat down beside her. "I don't hear anyone inside the house. We're alone." "Well, just to be safe, take a look upstairs. You stay here, and if you hear anything, let me know," Shino said as he stood up, drew his knife, and started climbing the stairs. "Be careful." While Yum stayed downstairs, Shino slowly made her way up the stairs to the second floor where she stopped beside an open door. She readied her knife and once ready, quickly entered the room, finding several unmade beds. After checking the room, he went to the one opposite, which was also open. He readied himself again with his knife and quickly entered the room, finding nothing and no one. Minutes after clearing the second floor, Shino headed to the first floor living room where Yum was sitting on the sofa. "Clear, we're alone. Like I told you, the best thing we can do is rest. Then we'll try to address the community. Yes, I miss Tatsumi and the others." "Yes, me too." After that brief conversation, they both sat in complete silence, broken only by the growls of a few infected people outside. Because of this, Yum began to feel uneasy, unable to do anything. "I can't take it anymore," she gets up abruptly. "I'm going to search the house again." Shino said nothing and watched as Yum headed into the hallway, where she began trying to listen for something and opening doors, some of which were closing. After searching the entire hallway, Yum went to the bathroom and approached the mirror. "I'd love to see how beautiful I am now," Yum said sarcastically, touching her face and noticing how dirty it was. After saying those words, she opened the mirror and began scanning it, hoping to find something useful. She found a pillbox, but after shaking it, she noticed it was empty, so she scanned it again. As she reached out, Yum noticed something very strange. After touching it a couple of times, she realized it was a hand. The moment she recognized it, the hand quickly grabbed her and she began to scream. "Yum, what's wrong?" Shino asked, hearing the scream. Upon arriving at the bathroom, he saw Yum on her knees on the floor. "Are you okay?" "We are not alone. What happened? There's something else in here. Something or someone is holding me tight," pointing at the mirror. "From there." Shino stared at the mirror, and when she opened it, she saw a hole big enough to put a hand in. Feeling a little unsure, she approached the hole and looked to see if there was anyone inside. "I don't see anyone." "There was something there, I swear." "Yum, I believe you, okay," Shino said as he helped her up. "You and I will search the house again, all right." "I'm not staying here," Yum said, a little flustered as she left the bathroom. Shino let out a small sigh as he glanced one last time at the hole, then followed Yum down the corridor. After turning the corner, a wall began to move, placing itself right in front of Shino. "Yum!" Shino shouts before the wall gets in her way. "Shino!" Yum shouted as she tried to get to the other side, but she didn't have time. "Shino, can you hear me?" But she received no response from Shino. A little frightened, Yum began to walk down the corridor, hoping to find Shino again. She felt and heard nothing along the way until after passing through a door she heard someone or something crawling quickly behind her. "Who's there? Hello, Shino, is that you?" Yum continued walking down the hallway, then turned another corner where she paused for a moment. As she stood still, she heard footsteps rapidly approaching and she realized it wasn't Shino. Without wasting time figuring out what was going on, Yum started running while being chased by a crawling person. After running down the long hallway, the creature locked itself in one of the rooms, which turned out to be the basement. Several minutes later, the knocks and noises that thing was making had already stopped, and the moment Yum heard it moving away from the door, she carefully began to go down the stairs, making sure not to make any noise. As soon as she lowered her shoes and took the first step, she stepped on something quite hard and hollow. Upon touching it, she realized it was human bones. At that moment, the basement furniture began to move and several objects fell to the floor. "Damn it!" Yum exclaimed upon hearing those things entering. "Where?" As she searched for another way out, she noticed and heard a ventilation duct and without wasting any time headed inside. Meanwhile, Shino went to one of the rooms, quickly closing the door behind her as she was pursued by those things. What are those things?" Shino asked fearfully as she stepped back from the door and watched them trying to get in. Then she sat down on the floor and hugged her knees. "Tatsumi, I'm scared." At that moment, as Shino was sobbing with her face pressed against her knees, a noise from the wall pulled her out of her thoughts, and then she heard a familiar voice. "Shino, is that you?" Yum asked from the other side while banging on the wall. "Yum," she wipes away her tears. "Yum." "Yes, I'm glad you're okay. Can you make a hole in the wall so I can get in?" "Yes, give me a moment." Shino would get up from the ground and take out his knife, then slowly approach the wall from where Yum's voice was coming, but right at that moment one of those things appeared out of nowhere. "Shino, watch out, behind you." The moment Yum warned her, the thing lunged at Shino and they began to struggle. The thing had the upper hand, being much stronger, but Shino refused to give up and would do everything she could to break free. But it was useless. That thing would grab Shino's neck and begin to strangle her, where she would slowly begin to lose strength and consciousness. Hunger. The thing screams. Upon noticing and hearing that Shino was losing, Yum began to forcefully strike the wall where the creature was distracted. Taking advantage of this moment of distraction, Shino grabbed his knife and, in a swift motion, plunged it into the creature's stomach. Upon receiving the stab wound, that thing would separate from Shino and try to flee, but it would get on top of him and begin stabbing him repeatedly in the face, over and over again without stopping until his face was unrecognizable. Shino, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Shino got up from the floor and approached the wall again, then began stabbing it with the knife, creating a hole large enough for Yum to pass through. As soon as they were both in the same room, they couldn't help but embrace, so glad to be reunited. I'm glad you're okay, Shino said as he hugged her. I agree, let's get out of this house once and for all. I'm with you. Minutes after Shino and Yum had rested, they were both preparing to leave the room and the house. As they stood before the door, Yum grasped the handle and looked at Shino, nodding in response. Shino nodded and readied herself with her knife. Let's do it, Shino said, giving the signal. Yum immediately opened the door abruptly and they both stepped into the hallway, where they could see several of those things beginning to approach from the far end. Shino and Yum quickly went the other way, arriving at the main door. Just before she could grab the doorknob, one of those things grabbed Yum's leg and started pulling. Shino quickly plunged the knife into its head and then watched as several of those things began to surround them. Shino stared around in all directions, then settled on the body of an infected person where a crazy idea struck her. She approached the body and quickly ripped open its entrails, then rubbed the contents all over her body just like Yum had done. What are you doing? Yum asked desperately. Camouflage? After saying those words, she quickly grabbed the doorknob and forcefully opened it, letting the horde of them in. They could both see and hear how those things were slowly devoured by them, and they took advantage of the opportunity to leave the house. Just as they were leaving, two of those things emerged from one of the house's windows and slowly approached them. Suddenly, the sound of 2 gunshots echoed throughout the area, and then Shino and Yum watched as those things fell to the ground dead. They stared at the bodies, then looked toward where the shots had come from, and both saw that it was me and Seiya. After Seiya and I killed those things, we looked at Shino and Yum, and the 4 of us stared at each other. The moment I saw them both, tears began to stream down my cheeks like a river, just like Seiya. Yum was the first to approach me, and she immediately hugged me, which I returned. I'm glad you're okay, I said as I hugged her tightly. I know, don't worry, she said, stepping away from me and smiling. I'm glad to see you again, Tatsumi. I gave a small smile as I stroked Yum's cheek, then turned my gaze to Shino. I slowly began to approach her, and she did the same, coming closer until we were just inches apart. I'm sorry, I said as I approached Shino and hugged her tightly, her arms pressed against my chest. I thought I'd lost you forever. I am truly sorry. No, I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble, she said, trying to sob silently against my chest, but it was impossible. I thought I'd never see you again. I thought I was going to die. Sniff. Don't worry, I'm here now, I said with a smile as I stroked her head, and she nodded. And I promise I'll never leave you again. Tatsumi sobbing against my chest. Sniff away. You're still alive and you're here with me. That's what matters to me. I love you, Shino. Sniff wea, sniff Tatsumi, sniff wea. While Shino began to release everything he had inside, Yum and Seiya, who were watching this moment, approached us and the 4 of us gave each other a warm hug. Let's go home together. Chapter 68. Several days after reuniting with Shino and Yum and returning together to Arcane, I was just leaving my house. As I stepped outside, I could see Seiya and Alice painting on a canvas, and I stood watching them. Now I'm going to paint a heart, Alice said as she picked up the paintbrush and began to paint. Very well, continue. The heart is leaking, is that okay? It must be because it's very covered in paint. It's dripping on you. Do you want to tell me more about the drawing? Well, that's our house. The others are Shizuka, Siko, Onesin, Onechin, and everyone else. Oh, very good. Who's the handsome boy you drew there in the middle? I asked with a smile, and Seiya and Alice turned around and smiled back at me. You're the handsome guy. Did you draw me looking very handsome? I smiled. He's also a bit of a grouch, Seiya says in a mocking tone. You know I'm going to change it and give her a big belly, Alice said with a smile, which made Seiya burst out laughing. So Onechin has a belly. After that brief moment, the 3 of us stopped what we were doing and headed to the outskirts of the community, where we would be going to the bridge we were rebuilding. But just before reaching the bridge, the 3 of us could see a group of people pushing a cart loaded with tools and supplies in the distance. We approached and saw that the cart was stuck in the mud. What's going on? I asked as I approached a man. Oh, Tatsumi, the cart got stuck in the mud. We tried to move it with the horses, but it's impossible. We were planning to leave it here and come back for it later. It's risky. There have been a lot of hordes around here lately and they could destroy the cart in an instant. Fine, I'll help you, I said as I positioned myself behind the cart with the others. 1, 2, 3. While we were busy getting the car out of the mud, Seiya and Alice were watching us, until after a few minutes they both started to hear growls approaching. Tatsumi. It's them, Seiya shouted as she approached us. Okay, one more time, 1, 2, 3. A little uneasy about the approaching horde, all of us, including Seiya and Alice, began to push the cart hard. After a few pushes, the cart emerged perfectly from the mud. Okay, ready, let's get out of here. Give the order. Everyone obeyed my order and we got into the car, where after several minutes we had lost the small horde and in the distance we could already see the bridge we were rebuilding. As soon as we arrived, Seiya, Alice and I were the first to get out of the car, where Hirano came towards us to greet us. Tatsumi Takagi Elisechin. Good morning, Hirano. Did everything go well? It was quiet. Every now and then Tower 2 alerts us to a small horde, but they're already dealing with it. And the huge horde in Tower 1. Kamuro, Tadashi and Siko plus other men are taking them away from here. Okay, I need you to warn Tower 3 there's a small horde blocking the way. Understood, sir, I'll do it right now. Saying those words, Hirano ran off to the tent where we had a small radio. Meanwhile, the three of us took a short walk across the bridge, which was clearly coming along nicely. What do you think? Seiya asks. That's great, it'll be a good bridge, I said with a smile. As we were crossing the bridge, Yuki was giving water to all the workers. Using a large container, she was giving each of them a glass of water one by one until a man arrived who wanted more. Where are you going? I'm still thirsty. No, otherwise there won't be enough for everyone else. Don't mess with me, Yuki-san, or should I say bore, the man said with a smile which surprised Yuki. Yes, we know about your past with that teacher. What was his name again? Oh yes, Shido, you know what, why don't you come to my room tonight? I'm sure you'll enjoy it. While the man was saying those words, Yuki remained standing there with a surprised expression. When the man saw that she wasn't saying or doing anything, he slowly began to reach out to touch her, but just before he could do anything, I grabbed his wrist tightly. What do you think you're doing? The man asked, his gaze filled with contempt. I'm not going to let you touch Yuki, I said, tightening my grip. If you want to touch her, you'll have to go through me. Tatsumi-kun, Yuki said, looking at me with a slight blush. Heh, the man smiled as he pulled away from the grip. Why to die like your friends? What did you say? I know your story, we all know it. Tell me what happened to Emi, to Akira, to Ryunur, to Mizuki. The moment he mentioned Mizuki, I stared at him. It's a shame. I heard that Mizuki girl was really hot. It's a pity that everyone who gets close to you dies. I couldn't stand it any longer, and in a swift movement I punched the man hard, sending him tumbling into a pile of sand. He quickly grabbed some sand and threw it in my face, blinding me completely. I'm going to kill you, the man shouted as he charged at me. The moment the man charged at me, I elbowed him hard in the back, then grabbed his shoulders and headbutted him, leaving him stunned. I took advantage of the moment and was about to punch him again, but just before I could, Alice's scream stopped me. Oniachan, stop please. I stopped my fist millimeters from the man's face and stared at him intently, then stood up and looked at everyone else, where I could see on their faces that they were thinking the same thing. I didn't say a word and walked away from the place, where everyone continued with their work. XXX. After the confrontation with that man, I was now in Iji's office, where I would be explaining why he told our story to the other people. Why did you have to tell everyone our story? I yelled, slamming my fist on the table. Now everyone knows what you're like, Iji interrupted. There are no secrets in this community. I had no reason to hide your stories. Well, thanks to that, now everyone thinks they're going to die if they're near me or someone in my group. That's the truth, isn't it? After all, think about it, many people who were in your group have died. Why was that? Because they were weak, or because they should have been in another group? What do you intend? Me? Nothing. I'm just a leader who wants to lead his people to a better world. To a better world, huh? I said sarcastically as I headed for the door. Iji, I'm warning you, if you say another word about my group, you'll regret it. I wouldn't say anything else and would close the door behind me. Iji would stand there smiling at the door, then get up from his chair and walk over to a picture. He would look at it for a few moments before taking it down from the wall, revealing a small radio. This is Iji from Arcane. This is Central Base, reporting, a man's voice said over the radio. They've discovered the horde we had locked up in the mine, but the exits are still operational. Excellent news. Implement the plan immediately. Understood, sir. Any A or B? Well, now that you mention it, I have an A, although it could be considered an AA. An AA? That's great news. Okay, Iji, a team will go out today to find the AA. The others can be eliminated. At your service, what is the subject's name? His name is Sasaki Tatsumi. Okay, I'll inform the commander right away. He'll be glad his son is still alive. Iji, execute the plan immediately. Over and out. As you wish, over and out, Iji said, placing the radio back in its spot and picking up a detonator. It's a shame, Tatsumi-kun, you and your family will disappear. He smiled sadistically as he pressed the detonator. After leaving Iji's office and heading towards the arcane exit, Shino was waiting for me at the door so we could go together to the bridge. And what did he say? She asked as we walked towards the bridge. Well, in this community there are no secrets and he had no reason to hide our stories. I told them about my past, what happened before all this. They must think I kill people for fun. Tell me about it. They think that being near me means death, and that the deaths of Emi, Akira, Ryonur, and Mizuki were my fault. Sometimes I think that's true. She took my hand, our fingers intertwining. You weren't to blame for any of this, understand? If they think that, well, let them think it. The important thing is that the people close to you know what happened and the truth, she said with a tender smile. Yes, you're right, thank you, Shino. I smiled. She gave me a kiss on the cheek and then we headed towards the bridge hand in hand. After a couple of minutes, we were already approaching the bridge. But just before we arrived, Shino and I began to feel a tremor, followed by the sound of an explosion. Where did that come from? Shino asked, surprised. I don't know. The best thing to do is get to the bridge and talk to Hirano. Shino nodded at my suggestion and we both picked up the pace. After walking a few meters, we reached the bridge. We could see that all the workers were frightened and unsafe because of the explosion that had just occurred. Tatsumi, Shino, Seiya shouted as she ran towards us. Are you okay? Yes, tell me, Seiya, what happened. We'd better go see Hirano. He'll tell you. We both nodded and began following Seiya toward the tent, where the small radio for communicating with the towers was located. As soon as we entered the tent, we could see Hirano talking to the other towers. This is Tower 2 clean, over. This is Tower 3 clean, over. This is Tower 4 clean, over. Tower 1, what is your status? Over, Hirano asks. Tower 1, please answer. Over, this is Tower 1, we're in trouble. A huge horde is emerging from a cave and heading for Arcane. Tower 1, calm down, we'll send a team to take care of it. Over. There's no time, they're here. Gunshots begin to ring out. They're getting closer, don't help me, stop. Erg, help, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, help me, I'm going to die. Erg. After hearing biting and tearing, Hirano would turn off the radio and we all remained silent until I began to speak. Tower 1, it was to the north, right? I asked, looking at Hirano, who nodded. And the mine was to the north. That means, Seiya said, looking at me, and I nodded. Yes, someone freed them. But why? Shino asks. I don't know. The best thing we can do now is change the direction of the horde. I'll go. I want the three of you to get everyone off the bridge and take them to Arcane. Are you sure? There are more than 100 of them, or even many more, Hirano said in a worried tone. I'm sure. I gave a small smile, then turned my gaze to Seiya and Shino, who were both looking at me with worried expressions and tears in their eyes. I smiled back and approached them, giving them a warm hug. Tatsumi, I'm going to bring you a horse. I'll let you say your goodbyes. Hirano said as he left the shop, where I looked at him and nodded with a smile. After Hirano left the store, everything was completely silent until I started to hear soft sobs. I lowered my head slightly and could see Shino and Seiya clinging tighter to my chest as they sobbed. Girls, don't worry, I'll be back safe and sound, I said, patting their heads. After all, I am your tough boyfriend. The moment I said that, I could hear them both let out a small laugh, then they pulled their heads away from my chest and looked at me with a smile, but still with tears in their eyes. Yes, we already know, Shino said, trying to wipe away her tears. You've survived so much and you've always come out alive, Seiya says, mimicking Shino's voice. But we still can't help but worry. Listen, you two are the most important people in my life, and I'd do anything to come back to you. I placed a hand on their heads. That's why, don't worry, I'll be back. I love you, girls. I smiled. We love you too. After saying those words, they both rushed towards me again and we gave each other a warm hug. Then Seiya and Shino kissed me on the cheek. I smiled and kissed them both, which made them blush slightly. Tatsumi, the horse is ready, Hirano said outside the shop. Understood, well, it's time for me to go, I said as I left the shop with Seiya and Shino and mounted my horse. So relax, kid, I glanced at Hirano. Hirano. Warn Kamuro and the others, and please look after Shino and Seiya for me, okay? Yes, sir, he shouts with fervor. I nodded with a smile to Hirano, then glanced one last time at Seiya and Shino, who both nodded with sweet smiles. Then I looked ahead and began to gallop toward the horde. Be very careful. Shino and Seiya shouted in unison while waving their arms in farewell. Chapter 69. Minutes after saying goodbye to Shino and Seiya, I would already find myself in front of the horde that was approaching the community, where right now I would be pushing them away as much as possible. Relax, kid, let's go slowly, they won't catch us, I said, stroking the horse's neck as it let out a whinny. I picked up speed a little and headed to the end of the street, planning to turn left. But just before I could take the intersection, I had to stop as a huge crowd was approaching me. Damn it, I said as I stopped the horse and stared at the two hordes. Suddenly, the horse, seeing the two groups and sensing the danger, became very agitated, starting to make very abrupt movements. I did everything I could to stop and calm him down, but it was impossible. Relax, kid, it's okay, but ignoring my commands, the horse suddenly reared up, causing me to fall backward onto concrete blocks. A metal beam pierced my left side, Fing held trying to move, After trying to remove the beam, I gradually lost consciousness due to blood loss. After a few seconds, I fainted and the two hordes slowly approached me. TATSUMI's mind. At that moment, I was at my old school where I found myself staring at a student who looked just like me. I approached him and kept looking at him. Wake up, it's time to go, wake up. Suddenly, I looked out the window and could see a flock of birds heading towards me, but as they got closer, I could see that they weren't birds but rather a bunch of helicopters. What kind of wound is it? Shizuka's voice echoed in my head, and I instantly looked down and could see that I was bleeding in the same place where the beam pierced me. Wake up. I stared at my hand for a moment, which was covered in blood, before turning my gaze to the student who was sleeping in front of me. But as soon as I saw him, he was awake and looking at me with a smile. Yes, wake up, stupid, he smiles. Reality. After hearing those words, I would instantly wake up and see the hordes already approaching me. I didn't waste any time, and enduring the pain, I began to slowly remove the beam. After a few minutes, I managed to pull it off my body, then collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. But I didn't think much of it and turned my attention to the horse, crawling towards it to continue driving the horde away. As soon as I got on my horse, I continued along the only possible path. Then I looked back and saw how the two hordes had come together, where there were now more than 200 infected or even many more. Great, I look at my bloody hand. I have to hold on, yes, I have to hold on, placing it back at my side. I have to protect them. My eyes are closing, get them away from here. Minutes later, I was still leading the horde, during which I was losing too much blood, making it difficult to stay awake. I lose too much, I'm fine. At that moment, I looked ahead and could see a mailbox in the distance, where as soon as I saw it, I increased my speed, then took that path and quickly headed towards the house. Relax, we're safe for now, I said as I stopped the horse in front of the house and got off. Stay here, good boy. With some effort, I made my way to the back of the house since the front door was blocked and then went inside, quickly heading to the kitchen. I sat down in a chair and used a rag to make a tourniquet over the wound to stop the bleeding. Much better, I'm fine. The moment I covered the wound, my eyes began to close little by little and then I lost consciousness. TATSUMI's mind. Where I opened my eyes again, and I saw that I was leading the horde towards the city of Takanasu. After turning a couple of corners, I stopped in front of a military vehicle where I could see someone inside. It was Kyoyuji. Get off here, cowboy, you look like crap, Kyoyuji said with a smile as I got off the horse and sat in the driver's seat. What's up? What is this? What is this? Come on, Tatsumi, take a look, you know what this is. I looked out the car window and could see in front of me my old house, which was completely destroyed and on fire. Is that my house? Yes, sir, that house, it changed everything, didn't it? No, I changed everything a long time ago. Now I'm looking for my family. Is that what you're doing? Looking for your family? Well, that's not entirely true. How's my Asada-san, by the way? Okay, she's a tough girl. She knows how to survive, you know what. You're a jerk, I said with a smile, and he smiled back. Yes, it's true, I am the biggest jerk, just like you actually. Do you think I'm a jerk? It's not that I think so, man, I know you are, and I think the credit is mine, Tatsumi, when I think about it. Well, I'm sure others have influenced you, but I'd like to take the credit. I didn't want this, and you know it. But you did it, didn't you? Everything you did in this house. Just you, me, and Asada-san, I would have done the same, Tatsumi. I'm glad you did, you stepped up. It had to be me, it still has to be me. Well, Tatsumi, that's where you're wrong. It has to be me, you, that's it. It's the only way to do it, Tatsumi. I want you to think about how you ripped that bastard's Adam's apple out. The son of a bitch who wanted to grape Asada-san, the one you beheaded with your sword. That's what I'm talking about, that's what I need from you, and I know you have it inside you. And it's time. Do you want answers? Do you want to know what this is all about? What you and I are doing, I already asked you. Yes, you asked, and I'm going to tell you. And I want you to listen carefully, okay? It's time. Bend down, search inside yourself, and find the anger, the hatred, find them. Loyalty is in there, find it, it's there, Tatsumi. He said this while giving me a light tap on the chest and grabbing my shirt. It's the only way and we have to do it. Do you understand? We have to do it. You can do it. I'm sorry for what I did to you. You need to forget about that crap. You know what, Tatsumi? I stared at him. Wake up. Reality. The moment Kyoyuji yelled at me and approached, I snapped out of it and saw one of them about to bite me. Without wasting a second, I lunged at him, pushing him against a wall and then watched through the door as the horde approached. Damn. I looked in every direction for an exit until I spotted the blocked front door where I quickly charged at it. As soon as I was out of the house, I got up from the ground and remounted my horse where I would begin to lead the horde. Come on, boy, I have to get them away. I have to find my family, but again I fainted on the horse. TATSUMI's mind. When I opened my eyes, I realized I was in Seiya's mansion, specifically on a terrace overlooking the entire city of Takanasu. Hello, Tatsumi-kun. The moment I heard my name, I looked towards where the voice was coming from and my face showed my surprise, as in front of me stood Suikaru with a smile. Come here. Look at this, he said, placing his hand on my shoulder and pointing at the city. It's beautiful, isn't it? Yes, it is. I looked at Suikaru with a smile and unable to resist, I hugged him tightly, which he returned. I'm sorry for what happened to you, and about Yuriko Akasen, everything Seiya lost. Tatsumikun, he pulled away from me and grabbed my shoulders. If I had tried harder, done more, listened more. My daughter is very strong, he interrupts. And the man standing before me is strong too, that will make him stronger, all thanks to you. Yes, I must find my family, I have to reunite them. No, it's not true. You just believe it, I know it's been difficult. Yes, what you wanted for me for Seiya, for the others it hasn't been easy, we've tried. But you did it, all of them. I'm tired, Suikaru Atasen, my family, maybe I'll find them here. No, Tatsumikun, you only have to do one thing, he places a hand on my chest. You have to wake up, son. The instant Suikaru said those words, the neighing of a horse began to resonate in my head, and then I instinctively began to wake up. Reality. And as if someone were pushing me from the chest, I quickly stood up and stared at the horde. But even so, I cannot stay awake, falling back onto the horse and slowly closing my eyes, drifting off to sleep. Tatsumi's mind. In which upon opening my eyes, I observed that I was in a place full of dead people. What is this? I started walking across the floor littered with corpses, and I could see that they were all my friends, including Shino and Seiya. At that moment, one of the bodies stood up, and when I turned around, I saw that it was Mizuki. Mizuki, I look at the bodies. Dead, they're all dead. Yes, I know, it's okay. What do you mean nothing's wrong? Shino and Seiya are dead. Siko, Seika, they're all dead. How can this be okay? Because you fulfilled your role just as I fulfilled mine, and others before us. As they gave us the strength we needed to do what was necessary for others, and they were strengthened by us, we changed each other, we helped each other. We became better, and it never ends. Well, I feel like it's over. Small things come to an end, but it's never the absolute end because we don't die. It's not about you or me or any of us, it's about everyone. And I don't think we're tied, but rather that good always wins. And there's more quality, and more courage, and more love, I continued. Your family, you're not going to find them because they're not lost. And you're not lost, she said with a smile as she came closer and hugged me. You're not lost. I know, returning the hug. Mizuki, I. Tatsumi, he pulls back slightly and looks me in the eyes. Now what you need to do is wake up. Wake up, yes I will. I smiled and placed a hand on his cheek. Will I see you again? Sure, but later. He smiles, then kisses me on the cheek and leans close to my ear. Wake up. After hearing Mizuki's words, I instinctively closed my eyes and began to fall to the ground. Reality. Just before I hit the ground, the horse's whinny woke me up, and I saw that I had fallen onto the grass, and then I saw the horse run away. W8. I got up from the ground and looked around, realizing I was back at the camp, near the bridge I was rebuilding. Suddenly, I heard growls approaching, and I could see the horde was still following me. Without wasting any more time, I quickly began to walk with great effort, heading towards the bridge. I finally lost my strength and fell to my knees just as the horde was approaching. Tatsumi, Tatsumi. Just as I began to hear Kamuro's voice, I looked up and saw all my friends and some residents of Arcane heading towards the horde. While they were dealing with the horde, Shino and Seiya approached me. Relax, Shino said as he hugged me. We're going to get you out of here, okay? Seiya said with a worried expression, just like Shino. No, take care of them. I can't. You'll get through this. Can't? You will, it's not over, we're not dead. Shino said, cupping my face in her hands, and I nodded a few times. Do you know why I fell in love with you? Because you're a fighter and you never give up. She placed one hand on my left hand and Seiya on my right, both of them looking at me with tender smiles. Fight, Tatsumi, fight for both of us, fight for all of us. The three of us stared at the others. You two, you're my family. I place a hand on Shino and Seiya's cheeks. I've found you. That's right, they both say in unison with tears in their eyes. But this isn't real. Yes, it is, they both said, kissing me on the cheek. Now wake up. After hearing those words, I instantly woke up and found myself lying on the bridge we were rebuilding, where I could also see how the horde was getting closer and closer. I stared at them for a moment before heading towards the bridge, where with each step I took drops of blood fell to the ground, on which I was already finding it difficult to stay upright. I'm fine, I have to find I haves. The moment I crossed the entire bridge, I turned around and watched the horde, seeing them crossing without any problem. This worried me as I thought it would give way under their weight. No, it won't hold. Starting to walk again. I can't. As I started walking again, my pace wasn't the same as before, causing some of them to begin approaching. Suddenly, without warning, two infected were behind me about to bite me until out of nowhere I heard the sound of two gunshots. I stared at the two dead bodies, then turned my gaze to where the sound had come from, where I could see Hirano and Rika with two sniper rifles. Meanwhile, the others were approaching them and surveying the entire group. What are you doing? Ray asks. He's hurt. Siko shouts, that horde is heading for Arcane. They want the bridge to sink, Yume said, and Seiya and Shino overheard. No, Shino and Seiya shouted at the same time as they started running in my direction. We can divert it, we'll fight fire, try to divert them, Tadashi orders. At that moment I could see several people running in my direction and starting to fire shots, attracting the attention of some of them. I shook my head and waved my hand, but Rika just stared at me. No. Don't do it for me, there are too many of them. No. I stared at the whole horde for a moment, thinking of a plan, until I saw one of them throw a box of dynamite on the ground, and an idea instantly came to me. I looked at Rika one last time and nodded, signaling her to stop, then looked at the dynamite and aimed my gun. As soon as I did, a flood of memories began to wash over me. Memories of all the moments I spent with my friends, especially Shino and Seiya, brought a smile to my face. Tatsumi, Shino and Seiya shout in unison with all their might. Shino, Seiya, thank you, I love you. After saying those words as if they were a whisper, without thinking twice I fired the dynamite, creating a huge explosion that would wipe out the bridge and all the infected who were following me. Chapter 70. Everything was completely silent, broken only by the crackling fire that erupted after the explosion. The infected could be seen bursting into flames before falling into the river. Everyone who had witnessed the explosion was completely stunned by what had happened. No one had words to describe it. Meanwhile, Shino and Seiya, with tears in their eyes, were shouting my name as they were restrained by Siko and Kamuro. In contrast, the others would have their heads bowed and tears in their eyes, trying to calm themselves, but it was impossible. Tatsumi Yume said, covering her mouth with both hands and falling to her knees, tears streaming down her face. It can't be. Overwhelmed with sadness, Shino and Seiya slowly fell to their knees, still calling my name. Siko and Kamuro hugged them tightly to keep them still and comfort them, though tears welled in their eyes as well. Meanwhile, Rika, who had been staring at the destroyed bridge and watching all the infected falling into the river, turned around with a sad expression and walked slowly towards the community, her destination the infirmary. Minutes later, Rika arrived at the community and the infirmary, where after knocking a couple of times and hearing a come-in, she went inside, observing Shizuka sitting at her desk. Shizuka smiled when she saw her friend, but that smile slowly faded as she saw Rika's sad face. Rika then began to tell her everything that had happened, causing Shizuka to lose all her happiness and burst into tears over her friend. What neither of them knew was that at that moment, Alice was in the next room with Zeke, and she had heard everything. The moment Alice heard about my death, she hugged Zeke and began to sob silently while Zeke comforted her as best he could. "Oh, Oni-chan," Alice screams at the top of her lungs, unable to contain herself. XXX. At that moment, just after the explosion, a helicopter could be seen flying over the area. Those on board had a clear view of the explosion and what had happened. What was that? An explosion? A soldier asked in surprise. IG, do you know what happened? I think I can imagine what happened, IG said with a smile as he stared at the smoke rising from the fire. Switch to Arcane's frequency, it's 140-200 MHz. I'm putting it on, give me a moment, turning the radio dial, and there it is. What's that? Was that the bridge? A man asks over the radio. It was Tatsumi. He blew it up to stop them. He saved us. Head north, bring weapons. We're not sure if that explosion killed the entire horde. Tatsumi, what? He's alive. No, the explosion destroyed the bridge and the... It seems that Tatsumi guy is dead, another soldier said after turning off the radio. IG, didn't you say he was an AA? What are we going to do if we go back to base empty-handed? What are we going to tell the boss? Can you stop asking me so many questions? Tatsumi is an AA, but I never thought he'd sacrifice himself like that. We'll have to think of something else. Or... Look, the driver said, interrupting IG and drawing everyone's attention. There's a person alive. A living person? IG asked, surprised. Don't tell me. He looked at the person, a smile spreading across his face. That bastard is still alive. Let's go downstairs. It's Tatsumi. The moment the soldiers spotted the person they were looking for, they quickly prepared and headed towards my position. I was lying semi-conscious on the riverbank, where IG and the other soldiers were helping me to my feet before getting me into the helicopter. Minutes later, I found myself inside the helicopter, completely bandaged and connected to machines, where I was beginning to regain consciousness. I slowly opened my eyes and saw a familiar person in front of me, but I couldn't identify who it was because everything was blurry. Don't worry, Tatsumi, we'll help you, IG said, though I couldn't quite understand what he was saying. Shortly after hearing those words, I stared straight ahead without saying anything, then slowly closed my eyes again and fell completely asleep. XXX. Pav normal. Several days after Tatsumi's death, we would now focus on the inhabitants of the Arcane community who would be living a peaceful and prosperous life thanks to Tatsumi's sacrifice. But we will focus on two people, Shino and Seiya, who, because of the death of their beloved, remained locked in separate rooms. They hadn't left their rooms at all and ate and drank very little, something that worried the others. Are they still not out? Magna asks Kamuro, who had come to visit. That's right. Neither of them went out at all and they're eating very little. We're starting to worry. And how is Yumesan feeling? She's not doing well. She tries not to show it, but she's really struggling. Her loss hurt her deeply. He was very important to her. Yes, and for us. Right now, Hirano is talking to Seiya. While Kamuro and Magna were engaging in another topic of conversation, Hirano headed to Seiya's room and with a bit of nervousness knocked on the door a couple of times. Takagi-san, I'm Hirano, may I come in? She didn't answer and Hirano prepared to enter. Coming. Hirano, a little afraid, turned the doorknob and upon entering, he could see that the room was completely empty without any furniture. Only a chair, where Seiya was sitting hugging her knees. Takagi-san. He closed the door behind him and slowly approached Seiya, who was still in the same position. Then Hirano placed a hand on her shoulder and gave a small smile. Takagi-san, we're very worried about you. I'm worried about you. You're not eating or drinking enough. If you keep this up, you're going to get sick or something much worse. What does it matter? She said suddenly, then lifted her head and noticed that the area around her eyes was slightly red. Hirano guessed she'd been crying. If I get sick or even if I die, what does it matter? If Tatsumi isn't with me, nothing else matters. You think so? Hirano asked, his face serious. You and Asada-san think so, that Tatsumi is dead. What do you mean? You saw him disappear by the bridge, he. Seiya shouted as she stood up from her chair and faced Hirano. Yes, it's true he wasn't on the bridge after the explosion, but how do you know exactly that he died? It's possible he survived. After all, we haven't found his body yet. What are you trying to say? She asked, a little surprised as she took steps backward. I thought you were a genius, Takagi-san. What I'm trying to say is that Tatsumi may have survived. Those words gave Seiya a glimmer of hope, causing her to sit back down in the chair and cover her mouth in surprise. For a moment, Seiya could have considered the possibility that Tatsumi had survived, but because of sadness, guilt, and depression, she was completely blind to it. Why didn't I realize it before? I'm such an idiot. Right now, she started to cry. We could have looked for Tatsumi and Hirano could sense the guilt that Seiya was expelling, so very gently he approached her and gave her a warm hug, in which Seiya could not contain herself and began to cry non-stop. Several minutes after Seiya had vented her frustration, she gradually began to calm down. She was now changing her clothes so she could go downstairs with the others. While she was getting dressed, Hirano was doing his best to dry his shirt, which was soaked with Seiya's tears. Damn it, she's all soaked, Hirano whispers so Seiya won't hear him. Hirano, Seiya said suddenly, startling Hirano slightly. Turning around, she noticed Seiya was blushing and looking away. What's wrong, Takagi-san? I mean thank you, she whispers the last part, blushing even more. What did you say? I didn't hear you. God, I said thank you. Now did you hear me, you fat ass? Why yes, I'm sorry, and you're welcome. By the way, he approached Hirano, flashing a terrifying smile. If you tell anyone what happened, I'll kill you, understand? Why yes, my mouth is a tomb. Don't worry, Takagi-san. That's more like it, opening the door and leaving the room. Come on, Four Eyes. This is the Takagi-san I know, he said with a smile before starting to follow Seiya. After Seiya returned to normal, she and Hirano headed to the first floor where everyone else was, including Magna. The moment they heard someone coming down the stairs, they all turned and saw Seiya. Seiya, Takagi. They all shouted as they approached her. Are you feeling better? Siko asked. Yes, I'm much better. Hirano helped me think things through a bit. Shino's still up there, right? That's right, we were deciding who could talk to her, but we still don't know who, Kamuro said. I see, I'll talk to Shino. After all, we're both dating the same man, Seiya said with a smile as she started up the stairs. How do you plan to do it? Rei asked in a worried tone. I'm a genius. I'll figure something out, she said, putting on her glasses and flashing a smile. Then she continued up the stairs and headed to Shino's room, leaving everyone else with a calm smile, knowing that the Takagi Seiya they all knew had returned. Hey Hirano, what did you do to get Takagi back? Kamuro asked with a smile. Me. I didn't do anything. He stares at Seiya with a smile. She pulled herself together. After everyone had calmed down, Seiya stood before the door of Shino's room where she was locked in. Without hesitation, Seiya raised her arm and knocked a couple of times. Shino, it's me, Seiya, may I come in? But she received no response from Shino. She let out a small sigh and turned the doorknob, finding herself in a completely dark room. The only light came from a window illuminating Shino, who sat on the bed with a sad expression. Is that what she looked like? No, she's much worse, Seiya thought as she slowly approached Shino, only to see that there was no light left in her eyes. Shino. Seiya, Shino said, his eyes still dull. I see you're better, I'm glad. What? Hirano helped me to reconsider a little. He sits down next to her. I've come to do the same for you. Reconsider? About what? Tatsumi died. He died right in front of us, and we couldn't do anything for him. We just stood there watching as he hugging her knees and beginning to sob. She continued. This is all my fault. If only I had stopped him or gone with him. You know perfectly well that if you tried to stop him, he wouldn't have listened and would have left without a word, and if you had gone with him, it's possible I wouldn't just lose Tatsumi but you too. And I couldn't bear to lose another person important to me. Not another. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she stared out the window. Seiya, Shino said, a little surprised as the sparkle in her eyes slowly began to appear. Hirano told me they still haven't found Tatsumi's body, so I still think and believe that Tatsumi is alive and I'm going to go look for him. Huh, what, Tatsumi is still alive? She asked, surprised, a ray of hope emerging within her, bringing a sparkle back to her eyes. How can you be sure he's still alive? You saw the same thing I did. I don't know, she closes her eyes, smiling, then looks at Shino. But I think he's still alive out there. After all, he's our tough boyfriend, right? She gives a small smile. Shino was completely shocked by everything Seiya was saying. She couldn't believe Tatsumi was still alive. But then she began to remember all the times Tatsumi could have died, yet he still came back alive to be with them. This caused Shino to show a small smile as she tightly gripped the pendant that Tatsumi had given her earlier. Yes, you're right, he survived so much he's definitely alive. She began to shed tears, but this time tears of joy. I trust he is. Seiya, thank you. She threw herself at her and hugged her tightly. Thank you so much. Baka, if you keep crying like this, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Unable to stop, they both began to shed tears uncontrollably, like rivers flowing, while still embracing each other with smiles on their faces. With a glimmer of hope in their hearts, they couldn't contain the joy they felt at the thought that Tatsumi might still be alive. XXX. The next morning, Seiya and Shino had already told the others about their plan to find Tatsumi, and we will now focus on the gate of the community where they were saying goodbye. Be very careful, okay? Protect each other, Siko said after giving each of them a hug. Don't worry, you know perfectly well that I'm a better shooter than you, Seiya said proudly, putting her hands on her hips and flashing a smile. Yes, that's true, but still, be careful, she says with a smile. If you don't find any clues to Tatsumi's whereabouts or anything, come back as soon as possible, Kamuro said, and they both nodded. Here, Hirano said, pulling a radio from his pocket. We'll be in touch, tune into 143, 300 megahertz. Nobody uses it, so we can talk without any problems. We'll turn ours on every night. Hirano, thank you so much for everything, Shino said with a smile as he received the radio. It's the least I can do after all. I promised Tatsumi I would protect you, and I still stand by that promise. We know, Shino said, giving her a quick hug, then pulling away to look at Seiya with a mischievous grin. Seiya, don't you have to say anything to Hirano? She asked, making Seiya blush. WL, thank you for taking care of us and protecting us. Huh, what did you say, Takagi-san? I didn't hear you very well, he said sarcastically, causing Seiya to become enraged. Tusk, you want to start a fight with me, Fatso? Seiya said as she lunged at Hirano to hit him, but Kamuro held her back. And no, I'm sorry. I just wanted to play a joke on you, Hirano said nervously, causing everyone to burst out laughing at the scene. One day I'll beat you up. He picked up his backpack from the floor and slung it over his shoulder. Shino, it's time. Yes, doing the same as Seiya, but before she could take another step, Alice would be grabbing her sleeve. Alice, One-chan, promise me you'll come back, and with Oni-chan too. Shino and Seiya stared at Alice, then looked at each other and smiled before crouching down and hugging Alice together. We promise, Shorty, take care of everyone for us, okay? Seiya says, we'll bring Tatsumi back, we promise, Shino said. Hi. She says with a charming smile after the hug, then turns to Shizuka. Have a good trip. Wait, a woman's voice shouts from behind them all. When they turn around, they see it's Yume. I'm coming too. Huh, are you sure? Magna asked in a worried tone. Of course, Tatsumi is important to me and I'd feel much better knowing I can help find him than staying here helplessly. She approaches Shino and Seiya. Can I join you? The more the merrier, Shino says with a smile. We could really use your listening skills, so of course you can come with us, Seiya says with a smile. Girls, thank you, Yume said in the same tone. Okay, let's go. After that farewell and after Yume joined the group, the three headed to the outskirts of the community while waving goodbye to everyone else who was doing the same, until the door finally closed. Chapter 71. Several days after Shino, Seiya, and Yume left, the three were still continuing their mission to find Tatsumi, currently traversing the dense forest near the same river where the infected who were chasing Tatsumi had fallen. From time to time, the three would have a short conversation, but the rest of the way was complete silence, as their mission to find Tatsumi was their priority and they didn't want any distractions. Days passed, and they still hadn't found any clues to Tatsumi's whereabouts, something that began to worry and frustrate them at the same time. Every night Shino turned on the radio Hirano had given her, and right now the three of them were gathered around a campfire talking to it. So you still haven't found anything? Kamuro asks over the radio. No, nothing, we haven't found anything, Seiya said, sounding a little sad, having found nothing and having no plan. It's frustrating, Shino adds. How many kilometers have you covered already? Hirano asks this time. We've gone about 10 kilometers, Yume replies. You have about 3 kilometers left to reach the coast, you might find something there. That's right, Seiya suddenly shouted. The day the bridge exploded, the river current was very strong. It's possible Tatsumi was swept out to sea. Something's better than nothing. Will set off for the sea first thing tomorrow, Shino said, looking at Seiya and Yum, who both nodded. Then he brought the radio closer to his face. Thanks, Hirano. Yurei, welcome. Let us know if you find anything. We'll be in touch. Good night. Over and out. Shortly after ending the call and finishing talking with the rest of the group, the three of them settled down to sleep, holding a small hope of finding some clue about Tatsumi. But before Yum could lie down, she remained observing a part of the forest, having heard something move earlier. Seiya noticed she wasn't asleep and continued watching her. Yum, is something wrong? No, nothing. He stares for a few seconds, then lies down in his sleeping bag. I thought I heard footsteps, but I must have imagined it. Don't worry, good night. Good night, XXX. The next morning, early in the morning, the sun would already be rising, and the three of them had already arrived at the coast, where they would stay for a moment observing the sea and then take a look at the beach. This is beautiful, Shino said with a smile as she watched the sunrise. Yes, it is, Seiya says in the same way, then looks at Yum. I'm sorry you can't see this, Yum. Don't worry, she says with a smile. Even though I can't see it, I can kind of feel it and I know it's beautiful. She remains silent for a moment. I wish Tatsumi could see this. He's probably watching it right now, Seiya said, placing a hand on Yum's shoulder before glancing at Shino. Right. That's right, don't worry, we'll find it. Girls, she trails off as she begins to hear footsteps approaching. I hear footsteps coming and they're not them, it's someone. Which way? That way. She pointed behind her where the footsteps were getting closer. She's coming towards us. Yum, get behind us, Shino ordered. Yum obeyed and quickly positioned herself behind Shino and Seiya, where both of them stared in the direction Yum pointed before aiming their weapons. Little by little, the three of them began to clearly hear footsteps approaching. Here it is, Seiya said as a drop of sweat fell down her face. After a few seconds of complete silence, which seemed eternal to both of them, a black man emerged from the dense forest, where he stood with his arms raised as he watched Shino and Seiya pointing at him. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Hello, I'm Virgin, what are your names? We ask the questions, answer, what are you doing here? Seiya asked, frowning as she pointed at Virgin's head. Answer it or you're dead, Shino said, pointing at his heart. Don't take this the wrong way. It's not possible to survive this long without getting used to violence. How long have you been watching us? Yum asked, standing next to Seiya. You're the person I heard yesterday, right? I wasn't spying on you, I don't want to hurt anyone. I left home to get supplies and now I'm just trying to get back, I swear. What's your game? Seiya asks. No, there's no game, I just want to go home to my family where I can't tell you where I live, my family is there. It's your only way to get back to them, Shino said until she was interrupted by Virgin, or keep them safe. Your wife and children don't know where you are or if you'll ever come back, don't put them through that. I live on Akinashima Island near Tottori Prefecture. It's a bit hidden and fortified. I already told you I didn't intend to cause any trouble, but I just need a boat from the pier there. Seiya and Shino looked at the pier in the distance. Please. Okay, Shino said, starting to lower his weapon just like Seiya. Okay, may I ask what you're doing here, all three of you alone? We're looking for an important person. We thought we might find some clue about him here. So you're looking for someone near where I live. There's an abandoned ship. It was full of soldiers a few days ago, but they left as if nothing had happened. You might find something inside. A ship full of soldiers, is that the army? That's strange from what I can see. The EMP attack didn't reach them, but why did they leave the ship? Seiya said, placing her hand on her chin to think. What are you thinking about? Shino asked. Well, that's unusual. Why would the army leave one of its ships in perfect condition? I think it's not the army but other people. And do you think Tatsumi has anything to do with them? I try not to think about it, but I can't help it. I'm starting to get quite worried. Look at Virgin. If what you say is true, take us on that ship. Okay, but first let's go to the island where my family is. I've been away for a long time and they must be worried. Okay, they all say at the same time. XXX. Hours later, the three girls and Virgin had arrived at the island where his family supposedly lived. Shino and Yum were the first to get off the rowboat, while Seiya removed the handcuffs that kept Virgin restrained and still. Couldn't you do it 5 hours ago? Why would we do it? Seiya replied as she got off the boat. Okay, Virgin said as she stepped off the boat and picked up her backpack. Let's go, my family is inland. And the ship you told us about? Shino asked as they followed it. The ship, it's on the other side of the island, you can see it perfectly from the coast. The three of them didn't say a word and remained alert in case Virgin tried anything strange. Minutes later, she slowly approached the camp where her family was until Virgin stopped in an orchard. We have to go to the ship, are we going now? Seiya asks. Well, I can't go empty-handed. My wife wouldn't like it and she'd be angry. That's all I needed, Seiya whispers. This garden is yours, there are herbs and infusions for everything. Pain, nerves, insomnia, he says as he picks a couple of herbs. And to concentrate and hurry up. Shino asks sarcastically, on the verge of losing her temper just like the others, while that person has you all on edge. Listen to me, Virginson, we need to find that person as soon as possible, so please take us to that ship. Yum said sadly as she approached Virgin. Okay, packing the herbs and infusions into her backpack. My family is around here, I'll take you to the boat later. The three looked at each other and nodded, then began to follow Virgin, who would be guiding them to the camp where several garments could be seen hanging and a few tables and chairs. I'm sure Alice would be happy here, Saya said, looking around at the entire space. My son often says that maybe the sailors left some buried treasure in a grain silo. It's very difficult to stop him from climbing up and getting inside. He's 5 years old and just like his mother. While Virgin was engaged in a small conversation, the girls were behind him, watching and listening to see if he was up to something. Finally, Shino lost his temper and drew his pistol, pointing it at Virgin's head. When they decide to do something, there's nothing you can do to stop it. I remember once he turns around and sees Shino pointing a gun at him. I'm sick of hearing you talk, so where's your family? He remained silent and began walking in one direction, leaving the girls a little confused, so they started to follow him. After walking a few meters, Virgin stopped in front of 3 empty graves, 2 small and 1 slightly larger. When I said I had to go back to my family, I meant it. When we got married, I promised flowers every day, placing a flower on each grave, and why didn't you tell us this before? Saya said as she approached Virgin. It's not easy to say I don't like bringing anyone here, I don't trust people, they scare me. Is it true that that ship has been found? I promised I would help you and take you to that ship, and I will, but we'll find it ourselves, it's not very difficult, the island is not safe. Really, I hadn't noticed, she says sarcastically. I was until more people arrived, they brought violence and disease with it, they killed my family, there were never many infected, so I never learned to do what you all do. She looks at Shino, you're a good shot. She looks at Saya, you're very clever, you come up with brilliant plans. She looks at Yum, and you have incredible hearing. What do you need us for? Shino asked, knowing that he was going to ask for something. My family is still in there, my wife, my little ones, that's why I wanted you to come, I needed you. The 3 remained completely silent as they stared at Virgin before deciding to help her after a few minutes. The 4 of them were now in the building where her family had been transformed. Yum, can you tell how many there are? Shino asked, looking out a window. No, I'm sorry, these walls are too thick and it's preventing me from hearing properly. Then the only thing we can do is enter very stealthily. Shino puts the gun away, we'll kill them with knives, understood. Yum, stay behind us and support us. She nodded, then looked at Virgin. And you stay behind and don't get in the way. Why, yes, of course. In anticipation of Saya's plan, she and Shino positioned themselves in front of the door and waited for one of them to approach. The moment the infected person began banging on the door, Shino forced it open, and then Saya plunged the knife into his head. As soon as they all entered, they continued down a small corridor until they reached a narrow passageway formed by several pieces of furniture, in which one of them was trapped. Shino approached for a moment through the opening and at the far end could see a room full of infected people. There's a room and I see several of them. I can't say exactly how many there are, Shino whispers. Yum, I'm going. Placing a hand on the ground, she continued. I can only tell you that there are 6 moving, I don't know if any are still. She said calmly, and Saya and Shino nodded in agreement. Shino carefully approached the trapped infected man and impaled him on the head, then with Saya's help removed the body from the path. They silently placed the body on the ground and then one by one crossed the narrow passage. The 3 of them were able to pass without problems, until it was Virgin's turn, who, at the moment he crossed, had his foot caught on a rope, causing some furniture to fall and make a loud noise. Shit, I'm sorry. The 3 girls were startled by the noise and then turned their attention to them, who were beginning to approach. It was clear there were many more of them. Saya quickly looked around and then noticed a folding bed on the floor. Shino, help me, Saya said, as the 2 of them picked up the folding bed. Yum, stand behind us and don't separate. After saying those words, Saya looked at Shino and they both nodded at the same time, then turned their gaze to the infected and quickly ran against them, pushing them back into the room. Once they had all of them in one place, Shino and Saya drew their weapons and began firing, killing them one by one. Meanwhile, Virgin grabbed the folding bed again, and he and Yum began to defend themselves against the remaining them. After a few minutes, Shino and Saya killed the infected who were trying to grab the other 2. Virgin and Yum, hearing no more growls, moved the folding bed out of their way, revealing that Shino and Saya had finished them all off. As always, you guys are amazing, Yum said with a smile. Over time, I got the hang of this submachine gun, Saya said, puffing out her chest and flashing a proud smile. Are you okay? Shino asks. Of course, don't worry, Yum replies. While the 3 of them were having a brief conversation, Virgin separated from the group and went into a room. Upon opening the door, she saw several infected people hanging by their necks. When the girls entered the room and saw the scene, they assumed they had attempted suicide. The girls remained completely silent, while Virgin approached a specific infected person who turned out to be his wife. Beside her were their two children. Completely devastated, Virgin fell to his knees and picked up a shoe which he placed on his wife. XXX. A few hours later, the girls and Virgin were back at the graves of his wife and children, where this time they were indeed buried. As soon as Virgin finished digging, she picked the flowers and placed them on each grave. I wanted to give them something they'd love to take home. Jasmine loved that orchard. Look, I know this is hard and I'm sorry, but we need you to take us to that ship, Seiya said. My wife, when I was going through a tough time, she helped me get through it. Without her, I don't know who I am. It's not too late to find out, but Yum was saying until he was interrupted by Virgin. I wanted to tell you. It's been a long time since I've had a reason to thank anyone. Don't thank us, just show us that ship and we'll leave, Shino replies this time. No, it's late, the tide has gone out. I don't know if the boat could reach the ship. It would be better if you stayed overnight so you don't take any risks. Virginson, we need you to fulfill your part of the deal. Yes, but getting up from the floor. It's getting dark and some buildings aren't safe. Can we do it in the morning? We'll do it first thing in the morning, understood. Virgin nodded, then showed the girls where they could sleep, but as she turned to leave, Shino and Seiya, who were standing in front, heard the sound of someone falling. They both turned around and could see Yum lying unconscious on the ground. Shino and Seiya were about to approach, but Virgin was faster and grabbed Yum by the neck with a knife. You'd better not move if you don't want me to slit your friend's throat. Now throw your weapons away. Now. Virgin brought the tip of the knife close to Yum's neck, causing a drop of blood to begin to fall. Seeing this, Shino and Seiya stopped aiming at Virgin and threw their weapons away. Okay, now turn around and get on your knees. Quickly. These two girls, completely unhinged, obeyed Virgin's orders and knelt down with their backs to him, then put their hands behind their heads. They both remained still while Virgin moved, positioning himself behind Seiya and striking her hard on the head, knocking her unconscious. How dare you? But Shino couldn't finish speaking as she received a strong blow, leaving her unconscious as well. Don't worry, I'll take very good care of you, Virgin said, flashing a sadistic smile. Chapter 72. Shino's Mind. Everything was complete darkness around Shino. No matter where you looked, you only found a completely dark place with no end. Where am I? Shino asks after getting up from the ground and looking around. Feeling a little confused, she began to walk, hoping to find a way out or some clue to figure out where she was. During the journey, everything was completely silent until after a couple of minutes a voice began to resonate through the place, a voice that Shino recognized perfectly. This island has a gift. Tatsumi, is that you? Where are you? After Shino shouted those words, she began looking around until Tatsumi's figure appeared before her. The moment she saw him, she rushed towards him, giving him a tight hug. Tatsumi. It's good to see you, Shino. He steps back to look into her eyes. I see you've come a long way to find me. He smiles. Yes, but we still won't give up. Together we'll find you. Seiya, Yum, and me, the three of us, I know, and you're very close. Really? I'm so happy. She hugs him again. I'll be able to see you again. That's right, and I love you three. Changing the subject, Shino said after separating from him. What did you mean by this island has a gift? This island has a plantation of herbal infusions, datura, a sedative. Virgin administered it to you shortly after rendering you unconscious. But why? He wants you to see it. Virgin realized you're suffering, so he wants you to be calm and realize that all of this is destiny. Destiny. That's right, how about I show you a different destination? Tatsumi approached Shino and hugged her with one arm, then with the other he snapped his fingers, and at that moment the completely dark place would turn into the city of Takanasu. Takanasu, what are we doing here? She asks. This street, doesn't it look familiar? After Tatsumi said those words, Shino looked around and instantly recognized the street he was on, specifically recognizing an alley. This alley was... Yes, it's the same alley where the girls were bothering you and asking for money, where you refused and they started making fun of you for being so scared. At that moment I was so scared my legs wouldn't respond and I started vomiting. But before the girls went any further, you helped me. Yes, I helped you and it's something I never regretted doing. But now imagine that I hadn't helped you that day and had just walked right past you. You and I might be complete strangers even in class. Now let's see what would have happened. Tatsumi snapped his fingers again and the scene changed completely, now showing the bus. The moment the students named Shido their leader, the story shifted to the point where Shino also joined in the applause. Me, I'm in favor too. But how? After all, we were complete strangers. Your only support was Shido's words. You thought that to survive in this world it was better to be with the strongest group. After saying those words, the scene suddenly changed, this time showing Shintoko's third elementary school, specifically shortly after Tatsumi and his group were asked to leave. The focus then shifted to two people, Shino and Shido. They were both on top of the bus, and this time it wasn't Tsunoda who fired, but Shino. After shooting and hitting Tatsumi, she smiled. I was the one who shot you, Shino said, on the verge of tears while covering his mouth with both hands. You were completely different then. Shido's words were so comforting and he even helped you overcome your panic, but it came at a high price. Let's chain. He would snap his fingers again and the scene would change to the sanctuary, where we would be focusing on the moment when Tatsumi was captured by Thomas and right now they would be interrogating him. "Tell me, Tatsumi-kun, how many of you are there?" Shido demanded as Shino hit him. "You know perfectly well that Thomasin doesn't know exactly, so tell me, and I want to know now." "Do you really think," Tatsumi manages to say with difficulty, then spits a little blood onto the ground, "that I should tell you, sensei?" At that moment Shino became enraged by his arrogance and quickly drew a knife, stabbing Tatsumi in the leg. Tatsumi screamed in pain and Shino smiled sadistically as she heard his cries. "No, stop," Shino shouted as she stepped in front of the other Shino. "You have to stop, please. He can't hear you, this is a hallucination, it's not real." "But I'm going to kill you." "Don't worry," Tatsumi said with a smile, placing his hand on his head. "This isn't real, it never happened." He leaned closer to Shino's face and gently wiped away the small tears with his finger. "Besides, I know perfectly well you would never do something like that." He smiled. "Tatsumi," she threw herself at him and hugged him tightly. "I promise I'll never hurt you no matter what happens, we'll be together forever." "Yes, I know," he strokes her head, "but the story isn't over yet." While stroking Shino's head with one hand, he snapped his fingers with the other, revealing a forest scene. The story takes place shortly after Shido's attack on the prison, where Shino could now be seen running through the forest as she was being chased by two people, in which after hiding behind some weeds she would kill them without mercy. But just before she could return to the prison and reunite with Shido, she would be shot in the stomach, where she would look ahead and observe that it was Seiya with her submachine gun. Seiya wouldn't say a word and would approach Shino, pushing her with her foot and knocking her to the ground. Shino would quickly try to grab her gun, but a foot stopped her, and when she looked up she saw Tatsumi pointing it at her head. Shino was completely terrified as she watched her end approach, then she heard the sound of a gunshot echoing throughout the forest. "So you're going to kill me?" "Yes, I'm sorry. It might not be a good fate, but it's what would have happened. I'm truly sorry." After hearing those last words, she shook her head. "Don't apologize. After seeing all this, I'm glad you helped me that day." Tatsumi stared at Shino and could see tears welling in her eyes, but she wore a smile. Then Shino approached the other Shino and crouched down beside her, closing her eyes. "Tatsumi," she stood up and turned around, flashing a charming smile. "Thank you for everything. Thank you for changing my destiny and making me so happy." "Baka, but don't cry." He approached her with a smile and wiped away her tears. "Now that you've seen this, please don't torment yourself anymore and keep your head held high. Show me the Shino I fell in love with. Do it for me, okay?" He gently lifted her chin. "I promise you," slowly bringing their faces closer and meeting in a deep kiss. "My Tatsumi," she thought as she kissed him, reality. As Shino and Tatsumi were kissing, she slowly began to wake up. She then found herself locked in a small room with Seiya and Yume, both of whom were also waking up. Where are we?" Yume asked as she stood up. "I don't know, but my head hurts. I had a really weird dream," Seiya said as she stood up and touched her head. "Yes, me too. Tatsumi appeared in it and it would be showing me a different destiny than the one I have now," Yume commented, surprising Seiya and Shino. "You too?" Shino and Seiya asked simultaneously, then stared at each other. "And you too?" "Are you feeling better?" Virgin suddenly asked from behind a door. "It'll pass," she replied, opening the door and handing each of them a glass of water. The three of them would take the glass and stare at its contents, then Seiya would suddenly throw the water at Virgin. Shino would take advantage of the distraction and lunge at him, trying to grab the keys. "No, don't do this." Seiya, seeing how Shino was having a little trouble taking them off, quickly broke the glass and stabbed Virgin in the leg with a piece of glass. "Number buck." He dropped the keys and quickly got up from the floor, then ran out of the room, leaving the girls behind. As the three of them were left alone and recovering, Yume began to hear voices. "I hear people in the next room." "How many?" Seiya asks. "They are 3 adults, 1 man and 2 women. We have to get them out," Shino suggests. Seiya and Yume nodded and the 3 of them quickly went to the next room, opening the door without hesitation. They postponed their greetings and the group quickly left the building and headed for the ship Shino, Seiya and Yume had arrived on, but when they arrived they saw it was engulfed in flames. "Damn, he's a bastard," the man says. "What do we do?" one of the women asks. "We need to take Virgin right now," Seiya suggests. No one objected and they quickly set off in search of Virgin, finding him running through the woods after a few minutes. The man then pounced on him and with a knife he had found, held it to his neck. "I was going to ask you for help," Virgin said, looking at the 3 girls. "I wanted to let them go. I wanted them there so they wouldn't kill me. But you found them first and I knew you would kill me too. I'm sorry." "Are you sorry?" the man says, bringing the knife closer to his neck. "She always told me it was the right thing to do, and when she died I didn't know what to do anymore. I couldn't let you go and I didn't want to kill you either. Girls, what do we do? You have just as many reasons as we do to kill this bastard." "That's true," Shino said as Seiya and Yume stared at her. "But I know someone very important to us who would do the right thing." Seiya and Yume knew exactly who she meant and smiled. "Look at him, he owes you far more than he could ever repay. Killing him would dehumanize you, it wouldn't compensate you. But by forgiving him, you gain something. You come out ahead, Seiya said as she stood beside Shino. What? A woman asks. Peace. Yum continues, placing herself on the other side of Shino. XXX. Shortly after locking Virgin in one of the rooms, Shino, Seiya, and Yum began searching the entire building for her belongings. After exploring several hallways and entering numerous rooms, they finally found the room where her things, along with those of other people, were stored. It had to be the last room, Seiya said with annoyance as she opened the living room door. Oh well. There's a lot of stuff here, Shino said as she walked in and looked around, then noticed her backpacks. Here are our things. Minutes later, the three of them had gathered all their belongings and were ready to leave the room. But just before leaving, Shino, using her flashlight, spotted an item of clothing. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a jacket. Tatsumi's jacket, Seagirls. What's wrong, Shino? Seiya asks. This, he turns around and shows the jacket. This is Tatsumi's. Both of them instantly fell silent upon hearing those words, then quickly headed to Virgin's room. After opening the door, Seiya approached him, grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, and slammed him against the wall. Where did you get this? He said, showing off his jacket. Answer me. From the ship, he managed to say with difficulty. The three girls stared at each other. Take us to that ship, Shino ordered, and the man nodded. XXX. After Shino gave that order, Virgin had guided them to the ship where she found Tatsumi's jacket, and the four of them were now inside the ship. They came in with the tide during the big storm. I don't know where they came from. Virgin insisted as Seiya pushed him through the ship's corridors. Shut up. Seiya ordered as she pushed Virgin into a room, then handcuffed him to a bar. No, girls. Ignoring Virgin's words, the three girls set about searching the entire room, hoping to find some clue as to whether Tatsumi had been on that ship. Hours passed and the girls couldn't find anything, which began to frustrate them until suddenly Seiya stared at a metal plate. At first, you might have thought it was just an ordinary metal plate, but this plate contained several tiny holes made with a pen. What was also very strange was that these holes didn't go all the way through the plate. Seiya would turn the plate halfway around and touch it. Yum, isn't this a braille system? Seiya asked as she handed the plaque to Yum. Braille system? Shino asks, a little confused. Braille is a language for blind people, Seiya explained briefly, then looked at Yum. How's it going? It's a message, I'm sure of it. Yum says with a smile. Really, and what does it say? Shino asked excitedly. Let's see, I'm at coordinates 34 degrees 2013, 7 and 137 degrees 4714, 8E, I'm waiting for you, T. This is a message from Tatsumi. He's telling us where he is. Those numbers are coordinates, Seiya said, searching for a map and then approaching it. 34 degrees 2013. 7 and 137 degrees 4714, 8E, it's here. She said, pointing to it on the map. Tatsumi is here. Seiya and Yum were completely happy as they showed a huge smile, but that smile would change when they saw Shino on his knees and shedding tears while looking at the plaque. Shino, is something wrong? Are you okay? Why are you crying? No, don't misunderstand me, she said, wiping away her tears, though it was impossible. I'm so happy we've finally found Tatsumi. She smiled, but tears still streamed down her face. Seiya and Yum looked at each other and smiled. Then the three of them hugged each other with big smiles and tears of happiness for having found the most important person for them. We found you, Tatsumi, the three of them said at the same time during the hug. Chapter 73. Pav Tatsumi. Days before Shino, Seiya, and Yum found my jacket and my message. Hours after the helicopter rescued me and healed me, I would still find myself unconscious inside a ship, in which we would focus on a specific person, IG, who would be heading to the infirmary where he was resting, although he was also chained up in case he woke up and tried to escape. How is she? She's still not awake, asked IG, the doctor who was examining me. His vital signs are normal and his breathing is also normal. He's stable right now. The best thing is to let him rest as much as possible. After all, he's an AA and very valuable. That's right, he heads for the door. Take care of him, doctor. I'll go and inform our commander about his condition and ours. Understood. After saying those words, IG left the infirmary and headed to the ship's communications room, where upon arrival he observed one of the soldiers talking to a woman which he assumed was his wife. We're currently near Akinashima Island. We'll be heading back to the base shortly. I'm glad. I miss you, darling. And the little one too. Come on, AA. Say hello to your father. Hi, Daddy. When will you be back? Soon, little one. I'll be there with you and your mother in a few days. Can you wait a little while? Okay, I miss you, and I love you, little one. Will you do me a favor? Will you continue to look after your mother for me until I return? Yes, I promise. Good, I'm glad. She turns around and looks at IG. Sorry, honey, one of my colleagues needs the radio. We'll talk later. Okay, don't worry. I love you, and I love you too. She switched off the frequency, then stood up and looked at IG. Have you been there long? Not much. I see someone is waiting for you at the base. Yes, scratching the back of his neck. My wife and daughter, I haven't seen them for several months and I miss them, I can imagine. I'll use the radio to inform the commander about the boy we rescued. That's right. Tatsumi is very valuable, he's an AA type, and he's our commander's son. What? That's amazing. To think we'd find none other than the commander's son, Sasaki Hidaki. I was surprised too the first day I saw him. He leans closer to the radio. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to speak with the commander in private. Why, yes, of course, see you later. Leaving the room, okay, changing the frequency. This is IG. Commander, can you hear me? This is IG. I hear you loud and clear. Report back, sir. Subject AA is currently unconscious, but his vital signs and breathing are stable. The doctor believes he will wake up when we get back to base. Excellent. Take good care of my son. Understood. I'm entrusting him to you, IG. Yes, sir. IG, before you come here, I'd like to give you another mission. Which one is it, sir? It seems we're running out of Type A test subjects. I'd like you to bring in three Type AS. I know that you previously informed me in Arcane that there are several Type A people. I need you to bring them here. I understand, sir, but many of the men on this ship want to get back to base to see their families. That's why I have an idea, sir. I'm listening. Sir, your son Tatsumi is seeing two women and is close to another. These three women are all a type and they'll surely come looking for Tatsumi when they can't find his body. My plan is as follows, he explained the plan. What do you think, sir? That's wonderful. Okay, IG, execute the plan right now. I'll tell your men to prepare to evacuate the ship. Several teams will be going after them. Understood, sir. Thank you, IG. You've done a great job. I'm sure my son and I can find a solution to all this. Over and out. After the call ended, IG turned off the radio and headed back to the infirmary, where he stared at me through the window in the door. He couldn't help but smile, remembering the plan he had devised. After that, IG began informing all the men, who all quickly started packing their belongings. IG, on the other hand, went to the ship's deck and found a metal plate where he began to create the braille system. After writing the message on the plaque, he stared at it and began to have memories of his mother. These memories showed how his mother was blind and how she was teaching a small child braille. Mom, in the end, your teachings were useful to me. He wouldn't say anything else and headed to the ship's main compartment, where he would hide the badge. He wanted to make it look like I was the one who hid it so the girls would believe it. Then he would take my jacket and throw it on the floor to show another piece of evidence that it was there. Good, the plan is going perfectly. Suddenly, the sound of several helicopters alerted him. He quickly grabbed his things and headed to the deck where everyone was, including me, though I was still unconscious. We all watched as a group of helicopters approached the ship. XXX. A couple of days later, I woke up abruptly to an intermittent beeping sound and a ventilator, and then I looked around and realized I was in some kind of infirmary. I tried to move, but I noticed I was handcuffed to the gurney. Suddenly, the sound of the door echoed in the room and two doctors entered, where one of them approached one of the tables, then picked up a syringe and came towards me. Hello, Tatsumi-san, stay calm, look at the handcuffs. We put them on you to prevent you from hurting yourself. Okay, I said as I relaxed on the examination table while the doctor injected me with the syringe. That's it. Do you remember anything that happened? I remember leading a horde. I was badly wounded. I also remember reaching the bridge we were rebuilding, and then I glance at the infirmary again and realize it's not the one in Arcane. Where am I? We just want to make sure you're okay. After all, the commander asked us to take good care of you. The commander, who is he? You'll meet him soon. After saying those words, he left the infirmary, leaving me alone with the other doctor. I immediately started looking around and a plan to escape came to me. Chog, I groaned in pain and the doctor looked at me. I'm sorry, they're just very tight. Okay, he moved closer to me and loosened his grip slightly. I'll loosen it a little. As the doctor was loosening my right hand, I slowly pulled out my left hand and without him noticing grabbed a tray and forcefully smashed it on his head. At that moment, while he was stunned, I quickly removed the handcuffs from my right hand and lunged at the man, positioning myself behind him and grabbing his neck to render him unconscious. SHHH silence. After knocking the doctor unconscious, I quickly left the infirmary and started running through the ship's corridors. It was then that I realized I was on a cruise ship, which surprised me somewhat. But I was pulled from my thoughts by the sound of an alarm and the ship's horn. We have a problem in the infirmary. The boy has let loose. After hearing those words, I started running again, and at this moment I would be going through the ship's cabins. But before I could go any further, I saw a group of soldiers ahead of me. I was about to turn around, but another group was approaching, so I quickly went into one of the rooms. Where did he go? I don't know, but find him. The commander wants him alive. I stood for a few moments in the doorway, and after hearing his footsteps fade away, I sighed and sat down on the floor. I looked up to see where I was, and what I saw left me completely bewildered. Standing before me was a girl my age with short black hair and violet eyes wearing red-tinted glasses. All of this was normal, but what had left me perplexed was that this girl was completely naked, wearing only panties. The girl and I stared at each other, neither of us looking away until I started blushing deeply and finally looked away. The girl seemed a little confused by my reaction until she glanced down and realized I was naked, which made her blush even more. "Ah no, pervert," the girl screamed as she covered herself and crouched down so he wouldn't see her. "I am so sorry," I shouted as I left the room and started running away. After having that embarrassing moment with the girl, I quickly headed towards some stairs that would take me to the deck, but I decided to go downstairs until I saw two soldiers. "We've got him, he's coming up," a soldier says over his radio. "Hold on." I ignored them and started climbing the stairs quickly, pursued by the two men until I finally reached the ship's deck. As soon as I stepped through the door, I slammed it shut to prevent them from catching me. Once I was safe, the daylight would start to bother me, causing my vision to be very blurry, but little by little I would get used to it. Which way now? I asked myself. "Freeze your hands, don't move, still, don't move, don't move." Out of nowhere, several soldiers emerged from their hiding place and began to surround me with their weapons raised, blocking my escape route. Seeing that I couldn't do anything, I followed their instructions and raised both arms. "What is this? Where am I?" I asked as I looked at all the soldiers. "Lower your weapons." Upon hearing a man's shout, all the soldiers turned to look at him. He was standing on one of the balconies. The glare of the sun prevented me from seeing his face, but I could clearly see that he had a muscular build. "Didn't you hear me? Lower your weapons. Who are you?" I asked as I shielded myself from the sun. "I see you haven't changed a bit, always so troublesome," the man said as he came down the stairs and approached me. "Son," he smiled. The moment I saw the man's face and saw him smile at me, I was completely stunned and I was speechless. Without realizing it, tears of joy began to well up in my eyes. "Oh, Atasan, you're alive." "Oh, come on, is that all you're going to say? Give your old man a hug." My father had a huge smile on his face as he stretched out both arms and came closer to me. I stared at him for a few seconds before rushing towards him and giving him a big hug. "That's what I'm talking about, ha ha ha." He looks at the soldiers. "False alarm, lads, it's clean." After saying those words, the soldiers calmed down and went to their respective posts, while I was still hugging my father since I didn't believe it was him because I thought he had died. "Suikaru Atasan told me you had died. How did you survive?" I asked after the hug. "I was lucky, that's all. Your mother saved me." "Akasan," I smiled. "She's always been like this, always helping others before herself." "You're right, that's one of the reasons I fell in love with her, but now she's in a better place. And come on, son, I want to show you this place. Then I want you to tell me everything that's happened to you." She placed one of her hands on my back and started walking. I didn't say a word and started following my father, who would first take me to my cabin, where I could sleep and also change since I was still wearing an infirmary gown. Shortly after changing back into my usual clothes, although I was missing my jacket, which I didn't pay much attention to, my father would now be guiding me through several corridors of the ship. And behind this door is the dining room. It's a little confusing at first, being a large ship, but you can't miss it, don't worry. Okay. Opening the door, he revealed a huge room filled with tables and chairs. Besides being the dining room, we also use it as a lounge area. Everyone staying on the ship comes here. Alright, as I glanced around the room, my attention was drawn to one person, the girl I'd had that embarrassing moment with. She who was reading noticed me looking at her and she looked up at me. "Hello," I said nervously as I waved at her, where the girl stared at me with an angry look. The moment I saw that look, I smiled nervously and then let out a sigh, which my father noticed and stared at me before looking at the girl. Did something happen to Sanasan?" "Sona. Is that her name?" "That's right, she was the last one we rescued. Apparently she was with her older sister, but she was infected just before we arrived. The sister saved Sanasan from an infected person." "I see," I said while I stared at Sona, who stopped looking at me and continued reading her book. "Well, are you going to tell me why Sanasan looked at you like that?" "Well, let's just say we had a misunderstanding, that's all, ha ha ha." I laughed nervously while scratching the back of my neck. I couldn't hide it any longer and told my father everything that had happened the moment I walked into Sona's room and saw her naked. As soon as I finished telling him everything, I looked at my father, who was trying to hold back his laughter, until he couldn't anymore and burst out laughing. "Ta ta ta ta, did that really happen to you? Ta 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 ta. Can you lower your voice? Everyone's watching us." I'm sorry," he said, wiping away a tear from laughing. "You've always been like this, ever since you were little. You've always been lucky with women." "I don't know if I'd call that luck," I said, arms crossed and a little flushed. After saying that, my father let out a couple more laughs before guiding me back through the ship, where just before leaving the dining room, Sona stopped reading her book and stared at me. After leaving the mess hall rest area, my father would have taken me to several important places, where right now he'd be taking me deep into the ship. I said deep because the paths we were taking were full of pipes and dust. "Why did you bring me here?" "I want to show you something, just so you know." A little confused by that answer, my father continued walking until he stopped at an intersection where he stared at a door at the end of the hallway. "Son, I've brought you here to warn you not to open that door. Whatever happens, don't open it without my permission. Not until they come looking for you. Search, what for? You'll find out in time. Come on, let's go, I want to show you the cockpit. Yes, I said as I watched my father walk away, then I stared at the door. What are you hiding from me? I thought. Shortly after my father's warning, we were already arriving at the cockpit. Upon entering, I could only see one man. I assumed he was my father's right-hand man. How are we doing? My father asks after entering the cabin. Sir, 28 knots, northeast wind increasing. In a few hours we'll enter a low-pressure area, handing a piece of paper to my father. Very well, keep it to a minimum. With a bit of luck it will pass by. Understood. After all, what's the rush? Exactly. He looks at me. Akiyama is our bridge officer, my right-hand man. He looks at Akiyama. This is my son Tatsumi. We finally meet, he said, extending his hand, which I returned. I'm the pilot, that's easier, just call me Aki. A place, son, before I showed you the ship, you asked what this place was, didn't you? I nodded and he smiled. Listen carefully, I present to you Ocean Cradle. Chapter 74, Ocean Crowd, I asked, a little confused, to which my father nodded, yes. It was a surprise for you and your mother. I had planned to show it to you after I retired from the armed forces, but when your mother died, I decided to use the ship as our main base and a place for refugees. Are you looking for a cure, or are you just rescuing people? Do you remember the door I showed you? I nodded. There are several scientists inside looking for a cure, that's why I forbade you from entering. I understand. I paused for a moment, then turned to my father. Father, I'm so glad to know you're alive and to see you again, but I can't stay. I need to get back to Arcane. They're probably very worried. I understand, but you only got up a few hours ago. Rest for a few days and I'll take you back to your community myself. He smiled. You might like this place and bring your friends. I don't know if the ship can handle so many people, I said with a nervous smile. That's fine. I'll stay a couple of days until I'm feeling 100%. Wise decision, now go and rest, it'll be dinner time soon. Yes, after saying that, I said goodbye to my father and Aki and left the cockpit. As soon as I left my father and his right-hand man alone, they started talking while staring at the door. Are you sure you want to lie to her about us performing a cure? Wouldn't it be better to tell her the truth? It wasn't entirely a lie. He looks at Aki with a sadistic smile. We're looking for a cure, but for us. I understand, sir, I won't tell your son, that's more like it. He crosses his arms and stares out the window. Let's continue on our way. Highschooldxd. Shortly after resting in my cabin, I would now be heading to the dining room, as we had been informed over the public address system that dinner was ready. I was about to arrive. I only had to turn one corner, but just before I reached the intersection, a group of 4 soldiers appeared out of nowhere. The group wouldn't say a word to me and would continue on their way while I watched them, and at that moment I could see a boy my age in the center of the group. I wonder if something has happened to him. Why is he being escorted? I had many questions going through my head, until those questions disappeared the moment I arrived at the dining hall, which was overrun with women, children, soldiers, and teenagers. Oh. Well, there are a lot of people, I said, a little surprised. I walked through the dining room and picked up a tray, then got in line, where at that moment at the back of the room I could see a person I recognized instantly. It was Sona. I stared at her for a few moments and then we looked at each other, at which point I smiled, but she ignored me. She's still angry, I thought with a nervous smile, until I was pushed by someone who stood in front of me. Hey, can't you see I'm going first? Oh, are you talking to me? He turned around and looked at me with disdain where I wouldn't say a word. I thought so, he said after letting out a smile. Everyone could have heard our commotion because they were all staring at us. I glanced at the teenagers and saw they looked worried. At that moment I knew what was going on. This blonde kid was the local bully. I apologize, I said with a fake smile. That's more like it. Turning around again, he looked at everyone. What are you all looking at? The moment he shouted, all the teenagers who had been watching him anxiously became a little nervous and went back to eating. I, on the other hand, kept smiling before finally putting on a serious face. Without warning, I swiftly kicked him in the heel, then grabbed him by the neck with my right arm and pulled him to the ground. The moment the blonde boy and everyone else saw him lying there, their faces showed pure astonishment. Who do you think you are? I'm going to kill you. The boy quickly got up from the ground and began throwing several punches at my face, which I simply dodged while taking steps backward. Stop moving. Can't you see I'm going to kill you? I flashed a smile as I dodged his punches, then in a swift motion ducked for his final blow and kicked him in the ankle, causing him to fall to the ground again. On the floor again. I asked sarcastically, and everyone in the dining room burst out laughing. Well, want more? The boy became even more enraged and tried to lunge at me, but just before he could grab me, I quickly moved to the right and stuck out my foot. He tripped over my foot and fell onto someone's tray, getting food all over his face. You have some food on your face, I said mockingly. At that moment, all the teenagers who had been looking worried gradually began to smile at the sight of the boy being completely humiliated, while the soldiers, women, and children were laughing out loud. I see you don't want to fight anymore, but I'm warning you, this isn't like school where you can be the bully. No, here we're all equal, there are only the living and the dead, is that clear? Clicking his tongue as he wiped his face. I wouldn't say another word and would pick up my tray again, then take my food and prepare to sit down. As I was looking for a table, everyone started offering me a seat because of what had happened earlier, but I declined with a smile and then went to a specific spot. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" I asked with a smile as I looked at a girl who turned out to be Sona. She looked at me with a serious expression, then glanced at the blonde boy who was still wiping the food off his face. She let out a small sigh and nodded slightly while I kept smiling and sat down across from her. "I think we got off on the wrong foot," he extended his hand. "I'm Sasaki Tatsumi." He smiled. Sona would stare at my face for a few seconds before looking at my hand, which I would somewhat insecurely return the handshake. "Sona Citri. It's a pleasure to meet you." I let go of her hand, then placed both hands on the table and bowed my head slightly. "Son-san, I want to sincerely apologize for what happened this morning. I didn't mean to come into your room and see you like that. I'm truly sorry." At that moment, as I was lowering my head, everyone around us started whispering various things about us, causing Sona to become more nervous and blush. "Seeing you like this. I wonder if those two have done something. Are they a couple? The boy is very cute. Did those two do something together? I hope not, I'd like it done to me." And then they started saying many more things and Sona's face grew redder and redder. I didn't know what was happening because my head was down, but when I raised it slightly I could see her flushed face. "Son-san, is something wrong?" "And no, nothing, but please stop mentioning what happened. Everyone could misunderstand. I accept your apology, so let's forget about it." "Okay, really. Thank goodness, I thought you were going to hate me forever," I said after relaxing in the chair and letting out a long sigh which made Sona smile. "Idiot," she whispers, still smiling. Changing the subject, "I see you've already had trouble with Sarazawa-san." "Sarazawa, is that the blonde boy's name?" She nodded. "I didn't mean to, but he provoked me." "Well, thanks to that, you've made many people less afraid of him. Now they can have more confidence in themselves. And it's all thanks to you." "Oh, come on, anyone would have done it. I can assure you that no one would try to do what you did." Many fear Sarazawa-san, as if he were a leader. "A leader or a boss?" She looked serious and nodded. "I'll have to be careful now, he'll probably try to get revenge some." After that, Sona and I changed the subject and began to have a conversation about ourselves in which we both had a good time getting to know each other. "So you're very good at chess. And to marry someone, does he have to beat you at a game?" "That's right, it's my only condition, that he beats me in just one game so I can know he's smarter than me." "Sounds interesting, I'd like to play a game against you," I said with a challenging smile. "Okay, after dinner come by my room and we'll play that game." "Let's see what you can do," she said with the same smile as me, as she put on her glasses. At that moment, while we were both still smiling, we were interrupted by the sound of the door opening abruptly, at which everyone in the dining room stopped what they were doing and turned their gaze to the door, where I could see my father along with his right-hand man Aki and two other soldiers. The four of them would be in complete silence and with a serious face, something that surprised me a little. "Father, and Aki, I wonder if something has happened." "I don't think so. They're probably coming to get someone. Watch." "Is Deku here?" my father called out, looking around at everyone. A boy stood up and approached him. "Is that you?" "Yes, sir." "Is it my turn?" he asks with a smile. "That's right. Come with me, they're waiting for you," my father said with a calm smile as he stroked the boy's head. "Come on, let's go." After saying those words, the moment he raised his head, my father looked at me and smiled. I said nothing and did nothing, then watched as the boy was escorted away by my father and the soldiers, closing the door behind him. Once the door was closed, everyone went back to what they were doing. Before we got to the dining hall, I saw a boy being escorted by 4 soldiers. I looked at Sona. "Do you know where they're taking him?" "No, there are rumors that they take him to a settlement. Others say that a family adopts him." "And you believe that?" "At first I believed it, but then I realized something." She leans closer so she can speak more quietly. "If you notice, they always take teenagers. They've never taken women or small children." "What are you trying to say?" "Think of it this way. If it's true that they're taking us to a safe settlement, why aren't they taking our families? Why leave them here?" "You're right." I put my hand to my chin. "What's going on this ship? What are you hiding from me, father?" I thought with a serious expression. XXX. Hours later, it was already night and I was in Sona's room as we had decided to play that game of chess. At this moment, we were playing the 10th game where Sona was moving one of her pieces, delivering checkmate. "Checkmate," she says with a smile. "Damn it. I thought this one was going to win," I said in annoyance as I shook my head and threw myself to the ground. "Fufufu, I see you're taking this very seriously." "Of course. This is the 10th game I've lost and I still haven't figured out your move. If it's any consolation, you were much better in this game. You almost beat me, seriously," I said, jumping up. "Let's play another game. I'm guaranteed to win this one." Sona smiled and we both started a new game of chess, but just before we could move a piece, we both began to hear several soldiers talking. So Sona and I abandoned the game and went to the door, where I opened it a crack to take a look. "Akasen, are you awake?" a soldier asked after knocking a couple of times. After a few seconds, a girl opened the door. Sorry to wake you up so early, but it's your turn. Yes, rubbing her eyes. Give me a moment, I'll get my things. Don't worry about that, we'll take care of it, thank you. After saying that, the soldiers entered the room and gathered some of the girls' belongings. Then the 5 of them headed off somewhere on the ship. As Sona and I watched them leave, we looked at each other and nodded at the same time. In that situation, we both decided to follow the soldiers and the girl to find out where the teenagers were really being taken. Sona and I left the room and began to follow them very carefully so as not to be discovered. Several minutes later, we had already covered a large part of the ship, and we were now on the lowest level. We were walking along the same corridor that my father had shown me. This hallway my father brought me here this morning, I whispered as we hid in a corner. And why did he bring you here? Sona asked in the same tone. Well, he showed me a door where supposedly there are scientists looking for a cure. Sona and I peeked out for a moment, and the instant we saw the soldiers and the girl turn a corner, we both quickly moved closer. Then we saw them go through a door, the same door my father forbade me from entering. The moment they closed the door behind them, Sona and I left our hiding place. Is this just a medical checkup? I asked sarcastically, crossing my arms, so in the end it's true there is no safe settlement. We'd better go in and find out what they're doing in there. Sona agreed to my suggestion and we headed for the door, but as soon as we reached for the doorknob, we both heard someone approaching from inside. We were both alarmed and about to turn around to find somewhere to hide when we heard soldiers approaching, at which point we stopped. Damn it, what now? Sona asks, a little agitated. I looked around until I saw a narrow gap made of pipes next to Sona, just big enough for both of us to fit. So without wasting any time, I pushed Sona into the gap and then I squeezed in myself. We were pressed right up against each other. I know the place is small, but hang in there a little longer, I whispered as I looked down the hallway. Hi. We both remained silent and stared at the soldiers who came out of the door, in which they both stood still and performed a salute, where I would instantly hear my father's voice. Rest, my father said as the soldiers relaxed. So how did it go? I'm sorry, sir, but Subject A, Suzuki Deki, has been a failure. He reverted shortly after being injected with the cure. I understand, and what about Akasen? Scientists are about to begin working on it right now. Would you like to take a look? Yes, I'd like to take a look. After saying those words, one of the soldiers opened the door and one by one they entered, leaving Sona and me completely alone. As soon as I saw that we were safe, I couldn't help but let out a small sigh. That was close, it seems they didn't see us, I whispered after a sigh. Yeah. After that tense moment, I looked at Sona and realized we were standing too close together. At first, I didn't think much of it, but now that we were safe, I could feel her chest pressed against mine and our faces just inches from touching, her breaths mingling. I could also see her violet eyes, and no matter the situation or place we were in, I realized they were incredibly beautiful and bright. I could also see her slightly pink lips, and a small impulse made me want to kiss her. But a thought of Shino and Seiya flashed through my mind and I stopped short, quickly realizing what was happening. I looked away, blushing. Sona noticed too, blushing and looking down. I think we can go out now, she says, blushing. Why, yes, you're right. We both left the narrow space and stood there in complete silence, our faces flushed. Sona went to check that the doorway was clear while I lagged behind, lost in thought. Shino and Seiya, I miss you both so much, I offer a small smile. And Yum, I miss her too. I hope the 3 of you and everyone else are all right. While I remained leaning against the wall and thinking about my own things, Sona would be checking the inside of the room, where upon opening it she observes that it was completely dark. After checking, she looked at me and couldn't help but blush slightly as she remembered what had happened earlier. But she quickly shook her head to clear it and think about something else, then approached me. It's clear. We can go in, are you ready? Of course. Let's find out what they're really up to, I said after snapping out of my thoughts and putting on a serious face. Chapter 75. We both went through the door, and as Sona had seen earlier, the place was completely dark, you couldn't see a thing. While I looked for a light switch, Sona went off to investigate what was inside. At that moment, as she was moving forward completely without seeing anything, she extended both arms forward, where as soon as she did so she would touch something made of metal. This is, he moves his arms and feels several bars. A cage. I found the switch, I shouted. The moment I turned on the lights, Sona, who was standing in front of a cage, had to quickly move away, as one of them was inside. This caused Sona to fall to the ground in fright, leaving her completely shaken. Son-san, are you all right? I asked as I helped her up. Yes, I was just surprised, she said as she stood up with my help. Thank you. You're welcome. I glanced at the infected man, then at the cage where I saw a sign with his name on it. Suzuki Deki. Suzuki Deki, how is that possible? Sona exclaimed, utterly astonished. But he was perfectly fine this morning. I think the cure they're doing, it's not what we thought, I said after separating from Sona and looking around the room. After saying that, Sona moved away from Deki's cage and approached me, where we both stared at the enormous room. It was filled with cages, each containing an infected person, teenagers from the ship. Everyone is a passenger on the ship, Sona says, surprised, and they're all teenagers. Now we know where they're really being taken. What do we do? Do we warn the others? Do you think they would have believed us? There's nothing we can do. The best thing is to get off this ship. As at that moment, as Sona and I were trying to figure out how to get off the ship, a light began to shine on me in the distance. When I looked to see where it was coming from, I saw a kind of ventilation duct, and as I approached it, I began to hear voices. Is something wrong? Sona asked as she watched me remove the ventilation duct hatch until she too began to hear voices. Voices. It must be my father and the scientists. They'll be with the girl. Without hesitating for a second, I entered the tunnel, followed by Sona. After traveling several meters, we reached the end. We both stood looking through one of the hatches where we could see my father, some soldiers, scientists, and the girl. At that moment, we could see the girl strapped to a stretcher, trying her best to free herself. But no matter what she did, the scientists, the soldiers, and even my father turned a deaf ear and continued with their work. Then two scientists approached the girl. Starting the cure trial on subject 323, the scientist says, while his partner was writing everything down in a notebook, the other injected a blue liquid into the girl's arm with a syringe. As soon as the liquid was injected, both scientists stepped back and stared at the girl. My father and the soldiers were in a room protected by glass. What did you inject me with? The girl shouted as she tried to free herself from the ropes. Subject 323 is currently compatible with the cure. There are no signs of transformation nor seizures. He checks the machine to see his pulse. His pulse is steady. What do we do, sir? He asks my father. Upon hearing that question, my father approached the glass and pressed a button to communicate with the scientist. We're not sure yet if the cure worked properly. Let's leave her tonight. We'll check her condition tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. After giving some instructions one by one, they began to leave the room, where the instant we saw how everyone left the girl alone, Sona and I threw the ventilation hatch to the floor and then let ourselves fall. Who are you? The girl asked fearfully. It's okay, we're going to get you out of here, I said as I untied her from the stretcher. Then the girl rushed towards me and hugged me. Now you're safe. Thank you, she repeated over and over as her tears slid down her cheeks and she hid her face in my chest. I was a little surprised at first, but then I gave a small smile and started stroking her head to calm her down. The moment I heard Sona cough a little to get my attention, a great chill ran down my spine. Then I slowly turned around and saw Sona with a rather serious face. We'd better leave as soon as possible, she said, her face frightening me. Why, yes, let's go now. After that, we left the laboratory and the cage room and headed to the ship's cabins. There we decided that the girl, whose name was Aka, would sleep in my room. Are you sure they won't find me? She asks, sitting on my bed. Yes, don't worry, you're safe. Stay locked up as long as you can until we figure out a way to get out of here. I know I've said this before, but thank you, showing a sweet smile. You're welcome. I head for the door, get some rest. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. Okay, good night, good night. I smiled one last time before closing the door behind me, then let out a small sigh. A man whose size isn't attractive, Sona suddenly whispers in my ear. What? I asked, a little surprised, then offered a small smile. Yes, I know. I've been told that before. You look tired. Come on, let's go up on deck for some fresh air, she said with a smile as she took my hand and led me away. I didn't say a word and let myself be led by Sona, who was taking me to the deck of the ship, where upon arrival we were both completely fascinated by the starry sky. It's beautiful, Sona whispered as she looked at the sky. Then we both sat down on a bench. We both stood gazing at the sky until Sona interrupted us. She took my head in her hands and placed it on her lap. The moment I felt her thighs against mine, I couldn't help but blush and be surprised at the same time. Sona's in this. Shut up, don't misunderstand me, I'm just letting you have it this once, she says, looking away from me and blushing. Okay, I close my eyes and smile. Thank you. Are you comfortable? She asked, blushing as she stroked my head. Yes, it's very comfortable. I still kept smiling. Good, she whispers with a smile, then taps my forehead lightly with her finger. It's forbidden to have perverted thoughts. You caught me, I said with a drop of sweat. I knew it, you're a pervert, she said as she raised her palm to hit me. Just kidding, although I can't help it, after all, you have a very nice body, I said with a nervous smile. God baka. She shouts while raising her palm higher. Wait, Sana-sama, it was a lie, no, not in the face, no. I closed my eyes to receive the impact, but seconds passed and I didn't receive any blow until I opened my eyes and Sona put her hand on my head, then showed a worried face. What will we do now? She asked, staring into space with a worried expression, and I knew what she meant. For now, let's pretend we haven't discovered anything. Later we'll find a way out of here. It's a cruise ship, it must have lifeboats. I looked at her with a smile. We'll find one and we'll both leave together. Me too, she asks, a little surprised. Of course. I never once considered leaving you here with these psychopaths, and one of them is my father. Phew, it must be tough knowing your father is the bad guy in the movie. At first, I was a little surprised, but then I thought, what if he's actually doing the right thing? What if everything he's doing is for the good of humanity? What if it's evolution? But after all the sacrifices he's had to make, I realized that what he's doing isn't right and we have to stop him. I have to stop him. You're a very good person, Tatsumi-kun, she said with a smile as she began to stroke my head again. But don't overdo it, okay? Let me help you. Okay, I offer a small smile. But promise me that if things get dangerous, you'll leave without me, understood? I wouldn't forgive myself if anything bad happened to you. Tatsumi-kun, I promise me, I said, interrupting her. Okay, I promise. Showing a tender smile. After seeing Sona's smile, I smiled back, and then we both stayed as we were, continuing to gaze at the starry sky. Because we both knew that we might not have another moment like this in the future. XXX. The next day, Sona and I were in the dining room having breakfast. As soon as we finished eating, I was going to grab some food to take to Eika. Okay, I've got his breakfast ready. I'll take it to him. I'm sure he's hungry. I'll go with you, Sona says with a smile. No need, don't worry, you just ate. I smiled. It's okay, I'm not very hungry anymore, she said with the same smile that made me very nervous. Okay, let's go together then. Shortly after leaving the dining room, Sona and I were already outside my room, where Eika was hiding. Because I was carrying the tray, my hands weren't free, so Sona went up to the door and knocked a couple of times, noticing that it was open. The moment we saw it was open, Sona looked at me with a serious expression. I looked back at her in the same way and she slowly began to open the door. Once it was fully open, neither of us could see anything because of the darkness in the room. I smell blood, I said with a serious face as I placed the tray on the table. Yes, me too. Sona said as she walked over to the switch and turned on the light. The moment Sona turned on the light, we both watched as my room was completely covered in blood, something that left us utterly bewildered. What happened here? Sona asked, surprised. It's not dry yet, I said after touching the blood and examining it, and there's saliva. I waved my hand to clean it. You drool, that means. Yes, I get up from the floor and look at Sona. This blood is Akasan's. She must have transformed or something much worse. We have to find her before she attacks someone. He glanced at the floor, then at the railing outside the room where there were bloodstains. She fell here. We'd better hurry, I said, glancing down from the railing and seeing a pool of blood in the distance. The fall didn't kill her. We looked at each other and nodded simultaneously, then quickly went downstairs to the top floor to examine the pool of blood, hoping to find Eika's whereabouts. Sona and I looked at the pool, then noticed several footprints leading toward the dining room. He's heading to the dining room. We need to hurry. I'm right behind you. We both resumed walking and began following the footprints toward the dining hall where we still hadn't found Eika. We eventually reached a point where there were no more traces of blood, which worried us. Damn it, which way now? I asked as I stood in the middle of an intersection and looked both ways. We could separate. No, it could be dangerous. We don't know what we're up against. It could be a regular infected person or something worse. It's best if we stick together. I stared to my left. Let's go this way. We started running again along the path I had chosen, but just after turning a corner, I would bump into a man, causing him to fall to the ground. Ida, I said, rubbing my head. I'm sore. I looked at the man and saw it was my father. Dad, I stood up quickly. Tatsumi, he glances at Sona. And Son-san, I'm surprised to see you two together. Well, let's just say we get along really well, I said, scratching the back of my neck and smiling nervously. Right. Why, yes, we get along very well. I see. May I ask why you're in such a hurry? It's as if you're desperately searching for someone. He looks at me, a little uncertain. You haven't done anything wrong, have you? Oh, of course not. We were in a hurry because Son-san wanted to go to the sauna. What? She exclaimed, shocked, then saw my face, gesturing for her to lie. Oh, why yes. That's why I really wanted to use the sauna and we wanted to get there before everyone else. I see, that's why. He puts his arm around my neck and gives me a mischievous smile. So you were going to take Son-san to the sauna. I hope it's not to do anything weird. Of course not, I'm not a pervert. I said, blushing deeply, which made Sona blush too. Yeah, sure. And when did you go into her room while she was getting dressed? That was an accident. I shouted, blushing even more before crossing my arms. Come on, don't get mad. I was just kidding. He pats me on the back. Actually, I was looking for you. Me? Why? Apparently 3 people just arrived at the ship this morning. And all 3 say they know you. They told me that all 3 were important to you. 3 o'clock. Wait, don't tell me that. I wouldn't say a word and ran towards the deck of the ship. Tatsumi-kun, what's wrong? Wait for me. Sona shouted as she tried to follow me from behind. You've done a great job, IG, my father said with a smile after Sona and I had disappeared from sight. Thank you, sir, IG said with a smile as he emerged from his hiding place. What do you want me to do now? Keep an eye on them. If they find out what we're doing, all our work will be for nothing. So pose as a passenger and mingle with them, find out what they know. Is that clear? Yes, sir. He gave a salute and went in the opposite direction to get ready. XXX. Shortly after my father's warning and my dash to the deck, I had arrived and was looking in all directions for those three people. Sona, who had been chasing me the whole way without stopping, had reached the deck and was about to catch her breath. Tatsumi, can you explain what's happening? But I would turn a deaf ear and continue searching the entire deck without finding any trace of those three people. Until at that moment when I had already given up, I could make out a very familiar pink hair in the background. At first I thought it was someone else wearing that color, but as I slowly approached I could see better and I saw a girl with pink hair and two pigtails and glasses, another girl with dark brown hair who also wore glasses, and finally the last girl with brown hair and her eyes closed because she was blind. Yes, it's them, increasing the pace. It's them, Shino, Seiya, Yum. The moment I yelled to call them, all three of them looked at me and without wasting a second started running toward me with huge smiles. As soon as I saw them, tears of happiness began to stream down my cheeks and theirs too. The moment we were just inches apart, the four of us embraced tightly, even falling to the ground, tears streaming down our faces like rivers. I stood there looking at them and placed a hand on their cheeks, trying to wipe away their tears, though it was impossible. You're real and you're here, we hugged again. You're here, I'm so glad. We're so happy you're alive, we thought you were dead. Shino said, tears welling in her eyes as she grabbed my shirt and shook me a little. We thought we'd lost you. Don't do it again, understand, we were very worried, Seiya said, lightly tapping my shoulder. I apologize, I was very imprudent. Do you promise? Yum asks this time, do you promise you won't be reckless? Yes, I promise, I smiled. Girls, I'm back. Yes, welcome, the three of them said in unison while smiling and shedding tears. As we were reuniting, Sona, who had witnessed the entire scene, couldn't help but smile slightly since she already knew about Shino, Seiya, and Yum. Then she straightened her posture and approached the four of us. I see you've reunited with them. I'm happy for you, Sona says from behind me with a small smile. Yes, I'm so happy to see you all again. I stood up, just like the girls, and then stood next to Sona. Girls, this is Sona Citri. She's been with me since I got here, and she's been taking care of me the whole time. But I didn't do anything, she said, blushing slightly until Shino, Seiya, and Yum took her hands. We are very grateful, Sana-san, Shino said with a smile, to which Seiya and Yum nodded in agreement. But I didn't do it, she blushed a little more and nodded. And no problem, the three of them smiled, Sona joining in, XXX. Shortly after my reunion with the girls, we would now be heading to the dining room, where during the journey Shino, Seiya, and Yum would be talking about trivial matters with Sona, getting along much better. When we arrived at the dining room, as usual, it was packed, so we decided the girls would get the food while I looked for a table. While I was searching for a table for the five of us, I spotted someone at the back of the room who looked familiar. IG. I asked as soon as I approached the person, who turned around and smiled. Tatsumi, I'm so glad to see you, IG said as he stood up, flashing a smile. What are you doing here? And Arcane. Relax, he said, placing a hand on my back and offering me a seat, which I accepted. Arcane is fine. I left Kimuro and the others in charge. I'm here at the commander's request. From my father, what for? Apparently the day you were rescued, they spotted Arcane from the helicopter. A soldier asked me to accompany him to speak with the commander, and here I am. Do you know what he wants to talk to you about? I don't know for sure, but I imagine it's so that Arcane and Ocean Cradle can join forces. I'm still not certain. I see. I remained lost in thought for a few moments, as what IG had told me was quite worrying, but I was pulled from my thoughts when the girls finally arrived with the food. Shino, Seiya, and Yum were surprised to see IG, but after he told them about his arrival, the six of us began to eat. After a while, when we had finished eating and talking about trivial things, I decided it was the best time to tell you what was happening on the ship. I have to tell you something, I said, a little too loudly, drawing everyone's attention. What I have to tell you is something very bad is happening on this ship. The moment I said those words, Shino, Seiya, Yum, and IG became a little alarmed, and Sona and I began to recount everything that had happened the night before. We also told them about Eika's disappearance and the possibility that she had been transformed. We need to report this to the commander, IG suggests. We can't. If we tell her about Eikasan, she'll know we were the ones who freed her. The best thing to do now is stay calm and find her. And do you have any idea where he might have gone? Seiya asks. No, I shook my head. We were able to follow his trail, but then he disappeared. He could be anywhere right now, and he might even have already bitten someone, Shino said with a serious expression, and I nodded. What do you propose? Yum asks. The best thing to do is split up and go to different parts of the ship. If you don't find anything after a couple of hours, go back to your cabins. We can't arouse suspicion. Understood, they all say at the same time. Okay, I looked at IG. IG, you'll go with my father. I need you to distract him for a couple of hours. Understood. After all, that's why I came, he says with a smile. Shortly after that brief conversation and after we finalized our plan to find Eika, the six of us would be carrying out our part of the plan. We would focus on Sona, who was once again lying in the pool of blood that Eika had left on the ground. Okay, if we want to do something right, he glances at bloody footprints leading in one direction. It's best to start from the beginning and take our time. Sona got up from the ground and began to follow Eika's footprints again, and after a few meters she arrived back at the same spot as before, the place where the footprints had disappeared. It's impossible for them to just disappear like that. He looks in all directions until he sees a bloody handprint on the wall. Good. She stared in the direction of the footprints and began to follow the path, which would be easier this time since it had no intersections. After a couple of minutes, Sona found herself in front of a door that said kitchen. She stared at the door and saw traces of blood, even on the small window frame. She slowly opened the door and entered the kitchen, where she began to hear sounds of chewing and tearing. She picked up a knife from a table and slowly walked toward the source of the sounds. Behind a table, she saw Eika eating the cook's entrails. She noticed the cook was wearing headphones, so Sona deduced he hadn't heard the infected person enter. God, how disgusting, Sona thought as she saw all the cook's guts scattered around Eika while she ate them. Sona slowly approached Eika from behind, knife raised, intending to kill her. But just before taking another step, Sona moved a tray on the table, causing Eika to stop eating and look at it. Oh no. Eika, in a swift movement, lunged at Sona and the two began to struggle, the knife flying in the clash. While Sona did her best to avoid being bitten by Eika, she glanced around and noticed a tray. She quickly reached out and grabbed the tray, then slammed it hard on the infected man's head, the blow causing Eika to separate from Sona. The dark-haired woman quickly got to her feet and grabbed the knife. Then, without hesitation, lunged at the infected man and stabbed him repeatedly until his face was unrecognizable. No sooner had she finished with her than Sona rose from the floor, then turned her gaze on the cook, plunging the knife into his head as well. Having dealt with both of them, she began to breathe heavily as she leaned against a table before breaking into a smile. When I tell Tatsumi-kun, he'll surely be impressed. She took a deep breath and headed for the door to leave, but just before she stepped through, a soldier appeared out of nowhere and pointed a gun at her. She quickly raised her hands and dropped the knife, only to see more soldiers pointing their weapons at her. You did very well, said a voice from behind the wall, where Sona was a little surprised to see it was my father, Son-san. He glanced at the kitchen and then looked at her with a smile. I've come to get you, Son-san. It's your turn. How did you say? But she couldn't finish speaking because one of the soldiers positioned himself behind Sona and struck her hard on the head with the butt of his rifle, knocking her unconscious. Several soldiers quickly picked up her body and moved to another part of the ship. You pointing at 3 soldiers. Clean all this up. I don't want anyone to know what happened here. Pointing at another soldier. And you, I want you to find another cook. Yes, sir, the 4 of them said at the same time as a soldier acted. My father nodded at the sight of his men's determination, then left the kitchen, where he couldn't help but show a sadistic smile as he followed the men who were taking Sona away, who would stand looking at her. Chapter 76. The next day we had all gathered in my room, where we were now waiting for Sona to find out if she had found anything, since we had not found any clues about Eika's whereabouts. Hasn't he arrived yet? It's getting late, IG replied. Give her some time, she might have gone to bed late, I added. Are you sure that's why? She didn't seem like the typical girl who falls asleep. What if something happened to her? I clicked my tongue and quickly left my room towards Sona's cabin because IG's words had made me worry. Son-san, are you awake? It's me, Tatsumi, I said, knocking a couple of times on the door, but there was no answer. I'm coming in. I grabbed the doorknob and quickly opened the door, only to find it completely empty. There was no sign of Sona or her belongings, as if no one had used it for quite some time. It's not here. Oh, my son, my father said suddenly as he entered Sona's room. What are you doing here? Father, may I ask where Son-san is? Son-san, well, the boys took it away this very morning. Huh, I said, surprised and on the verge of doing something crazy, but I kept my feelings in check and kept my head down. It was hard to convince her. She said she didn't want to leave unless she was with you and a lot of other things. But in the end, she gave in. Notice how downcast I was. Is something wrong, son? You should be happy, shouldn't you? Yes, you're right, father, I forced a smile. I'm so happy for her. Now if you'll excuse me, the girls are waiting for me, I said as I quickly headed to my room. Son, I stopped but still with my back to him, be careful. I didn't say a word and I walked slowly away from the room, then picked up my pace and ran to my cabin. When I entered, everyone inside watched as I began to breathe heavily, then flew into a rage and punched the wall. Tatsumi, what's wrong? Shino asked as he approached me. Calm down and tell us what happened, Saya said as she stroked my back and made me sit on the edge of the bed. It's at Son-san, they've caught her. What? They all said at the same time. It must have been when we were looking for Eika-san they took advantage of the moment we were separated, Saya said, placing her hand on her chin. We have to rescue her as soon as possible. If it's true that they're injecting that blue liquid, she's in danger. Then let's not waste any more time, Shino said, placing one of her hands on mine and giving me a smile. Let's save our friend. Shino, I looked at Saya and Yum, who were smiling and nodding. Saya, Yum, thank you. So how are we going to do it? We don't have any weapons, IG said, arms crossed, waiting for an answer. Weapons? We don't need them right now, I glanced at Yum. We need Yum. Huh, me? She asked sweetly as she pointed. XXX. Minutes later, we were all in the lowest part of the ship, where we were hiding behind a corner, just before reaching the door where the laboratory and cages are located. At this moment, Shino, Saya, IG, and I were watching as Yum walked down the long corridor. As soon as she passed the door, the two guards who were watching over her called her. Hey you can't be here. Are you talking to me? She asked in a seductive tone, causing both soldiers to blush. Yes, it's a restricted area and you can't enter except for authorized personnel. Oh, I apologize. Because of my blindness, I've gotten lost. Would you be so kind as to guide me to my cabin? Oh, of course. Hold on to me, miss, the soldier said, offering his arm and the other one as well. You're very kind, Yum said with a smile as she grabbed onto the two soldiers and they started walking in our direction. And tell me, miss, what is your name? Yum, Suzuhara Yum, it's a beautiful name. Tell me, Yumasan, is there someone waiting for you in your cabin? Well, no. There's nobody here. If you wish, said one of the soldiers, placing a hand on Yum's as did the other soldier. We can accompany you tonight. Your request is very tempting, but there's already someone else I want to ask me now. The moment Yum approached us and gave the signal, Saya and I quickly grabbed both soldiers by the neck. Then I snapped my own soldier's neck while Shino slit the throat of the one Saya was holding. Well done, both of you, I said with a smile after hiding the bodies in the crevice where Sona and I had previously hidden. You've improved. Thank you, they both said at the same time, smiling. You too, Yum, you did very well, she nodded with a smile. May I ask about who that person is? Yufufu, it's a secret. I gave a small smile, then divided the soldiers' weapons among the four of us, giving IG and Saya a rifle and Shino a pistol. Then I left IG to guard the door in case more soldiers appeared. Once everyone was ready, the girls and I went through the door where after closing the door and turning on the lights, Shino and Saya's faces showed amazement seeing all the cages full of infected people. So all they are experiments, Shino said, surprised. Tatsumi, your father is insane. We have to stop him, Saya said with a serious expression. You don't need to tell me. I'm heading for another door, it's this way. We went through another door and this time found ourselves in a small hallway, lit only by a large window that gave us a perfect view of the other side. The girls and I approached to see inside the next room and we could see a laboratory with several scientists. This is where they do the cure, I said without looking away. The girls didn't say a word, but their faces showed unease and surprise, which is what I expected them to feel. I said nothing more and approached the door, slowly opening it and pointing my gun at the first scientist I saw. Shino and Saya would do the same, and then all the scientists would raise their hands where I nodded and put my finger to my mouth as a sign of silence. Where's Sana-san? I put the gun closer to her head. Where? Going through that door, please. Don't kill me, why not? I should. After all, you're the creators of the cure. We didn't intend to hurt anyone, our boss ordered us to do it. We thought we were performing a cure, but we're truly sorry. I stared at the scientist's face and could see many emotions coursing through his body, but guilt was the most prominent. I lowered my gun and looked at the other scientists, who all wore the same expression. You can leave. Your boss is with my father, isn't he? That's right. The two of them, along with other soldiers, are about to inject the girl with the cure. Let's hurry up, I said, looking at Shino, Saya, and Yum, who all nodded. The moment we released the scientists, we quickly went through the door he indicated and found ourselves in a room protected by glass. We could see the lead scientist about to inject Sona, who was asleep under anesthesia. So I quickly aimed my gun and fired, hitting the syringe right in the middle and destroying it completely. The soldiers, seeing this, turned around and aimed at us, but just before they could pull the trigger, Shino and Saya killed them all. Father, let her go, I said as I stepped through the broken window and pointed the gun at him, where he was looking at me with a serious face. Are you going to kill me, your own father? Don't make me do it, let her go, I said angrily. My father wouldn't say a word and he would approach me, pressing the gun to his chest, where we would both stare at each other with serious faces without looking away. Why do you do it? Do you know how many lives you've taken? What for? To improve ourselves. Imagine an entire army of soldiers with superhuman strength, capable of withstanding any weapon. We can be invincible. He gripped my shoulders. Tatsumi, trust me, I'm not doing this for myself, I'm doing it for everyone, for Japan. Will you trust your father? I stared, my head bowed, searching for an answer. My father. I looked up, my face serious, and he looked surprised. My father died in Saya's mansion. Without another word, I pulled the trigger, shooting my father right in the chest. He was completely shocked, then saw the hole that formed in his chest and began to back away, falling to his knees, bleeding profusely. I watched as he lay down on the ground, spitting blood and stretching his arm out in my direction. Then slowly he began to die, choking on his own blood, his arm falling to the ground with a thud. I stared at the scientist, who was backing away fearfully from the examination table where Sona lay. I quickly approached her and began to stroke her head. As soon as she felt my hand, she began to slowly awaken, although the effects of the anesthesia still lingered. Tatsumi-kun, don't worry, the anesthesia is still wearing off. We'll get you out of here. She nodded with a small smile. You still owe me a game of chess. I smiled, powder take. I would untie Sona from the stretcher and then put one of her arms behind my neck, where we would begin to walk slowly as she was drowsy. Tatsumi, Myra, greet Shino. The moment Shino yelled at me, I stopped and followed his finger as he was pointing at something. As we did so, we observed how the scientist had injected something into my father, and his body instantly began to convulse. The convulsions lasted a few seconds, then I saw my father slowly getting up from the floor, a small hole in his chest. As soon as he was upright and sitting up, he looked at me, then turned his gaze to the scientist, who lunged at him to devour him. As soon as I saw that, I left Sona with Yum to look after her, and then Shino, Seiya, and I slowly approached my father. He had stopped eating where he was, still with his back to us, and got up from the ground. Then I saw the bullet wound I had inflicted slowly regenerating. But what? My father arched his neck where you could hear his bones creaking, then turned around and gave us a smile. This is perfect. I feel more alive than ever, he exclaimed, stretching both arms out to the sides. Well, son, are you going to reconsider helping me? Never. What a disappointment. I think this is my fault. If only I had raised you properly, he said, putting a hand to his head and shaking his head. Oh well, what can you do? He would turn around and approach a wall, where he would deliver a powerful punch that went right through it, something that shocked us because of its great strength. But we stayed put, and then we saw my father make a strong pull, thus taking out a kind of axe since it was made with a pipe and a thick metal plate. I'll have to kill you, he says after turning around and showing a psychopathic smile. After hearing those words, I glanced at Shino and Seiya and they nodded, at which point I smiled, and then the three of us pointed our weapons at them. Try it if you can. My father was startled, then a hail of bullets rained down on him from the three of us. We kept firing, riddling his body with bullets. Finally, we ran out of ammunition, and there he lay on the ground in a large pool of blood. Is he dead? Shino asked doubtfully, and we all remained silent. We stared at my father's body, and after a few seconds we watched as his body convulsed a couple of times before slowly starting to get up. Damn it, do you have any ammunition left? There's nothing left. Seiya shouted as she backed away with the others. I stared at my father, then noticed several gas canisters beside him, each labeled flammable. I glanced at my pistol and saw I still had one bullet in the chamber. I have an idea. Get out of here, quickly. The girls didn't say a word and quickly left the room, all except one, Shino. When she saw that Shino wasn't following them, she began to worry that Shino might do something crazy, and she started to hesitate about whether to leave or stay. Don't worry, I'm right behind you, I said with a smile. She nodded, a little uncertain, and then left the room. The smile on my face instantly vanished, replaced by a serious expression as I looked at my father, who was already standing there with a smile. The girls left. Don't tell me you're going to play the hero. It's possible, I smiled arrogantly. I won't let you touch them. You're quite the Casanova, did you know that? I hear that a lot, actually. So what do you plan to do? He flashed an arrogant smile as he held the axe with both hands. I smiled back and then pointed with my eyes to the barrels on his left. A little confused, he looked at the gas barrels and saw the flammable label, which alerted my father, and he quickly turned his attention to me where I was pointing my gun at them. No, wait, if you do that, we'll both die. Here, the only one who's going to die is you. Nope. And without hesitating, I fired at the barrels, creating a small explosion, where instantly a hole would form in the ship's hull, where water began to enter non-stop with incredible force. I slowly got up from the floor, still needing to recover from the explosion, and quickly left the room, pursued by a large amount of water. As I ran through the ship's corridors, I could see the girls and IG in the distance. Run. I yelled at the top of my lungs, and the girls and IG turned around, staring at the large amount of water approaching. I said run. Upon hearing my second shout, they snapped out of their thoughts and quickly began to run. I headed towards Yum and picked her up bridal style, which made her blush slightly before we ran off again. Can you explain what you've done? Seiya asked, looking at me angrily. Well, let's just say I had a pretty crazy plan, I said with a nervous smile. Crazy, you say? Tatsumi, when we get out of this, I'll kill you myself. Stop talking and run, the current is catching up with us. Sona shouts. We all looked back and saw the current of water just inches from us, a moment that would have terrified us and made us run faster. Just when we thought the water was out of reach, the boat began to shake. What's going on? Shino shouts. Even without stopping running, the ship began to move from side to side, until it began to move abruptly to one side, causing all of us to fall to the ground, where the instant we touched it, everything turned black. XXX. Con shino. Hours after the ship abruptly turned around, Shino found herself lying on the floor, locked in a completely dark room where the place was completely collapsed. She was unconscious until several drops of water began to fall, dripping from the ground onto her head. This caused her to slowly awaken, and then she sat up abruptly. Haha, where am I? He touches his head. My head, but what happened? Is anyone here? Shino looked around, and little by little her eyes began to adjust to the darkness. At that moment she could see a person's hand. Slowly, so as not to stumble, she took the hand, thus waking the person. Excuse me, are you Al? But she couldn't finish speaking, stunned to find herself taking only someone's hand. No, is anyone here? She would quickly let go of her hand and approach one of the walls of the room, beginning to knock repeatedly in the hope that someone would hear her. Ig, San-esan, Yume, Seiya, Tatsumi, someone. But at that moment the ship began to move slightly and the shaking stopped. Then the whole place began to tremble violently, causing Shino to fall heavily to the ground until the area gradually calmed down. Someone please, someone help me. At the moment Shino called for help, someone or something would start hitting the wall where she was leaning. She would be surprised at first, then remember my father with the axe, thinking it was him. He quickly got up from the floor and began searching the entire room for an exit but couldn't find one. The blows grew louder and louder to the point that they were breaking through the wall, revealing a person holding an axe. A help, no, Tatsumi. Shino covered her head and closed her eyes, awaiting her death, but it never came. She opened her eyes and saw me before her, holding a lantern and an axe. Surprised to see me, she then, with a smile, lunged at me. Tatsumi. So that was your voice, huh? I said with a smile as I put down the axe and the lantern, then hugged her. It's okay. You're safe now, she nodded, clinging to my chest. Come on, they're waiting for us. She separated from me, and we both left the room through the hole I made with the axe, continuing down the long corridor until we met Ig and Seiya. They were waiting for us in front of a collapse that blocked the way. Seiya, Ig, Shino said with a smile as he approached them, and immediately Shino and Seiya hugged. Are you okay? You too, Shino. Now that you're back, Tatsumi, that must mean there are no exits that way, Ig said, looking down the corridor I had come in through. Yes, it seems we have no other option but to go through this wall of rubble, I said as I climbed the collapse and made my way towards a path. Wait a moment. We all stopped and looked at Shino. Where are Yume and San-esan? We all remained silent. What's wrong? Don't tell me. We don't know, I said as I climbed down and placed a hand on her shoulder. We lost them during the landslides. Don't worry, I'm sure they're fine. They're definitely waiting for us to leave here, Seiya said with a reassuring smile, even though she was worried too. Yes, you're right, I'm sure they're fine. She smiles a little uncertainly. Okay, Ig, can you give me a hand with this? Safe. Ig and I started moving various pieces of rubble, hoping to create a path while Shino and Seiya kept watch. Then after we moved a broken ventilation duct, I began to hear strange sounds coming from the ship. Shino, Seiya, fall back. Another earthquake is coming. After my warning, a great tremor shook the area, and the landslide blocking the path began to collapse. Thanks to my warning, Shino and Seiya were able to separate without any problems, while Ig and I did our best not to fall and get trapped. It seems to have stopped, Ig said, feeling that everything had calmed down. I know this might be a bit sudden, but that tremor just now broke the wall blocking the way. Help me move this conduit and we can reach the next area. Okay, let's do it. Girls, you too. Okay, the four of us moved the debris and ventilation ducts that were bothering us and then continued down the long corridor where we found some bodies of people and soldiers. At least we've reached another area, Shino said as he walked through the rubble. I wonder if other people survived, Seiya said as she looked at the dead bodies. We're fine, so there must be many other survivors. Yes, you might be right. That goes for my father too. He could be out there as well. We'd better head to the dining hall. Other survivors will be gathering there, Ig suggests. Do you really think it's a good idea to go there? Where do you think my father will go? If I were him, I'd go where there are more people gathered. It's possible, but scattering everywhere is even more dangerous. Let's go to the dining hall. The best thing we can do is create a strong position and gather people together. I think so too. I'm sure there are survivors there. San-esan and Yume might even be there, Shino said. I looked at her and nodded, then turned my gaze to Seiya and nodded as well. Okay, let's go to the dining room. Upon hearing my answer, Ig grabbed the flashlight and took the lead, with the three of us following. After crossing several hallways and encountering several bodies, we finally reached the dining hall. Here we are. Look at that, just as I thought, they've built a barricade. Ig said with a smile as he approached the barricade and peered inside. Hey, those guys over there, but he couldn't finish his sentence, so surprised was he. What's happening? Seiya asked. It seems to have become a dangerous place. Shino, Seiya, and I exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what she meant, so the three of us decided to approach and investigate. As we got closer, we saw one of them eating someone. Why the hell is he behind the barricade? Ig shouts, and we see that the infected person is Aki. He's my father's right-hand man, Akisan. I said in surprise. At that moment, as we were observing the interior, a person who had survived and whom Aki had not yet seen would look at us where she was asking for help. Help me, quickly, please help me. Because of the scream he let out, Aki stopped eating the person and then turned his gaze to the girl who was doing her best to escape from him. She should have stayed hidden, there's no other option. Wait, Tatsumi, Shinasan and Seiyasan will get involved in this. I ignored Iji's warning and kicked the barricade hard, knocking it down instantly and drawing Aki's attention. I quickly lunged at him to bury my axe in him, but just then the ship began to shake again, causing everyone to fall to the ground. Damn. Aki and I stared into each other's eyes, and then he tried to stab me in the head with a kitchen knife. But just before he could hit me, a railing from the ceiling fell on top of Aki, impaling him all over his body, the knife passing within millimeters of my face. I got up from the floor and took a box of matches from my pocket, where I lit one. I stared at Aki, who was doing her best to remove the railing from her body. Goodbye, asshole, I said with a serious face as I threw the match at him, where it instantly began to catch fire. I stared at him for a few moments as he let out awful screams, until those screams gradually faded into silence, and we knew Aki was dead. After finishing him off, I went over to the girl we had saved, who was probably vomiting because of what she had witnessed. Are you okay? I asked as I crouched down beside her. Yes, she wipes her mouth. I'm fine, thank you. My name is Miyamura Kana. It's a pleasure, I'm Tatsumi. These are Shino and Seiya, and the boy behind them is Iji. Tell me, Miyamura-san, what happened here? I don't know, but suddenly the commander came in and bit his partner, and then everyone. Okay, calm down, Shino said, placing a hand on her back to reassure her. We'll get out of here, Seiya said, doing the same thing as Shino. Get out of here, he says, but how? I'm sure my father is close by, and it's only a matter of time before both we and this place disappear, but before that happens, we'll get out of here, all of us. I thought as I put on a serious face and stared at the dining room, which was upside down. Chapter 77. Shortly after incinerating Aki and saving Kana, we decided to leave the dining hall since we knew perfectly well that no one went there. So unable to bear the stench emanating from Aki's dead body, we decided to look for a way out. As we walked back down the hallway and started walking in the opposite direction from the dining room, we began to have a conversation to figure out where to go. Since we're in the dining room hallway, we must be on the 4th floor, Iji said. Ah, that's it. There's only one pool on the 7th floor, so we only have to go up 2 floors to get to the top. Kana says with a smile, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you're wrong. The ship is upside down, we have to head to the holds to reach the top, I said. Oh really? This ship, the Ocean Cradle, has 8 decks and 3 levels of cargo holds. To reach the keel, we'll have to climb another 6 levels. It has a tonnage of 29,540 tons, an average length of 190 meters, and a maximum beam of 24 meters. With a crew of over 180, it can accommodate up to 680 passengers, although it seems there were only 500 this time. From what we've seen so far as capsizing is concerned, there should be a large number of survivors. I think reuniting with others would be possible, but even so. While Iji was talking about the possibility of running into someone, Shino Seiya and I just stared at him with uncertain expressions. It was surprising that he knew the characteristics of a ship he'd just seen for the first time. Did you see how she knew the ship's measurements perfectly? Seiya whispered in my ear and I nodded. That's suspicious, Shino whispers. Yes, it seems Iji is hiding something from us. Don't let your guard down and watch each other's backs. They both nodded. I'll keep an eye on him. S6 floors, but that's impossible, Kana said, looking tired. While Iji comforted Kana and encouraged her to keep going, the 3 of us continued down the long corridor. We reached the end, only to find a locked door and a small hole through which we could see the flooded floors below. The lower floors are already flooded. This is the only way out, I said, looking into the hole. At that moment, Iji and Kana approached us. One of us will have to swim. Yes, that could work. It seems the wall between the passenger and staff areas on the lower floor is broken. If we can get into the staff area that way, we might be able to get through that locked door. I see, that's a good idea. And who's going to go in there? Iji asked, arms crossed, staring at the hole. I'll go, I said. No, Tatsumi, this time I'll go. Remember, I was in the swimming club, Seiya said with a smile. Okay, she smiled. I know I can't change your mind here. Handing her the flashlight. Promise me that if anything happens in there, you'll make sure to come back. Of course, she said with a smile as she winked at me. I would smile and nod, then she would take off all her clothes, leaving herself in her underwear. Once she was ready to submerge, she would approach the hole and sit on the edge. Be careful, Seiya, Shino said, holding onto her clothes. Of course, don't worry. Without another word, she jumped into the water and began to dive between the 2 rooms, moving along a small corridor. The path was calm. Seiya had to move the occasional piece of debris and found places to breathe from time to time. But that tranquility ended when Seiya was about to reach the next room, where she saw someone swimming around. Curious to see if that person was alive, she surfaced and was shocked to see my father eating someone. It's Tatsumi's father. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. He dived back under and headed to the next room, where he found a trapdoor. It won't open. Why? Why won't it open? While Saya was doing her best to open the trapdoor, we were waiting for her on the other side of the door. We were starting to get a little worried as she was taking too long. She's so slow. Kana suddenly says, yeah, he's taking his time for such a short distance. He should have finished much sooner. I hope nothing's happened, but still, IG remarked. This ship is a mess. The route might be blocked or something, and maybe it can't even get through to the other side of the door, I said, looking at the door and starting to worry. She might be looking for another path. Don't worry, Saya will come back, Shino said, taking my hand and smiling. Shino, yes, you're right. But still he hasn't come back yet. Maybe taking IG's hand. Maybe he's found a way up there. What if he's left us stranded? Calm down, Miyamura-san, I'm sure of it. Just think about it. I should have come back already. She's not like that. I'm sure she'll come back. Shino says, how can you be so sure? That's disgusting of you, Saya-san. With skirt. Shortly after failing to open the trapdoor, she continued diving through the adjoining rooms, hoping to find a hole or trapdoor through which to pass. After a few seconds, she found a hole in a staircase, which Saya entered, reaching the surface. So he's not following me. Saya thought as she looked at the hole she'd climbed through, then stood up and looked down a hallway. This way. Saya looked around and picked up a metal pipe from the floor to defend herself, then continued slowly advancing through the dark corridor until she reached the closed trapdoor. It's probably the same one as before. He opens the trapdoor. Just as I thought, the lock is wet. It was locked recently. He looks around. That person might be nearby if I call out. Maybe they'll hear me, but I can't do that. Tatsumi's father will definitely hear me. As Saya was trying to figure out what to do, someone approached from behind and touched her shoulder. The moment Saya felt it, she was about to hit him with the pipe, but he stopped her. She then realized it was me. Saya, it's me, T. Tatsumi. Sorry, it's just that. Peaceful. I stroked her head to calm her down a little, then went to the closed door and unlocked it. The others who were waiting for us began to enter one by one and then closed the door again. Are you okay, Saya? Shino asked as he handed her a towel he had found earlier. Yes, I'm fine. It's just that something else besides Tatsumi's father is bothering me. It makes me feel like something's wrong. Is something wrong? I thought as I looked at her, where she showed a look of unease and concern. Shortly after Saya was dry and had put on her clothes, we continued down the long corridor where IG would be taking the lead while I was behind everyone, keeping watch. After walking a few meters, IG stopped and put a finger to his lips, signaling us to be quiet. Then he pointed to a room, indicating that he heard something, and we all began to hear what sounded like a foreign language. Oh God, I beg your forgiveness for my sins and those of my husband, the voice said in Russian. Since I was standing behind everyone, I couldn't tell what language he was speaking, but the moment I got closer and heard the phrase perfectly, I knew it was Russian. So I stopped IG, who was getting ready with a metal pipe, and then took cover behind the door. Is anyone there? I asked in Russian. The voice stopped and we saw that it was a woman trapped under a collapsed wall. Without hesitation, IG and I rushed over to help her. Are you all right, ma'am? Please hang in there, IG says. Is this wound? My body is numb. I can't move. I understand. Please save your strength and don't say anything more. I looked at IG. Let's build this wall, IG. Yeah. Don't bother, nothing can save me now. When we lift this, get her out from underneath, I said, looking at the girls. Okay, they all say at the same time. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. I shouted, and then IG and I lifted him up with all our strength. What are you looking at? Take it out. But I fixed my gaze on the place where they were looking, and we observed several pipes passing through the lady's body. It must be divine punishment. Translate Tatsumi, IG says. A divine punishment. It was my responsibility to take care of her, and since I couldn't, my daughter, AI, has disappeared. Boys, he looked at me. Could you do me a favor? I nodded. Please find my daughter and take care of her. Her father and I, we won't be able to anymore. I promise you. Thank you. Now let me die. I stood motionless, still holding the wall. I didn't know exactly what to do, and I didn't want to let this woman die. But in that moment of hesitation, IG looked at me with a serious expression, and then he let the wall fall. Wait, but I couldn't finish speaking because the wall slipped from my grasp, crushing the woman. We all stood motionless, watching as we had killed her. After a few seconds, we were resting in the hallway where everyone was completely silent. Until Shino started to speak. Tatsumi, what were the last things he said? Kill me. And that's why you did it. Kana suddenly shouted as she stood up. You're the worst. Can you still be called human? You're just a murderer. She yelled, throwing her socks soaked with the woman's blood at me. I bet when you built that wall, you thought it was just a nuisance because it would slow us down, right? You're making too much noise, I said as I got up from the floor. About half of what you said is true. I certainly thought he won't survive. I turned away. Well, I'll go take a look around the area. Wait a minute, Tatsumi. Don't go around blaming yourself for everything. I'm responsible too. Miyamura-san, you shouldn't blame Tatsumi for everything either. But besides, what that lady was saying was quite disturbing. Our hands started sweating and it became difficult to hold him, you know. Also, I thought too that she won't survive, and that's why we didn't kill her. That was an accident. Accident? Huh, I had the feeling for a moment that IG let go of the wall first. Was it my imagination? I thought as I looked at my hands, which were covered in blood. Understand, IG said, placing a hand on Kana's shoulder. Yeah. Tatsumi, we should prioritize reaching the upper floor, as we've been doing so far, but until we find other survivors, it would be best to stay together to keep ourselves as safe as possible. Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Starting to walk, come on, let's hurry. Following Iji's directions, he started walking, followed by Kana, while I stayed behind for a few moments, watching the room where the woman was. Shino and Seiya realized I wasn't following them, so they came over to me. Tatsumi, something wrong. Before she died, the lady asked me a favor. They looked at me curiously. She asked me to find her daughter and take care of her. Don't worry, we'll find her, Shino said with a small smile. But something's bothering you, isn't it? I can see it in your eyes, Seiya said with a serious expression while I remained silent. Before, when we were holding up the wall for a moment, I had the feeling that, never mind, it was my imagination. I offered a small smile to reassure them both, then continued walking, following Kana and Iji. Seiya and Shino watched me with worried expressions as I walked away. Shino, Seiya, let's go. I shouted from the end of the hallway. Yais, they shout at the same time. XXX. Several minutes later, we found ourselves advancing through a long corridor in which we would find several bodies, but we would pass by, thus arriving at the elevator room, in which the place was completely collapsed and with several bodies trapped among the rubble, where I would approach each of them, thus confirming that they were dead. An elevator lobby. Well, it seems we can't use the main staircase, Iji said, staring at a completely broken staircase. We'll have to find another one. If only the elevator could be moved, it would be easy to get to the top. I wonder if the cabin would fall all the way down, Shino added. I doubt it. Modern elevators use very strong gears on the guide rails they move along. They also act as brakes. Besides, because of all the movement caused by the waves, they're a necessity on a ship like this. That's why the cabin can't fall, Seiya said as she put on her glasses. Oh, you know a lot of things, Seiya-san, Iji said with a smile. Of course, after all, I'm a genius. She glances at the elevator again. If the main generator were still working, I think it would move, but... Then let's go to the generator room, Kana says excitedly. Brilliant idea, let's go. Oh wait, that's where we're going, I said sarcastically as Kana looked at me with annoyance. Let's get out of here. We continued walking toward the next corridor, but just as we passed the elevators, a sharp thud came from inside. We all stopped instantly and Iji and I rushed to the elevator. Did it come from here? Iji whispered. Yes, possibly a survivor, I whispered. Let's open it. I don't fancy being attacked from behind by some weirdo. I handed the axe to Iji. I'll open the door with Shino. Iji, you cover us. Understood. Shino and I approached the elevator doors, where each of us took a door, while Iji stood in front in case there was anyone dangerous. Is anyone there? Let's open up. When we didn't get a response, Shino and I opened the elevator, where Iji could see a man attacking him with an axe. But before he could move, the man grabbed Iji from behind. We see a boy fall to the ground from his wheelchair. Iji, somewhat surprised, looks inside the elevator and notices that the man who attacked him was his own reflection. A mirror. How embarrassing to lose my composure like that, he thinks with annoyance. Are you all right? I asked as I crouched down and gently shook the boy, who began to stir. What's your name? My head. He looks at me. My name is Sanaga Shimada. Where are we? You're in the elevator lobby. You must have fainted because of the tremors. My name is Tatsumi. These are Shino, Seiya, and Miyamura-san, and this is Iji. It's a pleasure to meet you all and thank you for getting me out of there, he says, sitting on the ground but with his gaze lowered. Oh, here, Shino said as he picked up the wheelchair and brought it closer. Shino-san, what do you think you're doing? Iji asked. Don't tell me you're planning to take him with us, aren't you? Shino was surprised by his question. The boy is staying here. What are you saying? Think about it for a moment, what we've had to do to get here and what's still ahead. Do you think you'll be able to do it under these conditions? Shimada-san, get in, I said as I pulled the chair closer to her. Are you deaf? I'm telling you to try to get up here, I said with a serious face which Shimada mirrored. But we can't just leave it here, Shino-san. Let's imagine Tatsumi's father appears. How are you going to help him? Besides, compared to all this rubble, it's as if he's drowning while you're swimming in it. Iji-kun is right, or are you saying you'll accept all the responsibility for him? Kana suddenly shouts. But I'm very grateful, Shino-san, but I also think that Iji-san is right, Shimada said with a worried look. I know we just met and you just helped me, but... Hey, Shimada-san, didn't you hear me? I asked if you could go up by yourself, I said again, interrupting him, which made him look at me a little strangely. Tatsumi, you know perfectly well that he can't do it alone, Shino thought as he looked at me. I'm not saying we should just abandon him. He'll be perfectly safe in the elevator we used to have. We'll keep going while we find a way to transport him. If possible, the best thing would be to find and repair the generator, restoring the elevator's functionality, Iji suggests. But we can't leave him, Seiya. I'm with Shino. I don't think we can leave him alone. Even if he's trapped in the elevator, we don't know if we'll be able to fix the generator, Seiya said with a smile as she stood beside Shino. Seiya. There's nothing more to say should we put it to a vote. IG asks. Everyone was completely silent, unsure what to do with Shimada. Meanwhile, I was watching him as he tried his best to climb onto his chair, which he eventually managed to do. Tatsumi-san, I have gone up. You've worked hard for this. From now on, the only thing you'll think about is how to contribute to our current situation, understand? What are you talking about, Tatsumi? IG asked. Of course we'll take him with us. The moment I said those words, Shimada's face showed surprise, while IG and Kana showed annoyance and worry, while Shino and Seiya were showing a big smile. Come on, let's go, I said as I headed towards the hallway, followed by everyone. We continued down the corridor beyond the elevator room, and while Shino was busy pushing Shimada, IG and I would be moving some rubble that was blocking him. Thank you, Tatsumi-san, but I really don't want to put you in danger by being a burden. I don't feel sorry for you, nor do I feel responsible for you in any way. You should feel the same way, I said, moving a ventilation duct aside with IG's help. Besides, seeing you like that wheelchair of yours, I think it should be more than just a nuisance for you. He was surprised by my comment. If I hadn't gotten into the wheelchair by myself, what would you have done? Grab you and put you in it. Well, I was just asking if you could do it and you go and do it all by yourself. I'm really stunned. I said with a smile, which Shimada also smiled at. After that brief moment of talking with Shimada and continuing to walk down the corridor, a memory of Yume flashed through my mind. Don't worry, Tatsumi, I definitely won't be a burden to anyone, she says with a tender smile. Sanasan, Yume, are you all right? I thought as I looked down the hallway with a worried expression. As we were moving along the fourth deck of the ship in another part of the vessel, we could see a girl with short hair and her eyes closed due to her blindness. This was Yume. She was in a small room, standing before a dead boy clutching a bloody knife. The boy had died from multiple stab wounds to the chest. Chapter 78. Elsewhere on the ship, a group of 3 girls could be seen, one of whom was standing on a table, suspended by a rope around her neck. The other 2 girls were looking at her with smiles. Please let me go, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you want, please don't kill me. You see, there's no point in being docile after all that, Kaomurachin. If you had said that from the beginning, we wouldn't have gotten to this point. Why did you refuse to get a cross tattooed like ours? One of the girls asked while showing him the tattoo. I'm sorry, and next time I'll definitely do it. Too late. There won't be a next time, you bitch, the girl said contemptuously, looking at her furiously and with tears in her eyes. Look at that look. From the beginning, I knew I wouldn't like you. Looking down on others with that self-righteous look of yours, justifying all your actions and ignoring the fact that there are others in danger, doing what suits you best. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, It's too late for excuses. You should try calling Nishijima-kun. Come on, scream like a dog. Help, Nishijima-kun. She screamed at the top of her lungs, hoping that the boy would hear her. Baka, he's already dead. Did you kill him? You bitches, you'll pay for this, shouting angrily. You're a pain, one of them said as she kicked the table, causing the girl to start choking. What a nightmare of a girl, said the other girl as she watched the girl die along with the others, since there's no way out of here alive. We're just trying to get ahead of you and one by one help you die. XXX. With TATSUMI and the others. At this very moment, we would have been at the other end of the 4th floor where there was a smaller staircase in front of us. We assumed it was used in case of emergency. Just as I thought, it seems the small stairs can still be used, Seiya said, observing the stairs. Shino, can you take a look at what's ahead? I asked as I picked Shimada up piggyback. Of course, she said with a smile as she climbed the stairs. It's passable. We should be able to get to the next floor. Okay, let's do it, IG said as he picked up the wheelchair. We started following Shino, who was in charge of checking that the path was passable and removing any debris that might bother us. At that moment, as she was about to jump onto a ventilation duct, she had the feeling that someone was watching her, and when she turned around, she saw a person trapped. Hey guys, someone's hurt. The moment we all heard Shino scream, we quickened our pace, only to see a girl trapped in a ventilation duct, her arm crushed. As I passed by, she stared at me with a look that unsettled me. We'll get you help, so hang in there. Saw him, the girl says with difficulty. What did you say? Kiss me, she said, opening her mouth and sticking out her tongue. Watch out, I said as I moved Shino's head away where he would receive a blow to the head, thus beginning to bleed. What the hell are you doing, Tatsumi-san? You're the worst. It's obvious he's hurt, isn't it? Are you okay? I'm sorry about that, Shino said as she took out a handkerchief and cleaned the wound, but the moment she wiped away the blood, the wound had disappeared. The wound. At that moment, we were a little surprised since we now know that my father's virus is contagious, and a tremor began to shake the place. After a couple of seconds, the tremors subsided. Is it over yet? Seiya asks. This one was small, I replied as I got up and helped her. Where's the girl? Shino asked, surprised not to see her. The moment Shino asked that question, a feeling of unease enveloped my body. Then I looked behind Kana and saw the girl standing there. Miyamura-san, behind you. At my warning, she quickly turned around, noticing that the girl already had her arm raised to attack her. But instead of striking her, drops of blood fell onto Kana's face, where the girl realized she was missing her hand. No hand. What are you doing, girl? Kana said as she ran her hand over her face and noticed the blood. Give me. This is disgusting. Looking at her with contempt, give me your hand. The girl screamed, then lunged at Kana and bit her arm, causing her to scream in pain. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Quick, help me, come on, kill her now. Damn it, IG, the axe. Without hesitation, he threw the axe at me, which I caught in midair, then plunged it into the girl. Damn it. While Kana was screaming in pain from the bite, the others were a little surprised by everything that had happened, while I was looking at the girl who had the axe stuck in her neck. Did you kill her, Tatsumi-san? How horrible. Whatever she did, it was no reason to kill her. Murderer. Kana suddenly screams. Shut up, you hysterical woman. You should be the one who knows best that she's no longer human. Miyamura-san, our top priority should be bandaging you, and if we can find some alcohol. Shino said as she picked up a cloth and bandaged her arm. Anyway, we should go. It seems the tremor has blocked the way. We have to go to the main stairs, Seiya suggests. I agree, I said as I grabbed the axe and took it again. Upon my confirmation, everyone headed down another long corridor where I stayed behind to watch Kana. Since she'd been bitten by one of those things, it was possible she was infected as well. I won't say anything yet, I whispered to myself. But what she didn't know was that Shimada had also realized she might be infected, so with a surprised and uneasy expression, he stared at Kana. She noticed him looking at her. Shimada-san, why are you looking at me like that? Tell me what's wrong, Hei. Are you worried about something? I'm not infected. Can you hear me? I feel perfectly fine. Those are false accusations. You want to leave me, don't you? Then why don't you? That way everyone would be safe, right? See, calm down, Miyamura-san. Shino said as he held her. Nobody said they were going to leave you, so calm down. Seiya said, placing a hand on Kana's shoulder, but Kana didn't calm down. How could you do this to me? I'm fine, don't leave me. Miyamura-san, calm down and listen. We can't be sure you're infected. We really can't know if you don't show any symptoms. Why, yes, that's right, you can't be pessimistic. Shimada said a little nervously, but you still believe I'm infected, don't you? No, I don't think so. So it's okay if I bite you, right? She asked as she slowly approached Shimada. What did you say? Well, since you think I'm not infected, then nothing's wrong, right? Kana said as she grabbed Shimada's arm about to bite. Hey, I said as I placed the axe blade against his neck. If you keep acting like this, I'll kill you. Are you going to kill me? I should, but I'll do it next time. After that brief moment, the atmosphere between us became a little more uneasy, knowing that Kana might be infected, but we tried to push those thoughts aside and continued down the corridor toward the main staircase. This ship, I wonder how much longer it will last, Shino said as he sat down on a piece of furniture to rest, just like the others. To put it bluntly, there's no way to know if it will be 1 hour or 10. This ship has a movable structure, with the residential sections separate from the main body. Deck B2 is almost always a suspension deck for passenger comfort, a system called the Independent Action Suppressor that occupies the entire deck. It senses and compensates for the movements of the main body, reducing the impact of the waves on the residential section. I believe the system is still active, and it's the only thing that prevented the ship from sinking after capsizing, Seiya said, arms crossed and with a serious expression. But even so, once the flooded area exceeds our buoyancy, we'll surely start to sink, I said, also with a serious face, to which Seiya nodded. You two are very well informed, Shimada said, a little surprised. At that moment, while the four of us were chatting a bit about the composition of the ship and how much time we had, Kana was a little apart from us, cleaning her wound. Damn it, you should be more worried about me, you know, she thinks as she sprays water on the wound where she notices it has disappeared. What, where is the wound? She quickly bandaged her arm so that we wouldn't notice, with Yume. Yume stood before the boy who had died from multiple stab wounds to the chest, trembling and weeping uncontrollably. Then in that moment of confusion, she heard the footsteps of a group of 4 men. Upon seeing Yume, the 4 men surrounded her, and then the group's leader looked at the boy's lifeless body. He approached to check if he was indeed dead. Did you do it? The man asked in English while taking the boy's pulse. No, Yume says, a little afraid. Good job, doll, releasing the dead boy's arm. Good work, Yume thinks. And no, I just... Calm down, another man said as he approached Yume, then noticed her bandaged arm, which he forcibly removed, revealing a mark. It's a sacred mark, removing the bandage. Let's go, said the black man, and his group followed him. The moment Yume was completely alone, she would fall to her knees with a sigh of relief and terror, and she would remain thinking about everything that had happened. Shouldn't we take it? The blonde man asked. Well, she's blind, isn't she? She'd only be a burden. What a waste, and she was so beautiful, the man said, licking his lip and smiling. I have a small business to attend to, go ahead without me, the man said as he turned and headed towards Yume. What an unpleasant guy. At that moment, as the man approached Yume, she was still on her knees until suddenly she began to hear footsteps approaching her position. Sounds of footsteps quite stealthy, and at the same time they have a steady rhythm. Then it's not Tatsumi's father. It's the one with the upright posture like the guys from before, he thought. He stopped now. His steps are more abrupt. There's no doubt he's coming this way. Maybe he wants to warn me about something. Then why did he stop before? Why? Yum thought as she got up from the ground, then quickly hid. He's noticed, huh? The man thought as he entered the room, grabbing a rope. So you think being blind will give you an advantage in the dark? Hehehe, it won't be that easy. I'll find you in this situation. It wouldn't be surprising if something happened on a ship like this. Anything would be considered an accident. The man thought as he pulled out a flashlight and shone it around. Hey, come out here, wherever you are. Where are you? Let's get out of here together. Are you there? The man said with a smile. Since I probably won't survive anyway, I might as well enjoy it to the fullest, she thought. He's coming. Shall we leave here together? Is he serious? Yum thought, undecided whether to believe him or not, until finally the man found her. Bingo, the man says with a sick smile. Bingo, Yum thinks. Upon realizing the man's true intentions, Yum quickly got up from the ground and tried to escape, but the man was faster and grabbed her skirt, preventing her from advancing. I caught you. Pulling with all his might to the point that he would tear part of her skirt, he showed a perverted smile. Ah, let me go. Yum shouts, then cuts her wrist with the knife from before, releasing her. Gah, you bitch. Putting his right hand behind him and grabbing a wrench, he was ready to hit her on the head. But just before he could hit her, someone struck him on the arm with a piece of wood, driving several nails into it. This caused him to drop the wrench and begin screaming in pain. In that moment of confusion, Yum quickly lost sight of him and hid next to the person who had saved her. After the screams stopped, the man looked in both directions for Yum. What the hell? How could this happen? Jesus, he checked the floor and touched the piece of wood with the nails. Damn it, he grabbed the piece of wood and smashed it against a wall. Dear, listen to me carefully. I will find you and make you suffer. Did you hear me? The man said angrily. Chapter 79, with Tatsumi and the others. Shortly after we had rested, we resumed our march and we were now walking down a long corridor. I was at the back of everyone while Ig was in the lead. Isn't Tatsumi a little too calm? Even though he just cut off that girl's head, most people would be seething inside, but he looks so cold, Shimada remarks to Shino, who is the one pushing him this time. Really? I don't see it that way, she replies. Since all this started, he and all of us had to watch our friends and family die, and we even had to do bad things just to keep living. That's why he seems so cold. Even so, Tatsumi is a good person. If he has to help someone, he doesn't hesitate for a second. Yes, I saw it. A ticket booth, Ig suddenly says, drawing everyone's attention. We all looked ahead and could see a rather large ticket booth which was perched atop some rubble. We assumed someone had placed it there to make progress easier. Why are you in a place like this? Kana asked. Someone must have used it to get over the rubble, Seiya remarked. This is the first time we found any trace of other survivors, isn't it? Then there must be someone else up ahead, right? Ig asked. If they haven't been killed already, of course, I said sarcastically, where Kana looked at me with contempt. Let's take a look before the rest cross, Tatsumi, Ig said, glancing at me. Yes. While Ig and I were going over the ticket booth to check if it was safe further ahead, the girls and Shimada stayed behind waiting for us. Well, Miyamura-san, let's take this opportunity to change the handkerchief, Shino commented as she approached her. Be before that I have to, you know, she says a little nervously. Ah, I understand. Go ahead. After that, Kana nodded with a smile, passing through one of the hallway doors. She quickly hid behind a wall to check that no one was following her. Seeing that she was alone, she removed her headscarf. It's true, it's not there. There's no wound, so am I infected? Contagious. Infection, you've got to be kidding me. She thought as she bit her arm hard. This is a bucking injustice. Tatsumi killed that girl without a second thought and then said she wasn't human. What about me? Is that heartless bastard going to kill me too? Are they going to kill me? They're going to, aren't they? They'll kill me. Let's see how they try. I'll make sure I'm not the only one who dies. She said angrily, tightening her bite. After Kana bit herself to trick us, she hid the bite again with the same handkerchief and then went to join the others. Shino immediately started cleaning it. Are you okay? Does it hurt? No, I'm fine, Shinasan, she said with a smile until she noticed Shimada looking at her in surprise. Miyamura-san, does it hurt? Don't worry. Glancing sideways at Shimada. Just now he looked at me surprised, so at that moment you saw him, right? Kana thought as she glared at Shimada with a furious look. What a nasty wound, but even so it's a relief that you're still okay and showing no signs of transformation. Miyamura-san, wait a moment, I have a new handkerchief here. Shino said, searching in his pocket until Seiya handed him her handkerchief. Here, I don't think I'll need it, Seiya said with a smile. Shinasan, Seiya-san, thank you, Kana said with a small smile. Great, after seeing that I'm still injured, Shinasan and Seiya-san have decided I'm not infected. She thought with a sadistic grin. The problem is it's Shimada-san. Did he notice about the injury? He did, didn't he? I'm sure he did, she thought as she glared at him. Miyamura-san, you seem to be suffering. Does it hurt that much? Shimada asked. No, it's just a little. I'm fine, thanks for worrying, she says with a fake smile, then turns away, her face contorted in annoyance. What a brat, I really had to bite myself. Of course it hurts, you idiot. This bastard, he's just pretending, like he didn't notice. To make sure he's right or wrong, he's still not sure. Hiding it, I have to keep it a secret. If they find out I'm infected, they'll kill me. I have to stop him from telling the others what he saw, and if it comes to that, I'll have to kill him. Miyamura-sensei and I have to go well, you know. Ah, don't worry. Shimada-san will take care of me, don't worry. No way, how do you expect me to protect you? After that, Shino and Seiya went into one of the rooms along the hallway, leaving Kana and Shimada alone. They remained in a long, awkward silence. After a while, Kana approached Shimada from behind. Shimada-san, she forced a smile. I'm sorry about earlier, it's just that when you looked at me like that I got furious. I know it wasn't right. No, Miyamura-san. It's also because of my attitude. For something like that to happen, it's perfectly normal for you to be angry. It's obvious just by looking at your wound it's not infected. I'm the one who should apologize, please forgive me. Then let's make peace, Kana said, extending her hand. Of course. Returning the handshake, Seiya and Shino observed what had happened and smiled. Are you all here? Ig asked, peering over the top of the rubble. There's a passable path a little further on, let's go. They all nodded and began to cross the rubble one by one while I helped Shimada and Ig get his chair. After we'd crossed the locker and reached the other side, we placed Shimada in his chair, and to everyone's surprise, we saw Kana step behind him to push him. Shinasan, leave this to me, are you sure? I've been thinking about it, let me help too. I stared at her with a serious face. Okay. You don't mind, do you, Shimada-san? Of course not. Then let's go, let's not waste any more time, I said as I took the lead alongside Seiya and Shino with the others following behind. She's infected now, I'm sure. When you looked at me like that, she says this only confirms my suspicions. Back then I wasn't even sure if I'd noticed or not. And now I'm certain of what I saw. The wound, now she did it to herself. And now she knows I know. What do I do? Should I reveal everything now? No, if I did something like that, it's impossible to know what she'd do. There's no other option but to be vigilant and look for an opportunity to talk to Tatsumi-san. Shimada thought nervously as he looked at me. After a few minutes of walking down the long corridor, where we occasionally had to navigate around some rubble, we finally reached the elevator lobby and the main staircase on the 3rd floor. It's the elevator room on the 3rd floor, Ig says. We've only traveled this far and yet look how long it's taken us, I said as I approached the edge and looked down. Yes, it seems like days have passed. Ig, maybe I should take a look up here. I think I can climb up here. No way, if there were another earthquake you'd fall 6 stories, but even so she's our only. Tatsumi, Seiya shouts, interrupting me. As we approach her, we can see a completely mutilated girl inside an elevator. It's horrible, Shino adds. So your father killed her, right? Ig said. Well, it's true she was killed, but it was with a sharp weapon. It was probably someone else, I replied. Are you sure she's dead? Kana asks me. It's obvious from the blood he's lost, isn't it? I watch as Seiya approaches the body and cleans his arm with a handkerchief. Is something wrong, Seiya? Well, there's some kind of mark on his left arm, she said as she cleaned it. Is it some kind of tattoo? Shino asks. It doesn't look like a tattoo, this is a mark, she says after cleaning it and showing the mark of a cross. This mark, I crouch down beside Seiya and stare at her. It looks familiar. I remember the boy I humiliated a few days ago. I remember now, there's no mistake, this mark is Serizawa's cross. Shimada and Kana were surprised to hear that name. In that case, that means Serizawa-kun has also realized that anyone can get infected, Kana said, a little fearfully. Yes, it seems so, and they're making these marks to see if someone is infected or not, Ig replies. Yes, knowing him a little, I know that's the kind of thing Serizawa would do. If the brand doesn't disappear, then you're fine. And if they disappear, is that person wrong? And what if they really disappear? Kana asked with a serious face. XXX. Kan Yume. Moments before Yum found herself completely alone with the boy, she had been part of a small group she'd encountered just after the collapse. Knowing she couldn't survive on her own, she had to join them, even though she didn't trust any of them. Serizawa, the leader of the group, was among them. He and 2 other boys were currently dealing with 2 infected individuals. Serizawa would take care of one of them, decapitating him. He's coming this way. A girl shouts, seeing the other infected person approaching. Someone stop her. Serizawa shouts in English. One of the 2 men carrying a small hammer would approach the infected man from behind, but just before he could hit him on the head, the infected man would turn around, hitting him in the face and sending him crashing against the wall. What the hell, is he much stronger than physically possible? Serizawa thought. While the infected man was distracted by the boy he had hit, the other man would deliver a powerful blow to his legs, causing him to fall to the ground. Finish it quickly, he says in English. Serizawa didn't hesitate for a second, and the moment the infected man touched the ground, he drove an iron beam into his back. The pressure caused a stream of blood to gush from the other side. Damn, how disgusting. Is anyone hurt? Serizawa asked. I just a little, says the boy who was hit. We're okay. And you, he asks in English, nothing critical. No problems here. All right then, Ukawa, come here. Serizawa said as he stood up from the ground and grabbed his collar. Give me your arm, he said after taking out a lighter and beginning to burn her necklace, which was a cross. You can end up getting infected by them, and then you've seen what happens, right? Small wounds heal on their own right away, don't they? Look. He placed the cross on his arm where a mark would form. It's simple, isn't it? If by chance this wound were to disappear, then kill me, he said with a sadistic smile as he showed the mark. XXX. With TATSUMI and the others. I'm completely against that method. It's like a medieval witch hunt, Shimada said a little nervously. What do you all think? This clown, that comment, it was directed at me, wasn't it? Damn bastard, just as I thought. I'll have to make him, Kana thought as she glared angrily at Shimada. There's nothing to think about. As if anyone would accept this test of yours, Seiya says, arms crossed. Even if it's perfectly rational, a method to prevent any crisis from occurring is completely inhumane. Anyone who doesn't have the mark is an enemy to them. I continued with a serious expression, and Seiya nodded in response. Following that same line of thought, this mark could have been made to not hesitate to act. We'll have to be very careful from now on, IG said, and everyone nodded in agreement. Then he and I approached a door. The fire door, something's blocking it from the other side. So what? Shino asks. Well, both this door and the one on the other side are locked in exactly the same way, I said. It might be a bit of a far-fetched theory, but on decks 3 through 6, which are reserved for guests, unless we go through the elevator lobby, we won't be able to get from the front of the ship to the back. In other words, locking the fire doors from the corridor to the rear passenger cabins could be a good defense against any intruders coming from the front of the ship. And it seems the group that went through before us locked them for exactly that reason, Seiya said, putting on her glasses. Exactly, and yet, I said, opening the door next to it. This little door here isn't closed, the back door is still open. It's impossible that they've forgotten, right? Shino asks with a nervous smile. They're practically telling us come this way, Shimada says with a serious face. Well, it's not like we have any other choice, IG said as I walked through the door. I went through the door and entered a small hallway which contained only 2 doors, both leading to a large room. After creating a small ramp so Shimada could cross, I slowly began to open the door. The moment we opened both doors wide, we saw 4 teenagers, 12 girls and 2 boys hanging by their necks with ropes. It was a sight that left us speechless. This is obviously the work of humans, IG says. IG, help me, I said, looking down. Yes, I nodded, and together we began to take them down one by one, then found a blanket and placed it over them, but not before checking them for any marks. I can't be sure if they're from Sarazawa's group, but I think so. And none of them have a cross mark, I said, then covered them completely with the blanket. The most despicable beings are humans themselves, I thought. Shinasan, Kana whispers after touching her shoulder. Listen carefully, okay? What's wrong? Shimadasan's wounds, they've disappeared. The wounds he had when we found him in the elevator, they've all disappeared, so be careful with Shimadasan. She whispered while glaring angrily at Shimada, while Shino put on a worried face which Seiya noticed. Shino, what are you looking at? Seiya wondered, then followed his gaze and saw that it was Shimada. Shimadasan, why? There's something I don't like, she thought, putting on a serious face. Chapter 80. So this place is a kind of gateway, Shimada said, staring at the teenagers' bodies. Yes, and those near the fire door must have been Sarazawa's people. They wanted to make sure that anyone coming from behind would pass through this place. To ensure everyone underwent their test after they made their group, that would be easy for them, because seeing these bodies, I'm sure most people wouldn't object, I said. Whether or not he had a mark, those were his conditions for passing through here alive. And that's all they wanted to convey, IG said with a serious expression, to which I nodded. Shinasan. Yes, handkerchiefs, you have several, right? Ah yes, she says while searching in her pocket. It would be great if you had enough for the 6 of us, but even so, could you bandage me, please? I'll hide the fact that we don't have the marks. What do you say? He asked, extending his left arm. I agree. Thanks to that, the risk of being attacked out of nowhere is significantly reduced, I said, and Shino nodded and began bandaging everyone's left arm. Well, it's absurd to think about it, but if the attacker hesitates even for a moment, that would make a profound difference. I wonder, is it really on his left hand? Shino asked as he bandaged Shimada's arm. Yes, the woman in the elevator had it on her left. In order for them to make an instant decision, everyone has to have it in the same place. Ah, why yes, you're right. Now, beyond that, anyone who looks at us will assume we're the enemy, Seiya said, looking at her bandaged left arm. On the other hand, when we look at someone, we'll automatically assume they're not infected. If it's a fight, then we'd end up at too great a disadvantage. Besides, there's a high chance this route is direct. Without any forks, let's go back and find a different way, I suggested. Everyone nodded, and we headed back to the elevator lobby. Well, perhaps Sarazawa's group has sealed off the rest of the passageways in this area, but I think there must be a way to ascend using the cruise stairs, Shino remarked. I'll go straight up the narrow passage and look for a door that can be opened and leads here. Just like Seiya did earlier, when she swam through the door on the lower floor to find another way, I said as I moved forward, glancing at her out of the corner of my eye. She nodded. Having decided what to do to move forward, we left the room where we found the bodies and returned to the main elevator and stairwell. We were now walking through the door while I carried Shimada. Shinasan, go on and I'll bring you the wheelchair, Kana said. Okay. As Shino was going through the door, Kana stood watching her with a serious expression, holding the chair. She took advantage of that moment to break the brakes without any of us noticing. Look at that. The fifth floor is almost completely flooded. We can't even see the sixth floor anymore. Even if I fall, there's a chance I'll be unharmed, I said as I approached the edge with IG and looked down. If I go down, I'll be able to get back here, I'm sure of it. Understood. Tatsumi-san won't be here anymore, Shimada thought, a little nervous, while Kana wore a small smile. Tatsumi, take good care of yourself, Shino said in a worried tone. If you see any problems, come back as soon as possible. Understood, we don't want anything to happen to you, Seiya said in the same tone as Shino. You too, we don't know if one of them is in the area, I said, grabbing onto a bar. I love you all. And us too, they both say in unison. I flashed a smile and a thumbs up to reassure them both, then gripped the bars tightly and began climbing with ease, leaving everyone impressed. He makes it look so easy, Kana said, surprised. Leaving the others behind, I had already reached the upper floor, where at first I couldn't see anyone or anything. So I got up from the floor and started walking down one of the hallways, hoping to find a way to rejoin the others. But as I was walking, I could feel as if someone was following me. Tatsumi, I really hope he comes back safe and sound, Shino said, staring at the spot where I'd gone. Oh, come on, Shino. You know perfectly well that Tatsumi, no matter what happens, will always come back, Seiya said with a smile as she placed a hand on Shino's shoulder to reassure her, although it was clear from her own eyes that she was also worried. Well, that's natural, but still I'm truly sorry for leaving Tatsumi alone like that. Shinasan and Seiya-san know also. Miyamura-san and Shimada-san, would we be happy to welcome the unharmed Tatsumi back with open arms? IG asked with a serious expression until a loud sound from upstairs alerted everyone. Tatsumi, what's wrong? Tatsumi, are you okay? Answer me. Shino shouts. Tatsumi, that's my father, I shouted from upstairs. You have to get out of there now. While I was concentrating on dodging all of my father's attacks in a moment of carelessness in not warning the others, he took advantage to grab my face and slam me forcefully against the wall. Ugh, Tatsumi. Shino and Seiya shout at the same time. IG, we have to do something. Shino says, this isn't good, we can't do anything for him. What? I recovered somewhat from the shock and stared at my father, who was looking at me with a look full of rage. He was out of control to the point of no longer being aware of his actions. I could tell from his expression and his state of mind. So the cure didn't work as you expected, huh, Atasan? I said with a smile, only to see my father about to plunge the axe into me. Damn it, this is bad, he's going to kill me. I thought as I tried to break free from his grip. But just before the axe sank into my head, a great tremor shook the entire ship, causing his grip to loosen slightly. I used that moment to roughly pull his hand away, then kicked him in the side, sending him crashing against the edge. But before falling, my father grabbed onto a column, doing his best to stay on the ground. Suddenly, a staircase collapsed, hitting him squarely and sending him plummeting to the bottom. That was close. But in that moment when I could finally breathe, the trembling continued and I realized something was approaching. But it was too late. The moment I looked up, I saw a ventilation duct fall on top of me. Meanwhile, the others would be doing their best to stay on their feet because of the tremor, and at that moment Kana would realize that it was her opportunity and would take advantage of it to push Shimada's chair. Upon realizing what was happening, he saw that he was heading towards the edge where he quickly pulled the brake lever. But the moment he pulled, the lever shattered into 1,000 pieces, leaving him completely stunned, and then he fell over the edge into the water. Tatsumi. Shino and Seiya shout in unison after the tremor has already calmed down. Wait. Tatsumi's father must be around here too. It would be bad if you shouted like that. You're right, Shino said, then realized Shimada wasn't with them. Where's Shimada-san? Down here, Shimada shouts. The moment they heard his scream, they quickly approached the edge and could see Shimada clinging to a collapsed staircase, doing his best to hold on. What a relief he's still alive. Shimada-san, what about him? IG asked. I think he glances behind him and sees my father cut in two, that he's probably dead. Tatsumi, if you're there, answer me. IG shouted, but he received no response from me. It can't be, right? Shino asks, on the verge of tears. Don't worry, Shino, I'm sure he's all right, Seiya said, also on the verge of tears. He may have simply lost consciousness, or perhaps he never planned to return in the first place, or something even worse may have happened. What does that mean? Do you think Tatsumi is capable of leaving us here? Seiya shouted, coming face to face with IG because of those false accusations. Listen to me, Tatsumi isn't that kind of person, is that clear? Yes, but the only thing that's certain now is that waiting here for Tatsumi is pointless. Let's assume Tatsumi isn't coming back. The best course of action for us is to think about what we should do from now on. Fine, Seiya said, still angry, before approaching Shino and comforting her a little. And what about Shimada-san? It seems we'll have to leave him here. Kana said suddenly, surprising Shimada. Just as I thought, it finally happened. Bringing him with us was a mistake from the very beginning. From now on, it'll be impossible to take him with us, right? Will it be or won't it? Simply impossible. Miyamura-san, what are you saying? There's no way we can just abandon him there like that. Shino exclaimed. If he gets soaked in the water like that, he'll lose all his strength very quickly. Also, it wouldn't be surprising if the ladder he's holding onto suddenly collapses. So I think we have to do something to at least get him out of there. We can use some kind of rope or something else to pull him in. Right. Relax, Shino, Seiya said with a smile. I'll go down so all three of you please find a rope. Understood. Yes. Wait, Seiya-san, Iji said, placing his hand on Seiya's shoulder to stop her. I'll get down. Iji-san, you don't have to strain yourself. Shimada called from below as Iji began to descend towards him. Have you already forgotten? We didn't leave any comrades behind, he says, then drops down onto a platform right next to Shimada. Okay, Shino-san, I understand. Let's find some curtains or something, Kana said as she walked down the long hallway. Why yes, Seiya, stay here in case something happens or if Tatsumi shows up. Of course, don't worry. You be careful, Seiya said with a smile as she watched Shino and Kana walk away, then her face turned worried as she looked up. Tatsumi, I trust you're still alive. Shino and I believe in you, she thought, her mind taking in me completely unconscious beneath a ventilation duct. While Shino and Kana were busy finding a curtain or blanket to use as a rope, Seiya kept watch. Iji had already approached Shimada, and after helping him up, they both sat on the ground catching their breath. I appreciated Iji-san. It was nothing, even now we are. Iji-san, Tatsumi's father's upper body is missing, Seiya shouted from above. What? He stared at the water and noticed his father's torso was missing. Where the hell did his upper body go? Did it sink? No, his lower body is still floating there, so where Iji thought until he was interrupted by the sound of someone grabbing a bar where they both watched as his father surfaced. With Shino and Kana. Both were walking down the same hallway we had come through where they decided to enter one of the rooms, hoping to find a pair of curtains. Miyamura-san, I'm going to take a look inside, Shino said as she entered the room followed by Kana. I found it. Let's take this curtain. I hope we can use this instead of a robe to help you. Here we go. She pulled at the curtain until she noticed Kana wasn't moving. Miyamura-san, what's wrong? What the hell? What are your intentions, Shino-san? What are you thinking? Are you even thinking about it? You don't want to think about it, do you? It's a fact that Shimada-san is infected. Isn't leaving it behind the most natural thing to do? We're going to leave it, right? We'll leave it. Well, that's true. I've been thinking about this too, but still there's something else I've been thinking about. It's possible that not every infected person will turn into it. Maybe I don't have any proof to back it up, but this is what I believe. Tatsumi is still alive. And Shimada-san won't turn into it. I'm not saying your way of thinking is wrong. I too am afraid of what might happen to Shimada-san and what happened to Tatsumi. Yes, it's just as you said, Shino-san, all I do are these selfish things, and yet you continue to lift my spirits by saying kind and helpful words. Thank you, Kana said as she approached Shino and took his left arm. Miyamura-san. Kana, you can call me Kana from now on. Okay, Kana, you can call me Shino. Shino said with a smile until she was surprised by Kana, who bit her on the arm. What are you doing? Shino, I suppose it's best if I just give you this wound, she said with a smile as she wiped her mouth. Since you wanted to survive here for so long, Shino. Kana, don't worry, since it's you, Shino, I'm sure you'll get through this. After that extremely strange moment for Shino, they both took the curtains and headed towards Seiya, Iji, and Shimada, where during the journey there was complete silence between them. Seiya, we've brought the curtains, Shino says as soon as she arrives at the elevator hall. Shino, this is a problem. Tatsumi's father is still alive and he's chasing Iji-san and Shimada-san. What? With Shimada and Yaji. The instant Iji and Shimada saw my father surface, Iji would take Shimada piggyback and then run away, pursued by my father. Iji was doing his best to stay on his feet as carrying Shimada while running was putting a lot of strain on his body. Because of this, he tripped over some rubble but quickly regained his balance. Iji-san, this time I'm really a burden to you. Leave me behind and go. No way, but he couldn't finish speaking because they heard my father approaching. They saw him walking forward with his arms outstretched. This has to be a joke. What the hell is this thing? Chapter 81 with Sona. Elsewhere on the ship, very close to the elevator and main stairwell, was Sona. She was making her way alone through the long, dark corridors of the vessel where she was currently kicking open a door to continue on her way. Sona was what could be called lucky, since shortly after the collapse she ended up on the second floor. Although she was alone the whole time, unable to find anyone, she hadn't encountered any of them either. At this moment, after passing through the door and walking down a short corridor, he had arrived at the elevator room, from which he would observe how the fifth floor was already flooding. I'm sorry, Sona said as she stepped over a vent where someone was standing below, who looked up at her face, realizing it was me. Tatsumi-kun. XXX. Kana Seichayano Sayay Kana. Minutes before Sona found me, the girls were still near the edge watching as my father's torso was no longer in the water and would be chasing Iji and Shimada. Seiya, what happened? Shino asks. Tatsumi's father is still alive and he's chasing Iji and Shimada. I wish I'd been more assertive. When we were arguing about whether to break up or not, Kana said, her face serious. The least I could have done was talk to Iji-kun about Shimada-san's infection. What are you saying? Is Shimada-san infected? Seiya asked, a little surprised. Haven't you noticed? The wounds he sustained when we found him in the elevator, they've disappeared. What? Well, the thing is, we can't do anything. We'll have to go back the way we came and try another way, Kana said as she walked down a corridor where Shino and Seiya stared. Shino, did you know about Shimada-san? No, I didn't realize until Kana told me. Do you think Shimada-san is infected? I'm not sure. Shimada-san's injuries were very minor. There's something here that bothers me and I don't know what it is. About what? Well, about our group. Shino was a little surprised. Under these circumstances, we can't trust anyone. I understand. Girls, let's go, Kana shouts from the end of the hallway. Yes, Seiya and Shino shouted as they ran towards her. Why did you take so long? Is something wrong? It's nothing, don't worry, just things between me and Shino, Seiya said with a small, fake smile. Understand. Perhaps we should go back the way we came and look for Iji-san and Shimada-san, Shino asked as he picked up an iron bar. Wait, Shino, Kana remarked. With just this weapon, if we were attacked, the three of us alone wouldn't be able to defend ourselves. And? I miss my submachine gun, Seiya said after letting out a sigh. Anyway, we have to believe they're both okay and act accordingly. If that's the case, then it would be nice if he didn't get bitten, right? Kana asked as Shino and Seiya silently glanced at her. The three continued down a small corridor, hoping to find a way down to look for Iji and Shimada. But as they were crossing one of the corridors, they saw a door open and an improvised axe protruded from it. Shino was ready to strike whoever came through the door in case it was one of them. But the moment she saw the person's face, she stopped, and then all three of them breathed a sigh of relief because it was Iji. Iji-san, Shino-san, Seiya-san, why Miyamura-san? Are you alone? What about Shimada-san? Seiya asked with a serious expression. Well, it's sad I wasn't able to save him. Flashback. This has to be a joke. What the hell is this thing? Why the hell isn't it dead yet? Iji shouted, grabbing Shimada again. Hold on tight, Shimada, for now all we can do is get away from it. Yes, he said as he grabbed Iji's neck again, and then Iji started running. Oh no, I must have twisted my ankle when I fell a moment ago, Iji thought, feeling a pain in his foot. Just leave me behind and go. Leave me behind and go, damn it. Iji cursed, remembering Shimada's words, and for a moment he reconsidered. Annoying, 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 however abandoning him and continuing is really. Iji-san. Shut up, Shimada-san, this isn't the time for chatting. He shouted while glancing at him where he saw my father holding his head. End of flashback. I had no choice, there was no other option but to leave it there. I did something unforgivable, I chose to live and escape being infected, Iji said, his head bowed. Iji-kun, it's not that you abandoned him, you simply couldn't help him, Kana said with a smile hidden where no one would notice. Why yes, that's right, at least you, Iji-san, were able to return safely. Even if it was just you, I'm sure your decision must have been the right one. Damn it, Shimada-san, he was a really good guy. At least Iji-san was able to return alive, but still, I wonder why something is bothering me. Something has been tormenting me ever since Kana was bitten. But I don't know what it is, Seiya thought as she stared at Kana with a serious expression, then looked at Iji. Seiya-san, that's correct. You're absolutely right to distrust me. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Distrust, it's a survival skill, he said as he picked up the axe again and plunged it into his hand. In the end, this method, it's the best tactic, isn't it? He asked while showing the wound where Shino and Kana were a little surprised, while Seiya still kept her face serious. XXX. Kantiatsu am I? I don't know how long I had been unconscious, but after waking up I noticed that I was not in the elevator room but rather in one of the rooms on the second floor. I slowly got up from the floor and removed the damp cloth from my forehead, then saw in front of me a girl with black hair whom I recognized instantly. Sana-san, I asked, then put my hand to my head, still feeling dazed. She looks at me, awake. Tatsumi-kun, you're finally awake, she says with a smile as she kneels beside me. Sana-san, how long have I been unconscious? I'm not entirely sure. I found you under a ventilation duct, so it's possible it was a couple of hours ago. That much? Damn it, I said as I tried to get up. What are you doing? It's better if you don't move yet, she said while holding me down to prevent me from getting up, then handed me another wet cloth. Where are we? I asked as I put the scarf on my head. In the crew's backyard. I see. Are you alone? Yes, I've been alone all this time. I didn't find any other survivors, none of them. I'm glad to hear that. Sona was a little surprised. It seems you can't even trust humans anymore given the situation. What do you mean, Wells? Intrigued, Sona began to tell her everything that had happened since we were separated by the cavern. I told her about when we found Kana Yashimata, and especially about what Sarazawa did, which left her with a look of complete surprise. And before I lost consciousness, I had an encounter with my father where he attacked me. But I managed to escape unharmed until a ventilation duct fell on top of me and I lost consciousness. That's all that happened. So Sarazawa-san is killing people who refuse to get that mark and those who don't have it. That's right, he said, showing his left arm. That's why my arm is bandaged. It gives me a big advantage if I run into anyone from the group. That makes sense. That way she's not sure if you're infected or not. She puts her hand to her chin and thinks for a moment. Okay, Tatsumi-kun, will you bandage my arm? She asks, handing me a handkerchief and smiling. Yes. I smiled as I took the handkerchief and began bandaging her. I didn't say it, but I'm so happy and relieved you're safe. I wouldn't have forgiven myself if something had happened to you. Tatsumi-kun, she whispered, a slight blush creeping across her face. I wanted to tell you that. Okay, I said, interrupting her as I tied the last knot in the bandage. And were you going to say something? And no, it doesn't matter, she said with a small smile as she stood up. Now we have to find Shinasan and Seiya-san, right? Yes, and Yum too, I'm worried about her. Then let's head to the security room. I saw several cameras on the way, maybe one of them is working and can tell us where they are, she said, extending her hand to help me up. Yes, it's a good plan, I said, accepting his help and putting my arm around his neck, still feeling dazed. I'm sorry you have to carry me. Don't worry, she said with a smile as we started walking. Sanasan, thank you. Sona, I would like you to just call me Sona from now on. But please, okay, you can call me Tatsumi too, Sona, I said with a smile. Sona wouldn't say anything, but inside she was completely happy. Let's find the others. Yes, XXX. With S.A. Chayano and the others. I'm sorry about Shimada-san, Shino said as he poured water on Iji's wound to clean it. Don't worry about it, Shinasan, this will be enough, he says, until he sees Shino start bandaging him. If it's hidden like this, then it's meaningless, right? Okay, anyway, I no longer suspect you're infected, Shino said with a smile. That's right, we're not like those guys in Sarazawa-kun's group, Kana asked with a smile. More than that, it's best to keep it clean and bandaged, right, Shino? Yes, thanks to the three of us. I just escaped to this floor using the stairs in the crew quarters. I think it's possible to get upstairs without running into Sarazawa's group if we go that way, Iji said as he stood up and picked up his axe. I'll go and see what's ahead. He said nothing more and headed for the same door he had come through before. I'll clean my wound a bit since it seems to have stopped bleeding, Shino said as she removed her handkerchief. A wound? What wound did you cut yourself? Seiya asked curiously since she didn't know anything. And no, it's just that Kana bit me to prove I'm not infected and to gain more confidence in myself, Shino said with a nervous smile. Is that so? Seiya asked Kana with a serious face, making her nervous. Why, yes, I'm sorry for doing it without asking. It's just that I needed someone I could trust. Okay, he approaches Shino with a bottle. Let me clean it. I appreciate it. A wound? What wound? There's nothing because you, Shino, you're infected. Handkerchief, come on, take it off, and then get scared. You will be, won't you? Yes, you definitely will. And neither Tatsumi-san nor Seiya-san will help you. She thought with a sadistic smile as she watched Shino remove the handkerchief and Seiya splash water on it, revealing the mark of her teeth. What the hell, this bitch didn't get infected, Kana thought as she glared angrily at Shino. Do you want to wash your arms too, Kana? Shino asked with a smile after bandaging them. And no way, I'm fine, no, we shouldn't waste so much water, she says with a fake smile, then turns away, her face contorted in annoyance. Why only me? What the hell is different about our cases? Isn't it fair? It's not fair. Why, she remembers the girl who had blood all over her mouth. Blood, it was blood, that must be it, just biting her wasn't enough. I should have left some of my disgusting fluids on that bitch. Unfair, that's unfair, Shino, that's unforgivable, I'll never forgive you for this. She thinks with a serious expression. Shortly after Iji returned and confirmed the stairs to the second floor were safe, he and the group of girls headed to the next floor. They were all completely silent, their senses on high alert as they had no idea what awaited them there. What do you think? Will it be okay if she takes the central stairs when we get to the next floor? Shino asks Seiya to catch up with Tatsumi. Yes, there's no damn way he's alive, now where is he? Kana wondered to herself, a little worried about his condition. I'm sure he's fine, don't worry, Seiya said with a smile. You're right, at that moment everyone looked ahead and saw the figures of two people. That's them. Who's there? Kana asked aloud. Miyamura-san, wait, Iji whispered, but it was too late. Those two people heard Kana's voice and turning around realized they were two of them. The moment the two infected individuals set their sights on the girls and Iji, they lunged at them. Kana, paralyzed with panic, couldn't move, watching as they slowly approached. Then something startled her. She noticed the two infected individuals pass by, heading straight for Iji and the girls. Damn it. Ig said as he plunged his axe into the stomach of the first infected person who approached, then dodged a punch. Yuwa. Kana took advantage of the moment when they weren't watching and went to one of the rooms, then alerted Ig. He didn't say anything, and while he was busy hitting the infected man again, he went to the room. Shinasan, Seiyasan, hurry, Ig said, stretching out his arm. But at that moment, before the two girls could enter, the door slowly began to close, as if someone were doing it on purpose, until the door closed completely, leaving Seiya and Shino with the two infected people. Brain. It was already too late for them, Kana said, interrupting him and grabbing his arm. If you open it now, we'll die, she said, her face expressionless. Chapter 82. Don't open it. Shino and Seiyasan simply couldn't do it in time, Kana repeated, still holding Iji's arm. He stared at her, utterly surprised. Iji-kun, it's simply a consequence of the need to survive and avoid infection. Slowly releasing his arm, the sounds of Shino and Seiya's blows now fading into the distance. The decision not to open the door was the right one. There's no need to blame yourself. Why are you looking at me like that? I wasn't the one who closed the door, you know, she says with an expressionless face. It was Shino and Seiyasan. It was a message from both of them that at least we must survive, don't you think? Because I don't think we should let their sacrifice be in vain. Goodbye forever, placing his hand on the door. Shinasan and Seiyasan, it's still too early to make that comment. The two of them could have been lucky and escaped somehow. Yes, at least I sincerely hope so. Kana said, staring at the door. Damn it, how I wish they were alive, to be bitten then somehow escape somewhere and then tremble with fear. The two of them alone, tremble, shake, scream, cry, experience the same kind of horror I went through. Oh, how I hope you survive. Kana said with a satisfied smile as Ig walked down the hall. XXX. With Shino and Seiya. The moment Seiya and Shino saw the door close in front of them, leaving them with the two infected, they both knew it was the end. Then suddenly two voices began to echo through the place and they instantly recognized one of them. Get up, Shino, Seiya, quick stand up. That voice, Seiya says, it's Yume's. Shino shouts in surprise and Seiya is just as surprised. Run, quick. At that last scream, both of them snapped out of their thoughts, and before the infected could catch them, they quickly got up from the ground and started running, following the instructions given to them by a small voice. Go into that room. They both saw the room he was referring to, which they would enter immediately. As soon as they did, someone else would close it, leaving the infected on the other side. Seiya and Shino, after catching their breath, turned around and looked at Yume, now a small child. Yume, Shino and Seiya shout, then rush towards her and hug her. I'm so happy you're still alive, Yume said with tears of joy as she returned the hug. Yume Wanachin, who are you? Asks a little girl. Ichin, these are my friends Shino and Seiya. She looked at Shino and Seiya with a smile. This girl here is AI. She saved me earlier with someone and she's alone. This must be that lady's daughter, Shino thought as she stared at the little girl, whose face was etched with sadness as she remembered the loss of her parents. Ichin, don't worry, we'll get you out of here. Besides, there's someone looking for you, Seiya said, stroking his head. Me? She asks tenderly. That's right, you'll meet him very soon, Seiya said with a smile as she continued to stroke the girl's head, who nodded in response. That's right, is Tatsumi all right? Where is he? Yume asked, her tone filled with worry. Don't worry, he's definitely fine. We had some complications along the way, so we had to separate. But I'm sure we'll meet again soon, Shino said with a smile. Hi, Yume replies in the same way. Yume, that bandage, did you run into Serizawa's group? Seiya asked in a worried tone as she looked at the arm. So you all know about this? She asked, pulling back the bandage to reveal the mark. This is the mark on his arms. I was reluctant at first, but I realized it was a good idea. Serizawa-san keeps telling everyone, if you find someone without the mark, consider them infected and kill them on the spot. That's why I've been hiding my mark with this bandage as a precaution. I knew it, Seiya said, placing her hand on her chin. We saw the bodies hanging, so someone must have rejected his offer, right? Shino asked. Yes, his name was Nishijima-san. That's not the right course of action. There's no way I'm going to allow my friends to be graded, Nishijima said, looking at Serizawa with a serious expression. You're misunderstanding something here, Nishijima. Don't see this as a witch hunt. If everyone cooperates, escaping this ship will be much easier. If we do, it could increase our chances of survival by eliminating our biggest threat. If everyone in my group had been checked, no one in my group would have been infected. Is that really the case? I believe you. Okay, then this is the end of this discussion. I'm going back to the others. So what about my people? Can you assure me that none of them are infected? Infected and initiated are different, Nishijima said, standing beside him. Serizawa, you're eliminating anyone who's infected, right? For me, a simple infection doesn't necessarily mean the start of a killing spree, and I could never abandon my friends. See you later. Yes, Serizawa says out of the corner of his eye, until in a swift movement he plunges a knife into Nishijima's chest, killing him instantly. That's not good, didn't I tell you before, that anyone without a brand is an enemy? So is it over? A girl asks as she enters the room, accompanied by Yume, Sarazawa-san, Quella a Nishijima-san. Approaching Yume, he handed her the knife he used to kill Nishijima. It was his own choice. People like him only end up endangering others, and that's why he had to be eliminated. You killed him. Killing others is the only way you can improve your chances of survival. Unforgivable. If you don't like it, then do whatever you want. Goodbye, Sarazawa said as he left with the rest of the group, leaving Yume alone. End of flashback. With TATSUMI and SONA. Shortly after I recovered, Sona and I had already reached the security room. Everywhere you looked, the place was completely wrecked. We'd be lucky to find any computers in working order. This place is a mess. I walk over to a computer and turn it on. Apparently, this place used an alternate power source. This computer doesn't have a single bit of data on it. It seems there are no storage devices on them, Sona said as she approached me and examined the computer. Yes, it seems so. It looks like this computer is accessing some kind of database. I walk over to the computer tower and look at its cables, which I begin to trace. It's a simple terminal. To save the image data from the ship's cameras, it must have been sending the data through this cable, and if that's the case, there must be a server in this room. Unless the server is broken or something worse. That's also a possibility, reaching the end of the cable then looking around and finding the server. I found it. That must be the server, but with all that rubble we can't get close. I'll try to lift it while you... But I couldn't finish speaking because I was interrupted by the sound of a hatch opening. Sona and I saw that it was Shino, Seiya, Yume, and a little girl. The moment I saw the three girls, a smile of relief spread across my face. Shino and Seiya shouted as they rushed towards me, but they were interrupted by Yume. Tatsumi. Yume shouted as she rushed towards me and hugged me tightly. Yume, I said with a smile as I returned the hug. It's great that you're safe. You too, Tatsumi. I really thought we were sure to meet up, she says with a smile, then clings to my chest again. Yes, me too. I looked at Shino and Seiya, who were eager to hug me. Don't just stand there, I said with a smile, extending my arm, which Shino and Seiya used to rush towards me. I'm glad you're okay. Yes, and us too, they both said at the same time as they clung to my chest. I'm happy to see you're all right, girls, Sona said with a smile. Yes, I'm so happy we've met again too, Sanasan, Shino said with a smile, and Yume and Seiya nodded in agreement. Hey, little one, I said as I crouched down in front of the girl and smiled. What's your name? Oh, AI. So your name is AI, it's a beautiful name, I said, stroking her head. You know, Ichin, I ran into your mother, and she asked me to take care of you. So I'll get you out of here no matter what it takes. Really? Of course, I smiled. Pink finger promise, she said with a smile, showing her pinky finger. I smiled back and we linked fingers. No matter what happens, we'll get out of here all together. Yes, all together, I smiled as I stroked her head, then looked at the girls who were smiling back at me. What? Nothing, it's just that he was very sweet, Sona said, and the others nodded in agreement. Okay, I smiled, then my face turned serious. Now that we're all together, let's figure out how to get out of here. I took a piece of paper and drew a picture of the ship's current state. This is the situation. I think our ship is in this condition right now. So the water is filling the floors below the 4th floor, Shino said, looking at the drawing, slow but steadily increasing and forcing these vibrations from time to time. But there should be some way out of here, right? Maybe we can use the blast hole. Yes, it might be possible if that hole is above sea level right now. But even if, for whatever reason, it's underwater, the moment we open the door to that section, a huge amount of seawater would start pouring down on us. So getting to the site of the explosion is practically impossible. The barriers are there to prevent any kind of flooding. There's no way any human could get near it, Seiya commented. What is this circle? Sona asks. Well, I heard this from Ig, I said, drawing everyone's attention. It seems this ship has a side propulsion system, something called a side propeller. That's right, if we use the duct side of the propeller tube, there might be a way out of this ship, Seiya said, and I nodded. Yes, of course, assuming the pipe is above water, Shino said, sounding doubtful. Well, there's a good chance of that, Yume said suddenly, drawing everyone's attention. It's very small, but the floor of this ship slopes towards the stern. Thanks to the suspension, we can't usually see which way the ship is listing, and taking that into account, the ship's actual position could be very different from what we think. So outside the residential section, the ship could be heading very close to it, don't you think? I asked, showing the drawing vertically, then horizontally and slightly tilted. In other words, it's more or less like this. Then let's not waste any more time and get out of here right now, Shino said with a smile, and we all nodded. Ichin, we'll go outside for sure, we'll do our best, right? I asked with a smile. Yes, Oni-chan, she says with a sweet smile. With everything decided, we went one by one through the duct through which Shino and the others arrived, where as soon as we passed through it we would be in a long corridor. Shino, what happened while I was gone? I asked as he stood up from the vent. The truth is, after the earthquake, Shimada-san was telling me everything that happened. Was that so? So only my father's upper torso went after Shimada-san, huh? Do you really think that happened? After all, the infected don't attack each other. Shimada-san has been infected, and Miyamura-san was the one who told you that, right? That he stares at his bandaged arm. What's wrong? My left arm, Kana has. Show it to me, I interrupted, grabbing her arm and removing the bandage to reveal a bite mark. It's the exact opposite of what Miyamura-san said, Shino. Shimada-san wasn't the only one infected. Miyamura-san was too. With IGGS and chicken. After separating from Shino and Seiya, they found themselves in the second-floor kitchen, hoping to find a way up. They had searched the entire floor without success. What is this place? Kana asks. I imagine it's the kitchen of the Surf Wave restaurant on the second floor. I wonder if this is a dead end. He noticed what looked like an elevator. Iji-kun, there's an exit, an elevator. They both approached the edge and saw a huge drop. Wow, that's scary. Still, we'll be able to keep going if we get to the other side. Do you think you can jump? Absolutely not. Alright then, I'll go back and find something we can use to cross. I'll be right back, please wait here for me a moment, Miyamura-san, and… Without another word, he left the kitchen, closing the door behind him and leaving Kana alone. She sat on the floor to wait for Iji, and at that moment, without her noticing, someone turned on the gas and then brought a lighter closer. This caused a large explosion next to Kana. The shockwave didn't harm her, but as a result, several kitchen utensils, forks, knives, broken plates were thrown towards Kana, piercing her body. You just crossed the damn line, Kana says angrily. Shortly after the explosion stopped, Iji quickly went to the kitchen, where the smoke made it difficult to see his surroundings. But he could clearly see a pool of blood on the floor, which he assumed was Kana's. Miyamura-san, what happened? Where are you? While Iji was observing the surroundings, Kana had jumped to the other side of the elevator, where as soon as she stepped onto the floor, she proceeded to remove the fork from her eye. It hurts, it's so painful. She thought as she pulled the fork from her eye. It hurts, damn it, screw you all, I've had enough, anyone is fine, I just want to kill someone, damn it, it hurts, gah. She tore off the top part of her clothes, revealing her wounds that were slowly regenerating. Shit, damn it, it's already started to heal, damn it, damn my body, even my face healed, I can't let anyone see me like this, I have to hide somewhere. I've been doubting whether I was infected or not, and this was how he wanted to make sure, wasn't it? I'm going to kill that bastard. It was Iji, wasn't it? Iji, right, yes it was him, I'm going to kill him. She thought as she put her hand to her eye to stop the bleeding and showed a look full of anger. Chapter 83. With Tatsumi and the others. This area isn't too broken, I said as I looked around and saw some parts in good condition. The previous floor is mostly used by the crew, which is why many of the walls were reinforced to prevent damage. It'll be the same up ahead, Sona commented. The real question is which way to go, Seiya says, looking at several hallways. That's not a problem. Before I found Tatsumi unconscious, I managed to find a map of the entire ship, so I memorized it, Sona said, putting on her glasses. All of it? I asked, a little surprised, and she nodded. Incredible, we're lucky to have you, I said with a smile which made Sona blush. It's not that bad. He composes himself slightly and looks ahead. For now, take the path on the left. Tatsumi? Shino called me and I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. What's wrong, Shino? Well, regarding Iji-san, he's with Kana right now, isn't he? Yes, they're definitely a well-regarded couple, aren't they? How can you say that? Don't you think Iji-san is in danger? He's the boy who let you die, isn't he? The fact that he didn't open the door could have been a last resort that didn't really help them. It's true that for a moment I thought about going to look for him, but and what do you think we should do about Yume and Ichin? If they come back with us or we separate from them, it could only increase the danger. Although there's something that's been bothering me for days. What is it? How did you know the ship's coordinates and that I was here? But it was you left a message in Braille. Seiya said, surprised, as were Shino and Yume. What are you talking about? I didn't leave any message. I was unconscious the whole time until I got here. That can't be, then who was it? Shino asked, still surprised. I don't know, but I have a slight idea of who it might have been. I looked at everyone who wore curious expressions. It was Iji. What? They all say at once. How can you be sure? Seiya asks. Didn't you find it strange to find him in the dining room the very day you arrived? The three nodded. After all, I'd only been here 2 days and I'd never seen him, and I don't think Sona had either. I'd never seen it before. Besides, he knew the dimensions of the ship and the number of people on board, Seiya said, placing her hand on her chin, to which I nodded. I had my suspicions about who Iji really was, but the moment I saw him take the lead and guide us down the right path, that's when I knew. Iji is actually a soldier on this ship. Shino One-chan, you shouldn't worry about him. AI suddenly said, drawing everyone's attention. The one who closed the door, it was that guy you call Iji, and he was smiling. So with that, Lady Shino said while looking at me, and I nodded. At that moment, I wasn't the first to blurt it out, it was Iji. That's just how he is, I realized he's always been like that. Kon Eiji. After the small explosion in the kitchen, IG went to find out where Kana was. He was standing in the middle of the room staring at the pool of blood, then looked toward the other side of the elevator. Was it just my imagination or has it gotten darker than it used to be on the other side? Still, it doesn't change the fact that I have to cross there. But since I'm alone, I could barely cross if I ran and jumped. He thought to himself as he took a running start until he noticed someone coming from the other side. Someone's running over there. Are they being chased or something? IG watched as the person continued running in his direction to jump into the elevator, but the moment he did, a piece of glass got in his way, causing that person to fall to the bottom of the elevator. Why, what the hell happened? I don't understand. Glass, calm down for one damn second and think about this. There are two things certain here. The first is, it's very dangerous to stay here, and the second is that glass was a trap set to kill me. He thought with a serious expression as he looked to the other side. Miyamura-san must have set this trap. I've come to the conclusion that I started that explosion in the kitchen. He went to the other side of the elevator, hid the bloodstains, and set this trap to kill me. I'm most likely only going to find enemies ahead. Do I retreat or do I advance? He approached the edge of the elevator, then took a great leap, landing on the other side without any problems. I must be fearless. If everyone is an enemy, then that consistency will make quick decisions easier. I must think that way. With all his senses alert, IG continued advancing with the axe raised, as he did not know exactly who he would encounter or if he would run into another trap set by Kana. He walked down a couple of corridors and entered a room where he saw the silhouette of a person in front of him. Because of the darkness, he couldn't see who it was, but as he approached, he saw that it was Kana hanging by her neck. Miyamura-san, he said in surprise as he approached the body. Did he commit suicide? Impossible. Then perhaps he ran into someone from Serizawa's group, he thought as he approached a control box where a message was visible. No way, seriously, you chose death. Unbelievable, he said, looking at her. Honestly, I was wrong about you. You, who I thought didn't like physical labor, and who I thought wouldn't even consider self-sacrifice, IG said, grabbing a chair and pulling it closer to Kana so she could climb on. To have done something like this, I'm going to get you down. He pulled out a knife and slowly brought it closer to the rope. Forgive me, but I have to disappoint you, Kana suddenly said with a smile. After Kana said those words, she tried to stab IG in the neck with a knife, assuming he would be shocked by what had happened. But without hesitation, IG grabbed Kana's right hand and stabbed her in the arm with his other, causing the knife to fall. I already said it, didn't I? Committing suicide. It's simply impossible. That glass trap before, you almost caught me with that. For you who are so full of pride, to go so far as to urinate on yourself and copy the effect that always accompanies one's death, it's simply magnificent. For you to hurt your body so much and use that to attack me directly and personally, honestly, I never thought you were capable of that. Although your final attack was very weak. What a shame, he says with a satisfied smile. The explosion in the kitchen, it was your doing, wasn't it? Kana asked angrily. Of course, I've suspected you were infected for a while now and wanted to be sure, but it would be stupid not to get rid of you once I'm certain, wouldn't you agree? There's no way I'm going to be the one to die here. I'll kill you even if it's the last thing I do. I take your willingness to drag others down with you very seriously. Even so, it's precisely that nature of yours that I approve of. Miyamura-san, think about all your mistakes because this is the end. To ensure you don't cause any more trouble for anyone, you will commit suicide right here. An incredible story that no one would expect from you, wouldn't you say? Though you'll be the one who dies here, IG said as he brought his knife closer and cut a rope around Kana's shoulder, causing her to strangle herself slightly. Huh, what the hell, what the buck? Alt, but he couldn't finish thinking as he saw IG cut the rope from his other shoulder, causing him to start choking. This can't be happening, I don't want to die like this. Miyamura-san, hugging her from behind, let me help you. As he said those words, IG began to pull down, causing Kana to gasp for air and convulse until her body stopped moving. IG released her and stared at her for a few seconds before heading for the exit. In order for me to survive, I must eliminate all risk factors to the best of my ability. That's the best thing I can do. After IG finished off Kana and left her hanging, there was complete silence in the room. Then suddenly the sound of liquid falling to the floor could be heard. It was Kana's blood. IG, your final attack was so weak. I told you, didn't I, that I won't die until I kill you. She thought as she made a hole in her neck all the way down to her esophagus so she could breathe, with Tatsumi and the others. This is the first basement level. We got here easily, Sona said as she climbed the stairs. There won't be any more secret passages from here, will there? Even so, I suppose we've lost Serizawa and the others, I said as I helped Yum climb up. Well, the paths here are a bit complicated. But I know which way to go. After all, it'll be fairly easy to get to the third basement level from here. Because you said so, it's a matter of segment division. All the sections above B1F where the passengers lived are called the cradle by the crew. There's a direct connection from here to the third basement level via the joints that support the cradle, while the lower level only has suspension equipment. Well, that certainly makes things easier. I know it sounds pretty good, but even so, the floor with its stacked layers will be like a maze. So we can't really relax here. Don't worry, there's a section near here where we can rest. Really? Well, lead the way. She nodded and started to take the lead, stopping in front of a door after walking down a couple of corridors. It's here. Good, I opened the door, revealing a small room. It seems safe here, let's rest for a while. I suppose we've been moving around in this place for more than a day. I said as I let the others in and locked the door. What a relief, I was completely exhausted, but this ship is still amazing. It's still afloat even though it's been upside down for a day, Shino said as she sat down on the floor next to Seiya. Yes, but still it will definitely sink, and it most likely won't take long. Even so, let's leave those thoughts for later and eat something, Seiya said with a smile as she handed us a couple of bowls of food. Apparently this site was a warehouse. Did this appear on the map, Sona? That's right. I thought it was a good place to rest and recharge, she said with a smile as she ate. Well, you thought right, thank you, I said with a smile, making her blush. Then I watched as AI ate at lightning speed. Don't eat so fast, Ichin. It's better to eat slowly when you have an empty stomach. We should be grateful for meals like this. It feels like a balm for my feelings. Seiya says happily, if your personality has changed so much because of this, isn't it better not to eat anything at all? The crisis situation hasn't changed yet, you know. I said with a mocking tone, causing Seiya to blush noticeably while she continued eating. Baka, she whispers, still blushing. What Seiya is trying to say is that hunger brings up a lot of negative thoughts, Yum said while eating. Tatsumi is pretty rough, isn't he? Sona says with a smile. Yes, sometimes, Shino and Seiya said simultaneously with nervous smiles. You guys let your guard down, didn't you? I asked with a nervous smile and a bead of sweat. Well then, let's sleep here for a while. Both the railing and that wall look dangerous, so avoid them. You could fall at any moment. Yes, they all say at the same time, at most about 30 minutes. I'll keep watch during that time so you can sleep peacefully. Tatsumi, why don't you get some sleep? You haven't stopped since you woke up. You go to sleep first, I'll wake you up in 15 minutes, Sona said with a smile, knowing she couldn't argue with her. Okay, but only 15 minutes, understood. She nodded with a smile and I smiled back before lying down on the floor. Shino and Seiya immediately lay down beside me. Yum, blushing slightly, approached and lay down in front of me next to AI. But what do you think I am, a pillow? I thought with a nervous smile and a drop of sweat before slowly drifting off to sleep. 15 minutes, huh? I wonder how much time is left, Sona thought, her eyes slowly closing. So sleepy I can't fall asleep. I promised Tatsumi that I'd wake him up. But she couldn't finish speaking. Her eyes closed completely and she drifted off peacefully to sleep. A couple of minutes later, AI slowly began to wake up, getting up from the floor and rubbing her eyes. Oni-chan, I have to pee. Since we were asleep and received no response, AI moved away from us and approached the wall, which was slightly collapsed. Just as she was about to urinate, a great tremor began to shake the place. It's moving, this one's big. Huh, Ichin, Seiya suddenly shouts. Hearing Seiya's scream and seeing that AI wasn't with us, I looked around and could see that a wall was about to collapse on top of the girl. Doing my best to stay on my feet, I wasted no time heading towards her. Before the wall could fall on AI and crush her, I quickly positioned myself underneath and began to hold the wall up. Ichin, get out of here, I'm not going to hold you for much longer, quick. At my scream, AI quickly looked around and went into a ventilation duct where she could no longer hold on and the wall collapsed. At that moment, I thought she didn't have time and was crushed. Ichin, I shouted as I did my best to climb the wall. And no way is it under that. Shino shouts in surprise, don't just stand there, help me, here we go, on the count of 3. Wait, she's not there, Yum says, and we all look at her confused. Ichin is farther away. And Yum, seriously, I heard his voice down there, pointing at the ventilation duct. Thanks to Tatsumi, he had time to get in there. Few eyes sighed in relief, but her voice is coming from further down than where we are. She sounds like she's in pain. I think she must have fallen and hurt herself. Ichin. Can you hear me? I shouted through the vent. Oni-chan, I'm here. What a relief, tell me, did you hurt yourself anywhere? My arm hurts but I can walk and I'm fine. Ichin, listen, we're coming for you, so don't move from there. Scream if anything happens, but other than that, stay as quiet as possible. Yes, okay, I glanced at the others. To sum it up, based on what Yum said, Ichin must be 2 floors below us. There's a vent above her, and according to Sona's interpretation, the corridor leading to the monitoring room must be directly below us on the 2nd floor. I want to get down there as soon as possible. I think it would be best if Sona and I went down together, but... I'm going too, Shino interrupts me with a determined look. Just as I thought, I smiled. In that case, I'll go with Shino. Of course, Yum says, for my own good, Sona says, arms crossed and with a smile. Okay, but promise me you'll come back quickly and with Ichin. Seiya said with a smile as she hugged us both at the same time, and we both hugged her back. We promise, be careful, showing a tender smile after the hug. Come on, Shino, and don't fall behind, I said as I headed towards the door. As if I would, close this door when we leave and don't open it unless you hear our voices. Please be careful, Shino, Tatsumi, Yum said in a worried tone. Yes, don't worry. I smiled as I stroked her head, which made her blush slightly. Okay, let's go. I said, and then Shino and I went through the door and closed it behind us. Are you worried about them? Seiya asked as she closed the door. Yes, when you're trying to save someone, she sat down next to the vent. It's actually the most dangerous thing. She said with a worried look. Chapter 84. Shortly after leaving the girls in the small storage room, Shino and I quickly headed to the main stairs where we both approached the edge to take a look at the bottom. Great, it looks like nobody's here. Let's go down, I said, taking Shino's hand. Yes. She says with a smile, and then with my help, we go down to the lower floor and then to the next one, arriving at the floor where AI was. Tatsumi, thank you for earlier. Why when I said I'll go too you didn't refuse? It's not necessary. I smiled and then walked down a hall. I just thought there wasn't time to discuss it. Well, to be honest, if you come with me, Ichin will feel more at ease when we find him. She seems to have grown fond of you. Well, that's it. Besides, you're quite stubborn. Upon hearing my comment, she couldn't help but blush and then gave me a light punch on the shoulder. Baka, she says, still blushing and with her arms crossed. Well, that's one of the things I like about you. I smiled as I stroked her head, which made Shino blush even more and give a small smile. You know, I've been thinking about something. Ichin's height, Yum's hearing, Seiya and Sona's memory and wit. Your character, you always do your best to keep us Tojtharan my gymnastics. What do you say? Don't you think we make a good team? And I think with this team we can definitely get out of here, right? I asked with a smile as I looked at her. Yes, she says with a charming smile. Con Aoi. Shortly after communicating with AI, she was sitting on a ventilation duct where she was showing a smile upon learning that I was looking for her. What a relief. Oni-chan will come for me. I wonder if Shino One-chan will come with him, she thought with a smile until she heard footsteps approaching. Oni-chan. But I didn't finish speaking because AI realized it wasn't us, so she quickly covered her mouth and hid inside the vent. The person who was slowly approaching began to reveal their face. It was Kana. Isn't it them? It's not Oni-chan or Shino One-chan. Then who is it? AI thought tearfully as she watched the person walk past. They're gone. No, it's not Shino One-chan, Kana said suddenly as she looked inside the vent, startling AI. With Yume Sona and Seiya. Ichin's voice. Did something happen? Yum thought as she looked at the vent, worried by the scream. Is something wrong? Seiya asked. It's Ichin, she just screamed. What? Con Aoi. Hey little one. One-chan got separated from her friends too, you know, but you were with Shino and the others, right? Do you mind if I go with you to them? Well, no problem, right? And I've also separated from them, really. But you know where they are, right? I don't know. So that's it, very good. One-chan will help you look for them, she says with a smile. Okay, you don't have to do it. Really, someone will come for you then, right? Well then, I'll gladly wait here. And no, it can't be you can't. This girl, I'm sure she said Shino One-chan, that means she must be important to them. I want to bite her, bite her, bite her. Kana thought as she stroked AI's face. I want to bite her so much, bite her, I want to chew her up, I really want to tear her to pieces. This is bad, I can't make them meet. What do I do? What would Oni-chan do? Ichin, get out of there. Yum shouts through the vent. The moment they heard that scream, it caused Kana to become distracted and AI took advantage of that moment to bite her fingers and run away from the place. That damn girl, little devil, damn it. Kana thought as she watched AI run away. That girl, she's Miyamura Kana. I can't let her meet the others, no way, I have to escape from her, I have to. Entering a room. She quickly entered the room and continued running across the hall, stepping on flour and leaving footprints that led into the next room. When Kana arrived, she saw the footprints and began to follow them. AI was actually hiding in the previous room, and as soon as she saw Kana walk away, she came out of her hiding place and headed for the exit. But the moment she put her hand to the door, Kana's foot stopped her. I just had a funny idea, Kana said with a smile. Kan Tatsumiyshino. She's not here, I'm sure she was around here, Shino said, her voice filled with worry as she couldn't find AI anywhere. Ichin. Where are you, Ichins? Something must have happened, huh? Yum, Ichin isn't here. Shino, Tatsumi, most likely. Kana was there, so I yelled and told her to run. After that, I heard Kana growl. I think she attacked her, and then she went after her, so you have to find her. Yum shouted through the vent, damn it. I cursed as I started running down the hallway accompanied by Shino until we stopped in front of what was the kitchen. I think it smells like something's burning. It's the kitchen, looks like some gas or something exploded in here. What a great find. He picked up a knife from the floor and handed it to Shino. Here, when we run into Miyamura and attack her with the intent to kill, hesitating could be fatal. Well, understood, she said with a serious expression as she took the knife, then started running again. Tatsumi, why do you think Kana is chasing Ichin? I was thinking about that too, but maybe it's something instinctive that makes it spread the infection, maybe food, or perhaps their true objective is stop. I whispered the last part as I placed my arm in front of Shino. Something's wrong. Can you feel it? I sense someone's murderous instinct. I'm sure there's something there. We slowly approached the door I pointed to, and before opening it, I noticed a person's body on the floor. I saw that their arm was mutilated. It was disgusting, but I still picked up the arm and tucked it behind my pants as I had a bad feeling. Shino opened the door. Why yes, she said as she quickly opened the door, seeing AI perched on a piece of furniture. Ichin. Oh, AI shouted, waving her arms. Shino, wait, something's wrong. I shouted as I tried to grab her hand, but I couldn't catch her, which caused Shino to set a trap. She would pull down the piece of furniture AI was on and then begin to hang herself. Without wasting a moment, I rushed into the room and picked AI up in my arms. Oniachin, no, this place isn't safe. AI says after catching her breath. Upon AI's warning, Kana appeared out of nowhere and lunged at me, intending to bite me. Knowing her intentions, I quickly moved AI slightly, only for Kana to bite my arm and stab me in the side with a knife. Tatsumi, Grita Sheen. Maybe the menu is different than planned, but it's really good. My mistake with Shino taught me an important lesson. One bite won't be enough. But this time it's perfect, right, Tatsumi-kun? Now you can enjoy it with your whole body. This is so dirty, my blood. She said, showing her forked tongue and licking the knife covered in my blood. Delicious. Kana, why would you do something like that? Because you're all so unfair. That only I, Kana, should stop being human is so unfair. Unfair, why only Kana? This is so unfair. But with this you'll be like that too, right? So delicious. I thought my regeneration was kind of slow, but now I know it's because I haven't eaten any meat. Approaching Shino while holding an axe. Those hips do look good. Hey Shino. That would be nice, wouldn't it? These are so beautiful with such a great figure. These white hips, you have just a bite, okay? Just a bite, just to taste. Hi. Don't worry, really, it'll be fine. I really won't kill you, because you know I really want you to experience it too. The things Kana has experienced, sadness, fury, hatred, humiliation, terror, despair, suffering, pain, agony, and also this feeling of recovery. There's no need to worry about the wounds. Everything will heal as long as I eat some meat. At the moment Kana raised the axe and prepared to stab Shino, Shino quickly pulled out the knife and placed it on top of her head, causing it to slowly begin to split her arm in two. It hurts. It hurts. Shino, what are you doing? Aren't we friends? Don't you think we should share our pain? Damn it, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Kana screamed as she clutched what was left of her arm. Hey, I said as I approached Kana and held her almost mutilated arm. It'll heal as long as you eat some meat, right? I said with a serious face, then ripped his arm off and threw it far away. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. My arm, my arm, why is it only me, Kana, who has to look like this? She screamed as she went to her arm and picked it up from the ground. It's always like this, I always fail. Nothing good ever happens to me, not even the tiniest thing. To tell you the truth, I was about to go after Ijikun to kill him. Even so, I couldn't get to him, but then I ran into this girl, so I thought maybe I could infect Shino before that. Right? At least that little thing. Right. Still, I'm satisfied I got to eat a piece of your arm. But he couldn't finish speaking because what he was seeing left him speechless. What he was looking at was my arm, which was in perfect condition without a single bite mark. At that moment, I couldn't help but show a small smile since he had noticed, so with my right hand I would show him the mutilated arm I found earlier and you could see Kana's bite on it. So it wasn't your arm after all, you know, Tatsumi-kun. Under different circumstances, I would have fallen for you because of your wit, you're amazing. But still, damn it. Just look at how much I've hurt myself all this time. I lost an eye. My arm was cut off. I had to pee in my clothes. Don't you think it's unfair that no one else suffers like I have? It's unfair, isn't it? Of course it's unfair. Goodbye, Kana, I said with a serious face after picking up the axe from the ground. And without another word, in a swift motion, I plunged the axe into Kana's neck, causing her body to separate from her head. I stepped back and we watched as her body slowly began to fall to the ground with a thud. Shortly after finishing off Kana, the three of us were outside the room, where Shino was currently treating the wound he had on his side. Tatsumi. Don't worry about it, I said, interrupting her as Shino bandaged me. I'm fine. I'm more worried about you, Tatsumi, than myself. Why would they hurt you like this for our own good? You know perfectly well that I would risk my life for all of you, I said with a smile. I thought you'd say something like that. Shino smiled, then tied one last knot. There, I'm done. Good, it seems I can move around better than I thought. Ichin, Kana didn't do anything to you, did she? No. Well, it's Kana we're talking about. I suppose she didn't want to lose the value of her hostage, did she? Oni-chan, I'm so sorry, it's my fault you. Don't worry about it, I said with a smile as I stroked her head. A small wound like this, it's nothing to me. Now let's go back to the others, they must be worried. Hi, Shino and AI say at the same time with a tender smile. With Kana. Several minutes after we had finished with her and left her alone in that room, she would slowly regain consciousness, in which she would stare at her body. What? Who's that? Me? Is that me? No way, my pants. I don't have my pants. Then I just have to put them on. I can't move. That's right, I don't have a head. Where's my head? Where? It's here. I know, that guy decapitated me, didn't he? It was Tatsumi. No, who was it? Who? Who the hell was it? Damn it, shit. It's getting dark, so dark in here, so dark, so dark, so dark, Kana thought for the last time as she slowly closed her eyes, finally dying. With Tats who am I and the others? Minutes after tending to the wound on her side, Shino AI and I arrived at the storage room on the first basement level where the others were waiting for us. Upon our arrival, the three of them greeted us with a warm hug. I killed Kana, I said with a serious face as I sat down on the ground to rest. She almost killed and ate us. I had no choice. Don't worry, Tatsumi, we all trust your decision, Seiya said with a smile, glancing at the others who were also smiling. Thank you. Tatsumi, how's your wound? Yume asked. Well, it hurts a little, but I can move around without any problem, it's okay. I smiled, but she looked at me a little uncertainly. Well, I was there when you did that, and I know it's not an excuse, but still I think we were lucky to find Kana there. I want to think of it as reducing an obstacle we would have had to face eventually on our way to escape. Shino said, trying to cheer everyone up. Yes, I understand, Shino, everyone is safe. I think it was lucky to find her now, Seiya said, supporting Shino, who was smiling. You're right, I said as I stood up. Now the way is much easier, so let's get off this ship once and for all. Yes, we left the warehouse and continued down a long corridor following Sona, who led the way to guide us. After passing through several rooms and corridors, we stopped in front of a door. This door leads outside the ship. From now on, we will be outside the cradle. Very well, I said as I slowly opened it, revealing a much larger room with several passageways and pipes. It's big. And that over there is the suspension floor. First, we have to find a way to get there, Sona said, pointing upwards towards a small door. The stairs appear to be broken, but perhaps we can use the upper part of the railings. I'll try to take a look using the vent. Be careful, they all say at once while I just give them a thumbs up. Without another word, I began climbing through the ventilation ducts and the occasional pipe, which was often difficult because of my injury. As I was climbing, the girls stared at me with worried expressions. Shino, do you think Tatsumi will be okay with the stab wound Kana inflicted on Tatsumi? Yume asks in a worried tone. Yume, after all, you do like it, right? Shino asks with a smile which made Yume blush and feel confused. I didn't mean that, she says a little nervously. Are you sure? Seiya asks with a mischievous look. Well, I do like him, but I know he's with you too, and she was about to continue but was interrupted by Shino. You don't have to worry about that, Yume. If you have feelings for Tatsumi, we won't get in the way. If he feels the same way about you, we wouldn't mind sharing him, Shino said with a smile. You're right, so Yume, when we get out of here, I'll tell him how you feel. I'm sure everything will be all right. It'll try, she says, blushing. You can do it too, San-san, Seiya said with the same mischievous look, surprising her. Oh, come on. We've all seen the way you look at him. But I didn't, we just met, so I don't think he... Seeing Sona blush so deeply and flustered that she couldn't even speak, Seiya, Shino, and Yume couldn't help but chuckle. AI, who was watching and listening to everything, wore a confused expression. Ni pulling at Shino's pants. What are you talking about? We love Tatsumi so much, Shino said with a smile as she stroked AI's head, who was beaming. Yes, I love Oniichan too. You know, Tatsumi sometimes reminds me of my brother, Yume said suddenly, turning her gaze to me and drawing everyone's attention. The earliest memory I have of him is from when I was 3 years old. My brother was in 2nd grade at the time. He told me, who couldn't see the moon, that he would let me touch it. Then he took me to the park, climbed as high as he could, and jumped toward the moon. He ended up with a broken bone. Once he decides on something, he can't be distracted. If you look at it positively, he's decisive, and negatively, he's impulsive. And even if Tatsumi seems like a cold and difficult person to deal with, once he accepts you, he's loyal to his feelings. And I know he truly cares about his friends. But on the other hand, he stubbornly clings to this rational image of himself, and I'm sure that instead of worrying about what will happen to him, Tatsumi is looking for ways to save us. And that scares me. Minutes after climbing several pipes and ventilation ducts, I was standing in front of the door Sona had pointed out, which I was now trying to open. But just then I started hearing footsteps approaching, and I saw it was Shino. Tatsumi, Shino said as he walked along a narrow path. Shino, so you followed me, huh? I smiled, though I was quite surprised to see her. Flashback. Shino or Seiya, I want you to keep a close eye on Tatsumi, Yume said, looking at the two girls. I think his feelings of I'll carry this responsibility alone are very strong. Both his somewhat silly pride and self-respect side and his kind side, which doesn't involve others in danger, are pushing him to do this. Well, my eyes are what they are, so I'll gladly accept the help you're offering, but what I can do on my own, I plan to do on my own. Ichin, Sana-san, Seiya, and Shino, it's not like we're here just because we survived. Up until now, each of us has had moments where we've had to give everything to stay alive. I want us all to escape this ship together. And to achieve that, Tatsumi can't be the only one giving his all. It's okay, it depends on us a little more, that's what I want to tell you, Yume said with a charming smile. You're right, Shino, you should be the one to go up and help him. I'll stay here, Seiya said with a smile. Yes, of course, leave it to me, she replies in the same tone. Even so, I think Tutuma recognizes us more than you realize, Yum. Yes, I think you're right. End of flashback. Why didn't you wait with the others? I asked. Well, you didn't say I couldn't come, did you? She said with a smile which was contagious. Tusk. You really are special, I smiled as I helped her up and we both stared at the door. To be honest, we could go up this way, but it gets difficult from here. I'm not sure which route to take. Yum says she says we shouldn't take dangerous routes alone. You can rely on us a little more. Tatsumi, even if there's something that can be done with the help of 6 people, you'll still think, how can I do it on my own? Right, and it's not the first time, is it? Yum, she's worried about you, Tatsumi, and not just Yum. Seiya, Sona, Ai, and I are too. Yum, that girl is very perceptive, I said with a smile. She's afraid you might do something risky and sacrifice yourself in the process. And she's not the only one who's afraid, but there's one thing I'm sure of, she cupped my face in her hands. We're all going to escape from here together. I'm not going to die. Seiya isn't going to die, nor are the others, and neither should you, Tatsumi. She looked into my eyes and then we kissed deeply. The moment our lips met, I began to reciprocate and we would stay like that for a couple of seconds before separating, leaving a thread of saliva joining our lips. So promise me, no more risks. I'll try, I smiled, then we both touched our foreheads. What would I do without you? Well, I'm sure we'll do something crazy, she said with a smile which made us burst out laughing. You're right, let's go for the others and find a way to get up. Yes, she says with a sweet smile. Chapter 85. Shortly after my little chat with Shino and having everything arranged, one by one they began to go upstairs, at which point we were all standing in front of the door where I was undecided about whether to go that way or not. We can see perfectly when we leave the crib, right? I asked. Yes, the incline is tremendous, Shino commented in surprise. Yes, the bow of the ship is higher than the rest, but it's also true that the ship is slowly sinking. So let's make sure we climb onto the side turbine as quickly as possible. Yes, they all say at the same time. Ichin, how did you get up there? I asked when I saw him on a platform above us. There, she said, pointing to the entrance of a large pipe where a ladder could be seen as we approached. So there's a ladder inside. If it weren't for Ichin, we wouldn't have found this, Seiya remarked as we looked at the staircase. Let's go, I said, and one by one they began to climb aboard. I, however, stood in front of Yum. Get in. Are you sure? She asked as she climbed onto my back. Ready. Okay, hold on. She would nod and then slowly begin to climb so that Yum wouldn't fall. At that moment, as she was climbing, Yum wouldn't say a word and would rest her head on my back, showing a smile. We reached the top of the pipe and continued along the only walkway there was, arriving at a platform much larger than the others, where at that moment a tremor began to shake the place. Hold on tight. This one's... As soon as we heard and felt the impending tremor, we all lay down on the ground and grabbed onto whatever we could. After a few minutes, the shaking gradually began to subside. That jolt was definitely different from the ones we've been having so far, I said as I helped Ai to her feet. Could it be because we came out of the cradle part of the ship? Shino asked as Yum got up from the floor and touched the wall. The tilt is disappearing. Yum. Shino, even when we were in the cradle of the ship, we experienced this kind of shaking before. It was right before the ship capsized. That means someone set off another explosion near the ship's hull, I commented. I'm sure we're filling with water much faster, so with that explosion, I'm sure we're sinking at an even faster rate than before. No matter how waterproof the structure is, I'm sure it's just a matter of time now. Seiya said with a serious expression while Ai out of fear would hug me tightly. I'm sorry about that, Ichin. We've been talking about some scary things, haven't we? But we'll soon be on the side of the propeller we want to be on, I said with a smile as I stroked her head. After taking a short break, we continued along the walkway, where after climbing a couple more meters, we found ourselves in front of a pipe large enough to be used as a bridge, since our exit was on the other side. I looked around and the only thing I found was a hose, so I uncoiled it and then tied it to a pipe enough to support our weight. Okay, let's try it. I'll make a guide with this hose. Start crossing when I give you the signal. Please be careful, Oniichin. If you think it's dangerous, come back immediately. Okay, Tatsumi. Seiya said in a worried tone and I nodded. I took a long breath and then started walking along the top of the pipe, taking my time as if I were walking down the street. As soon as I reached the center of the pipe, I saw several metal beams and I would tie the hose to one of them. Aren't you afraid? Ai asks. He seems to be walking the same way he always does even though it's a bad situation. Sometimes just seeing him makes me relax. Sona said with a calm smile as she looked at me. When she realized what she'd said, she glanced at the girls who were all smiling at her, making her blush deeply. Hey, everything's fine, okay, start coming. The pipe is pretty weak and it's also a bit loose, so cross one at a time. I shouted from the other side. Ichin, you first, Shino said as he helped her onto the pole. Yes, she says fearfully, then begins to walk away timidly. Ichin, instead of looking at your feet, look ahead. Hold the hose firmly in your hand and pay attention to where you put your weight. Ichin, there's water down below, so even if you fall in, you'll be fine. And we'll pull you out right away, so don't worry and stay calm. Yes, very well. Thank you, Shino Wanachin. Continuing forward until she finally reached me. Well done, Ichin, I said with a smile as I held her and helped her up the stairs. Now Yum. Shino, is there anything I can use as a walking stick? Will an iron pipe do? Yum, yes, she says with a smile as she takes the tube and gets on top of the big one, then begins to walk without problems. Will that be okay? Yes, that's fine. Well, I can't see what's below, so for me it's just a narrow path. After Yum reached me without any problems, one by one they began to cross the tube until finally it was Shino's turn. She began to advance with some trepidation until she heard the sound of liquid falling. She looks behind her and sees a broken pipe. Was it leaking water earlier? No, this isn't water, it's fuel. I have to hurry. Without wasting any more time, Shino continued forward, until suddenly someone threw a lit match, causing everything that was water to turn into flames. Shino quickly reached for the hose to get ahead, but as soon as he did so from the side it slipped, causing him to fall and be swept into the flames. But just before she fell, I wasted no time and appeared beside her, taking her hand where we would both hang. With one hand I was holding onto the hose, and with the other I was holding Shino. There's someone else over there, Yum said, glancing at the tube where we saw it was Iji. It's Iji-san. Iji, I shouted, Tatsumi, what a surprise to see you alive. And Shinasan too, you two are so stubborn, aren't you? No matter what, I want to get rid of you two more than anyone. He said with a psychopathic smile, because you know about it, don't you, that I am in fact a murderer, he said, pulling out a knife and placing it next to the hose. And you're the only ones who know about it. How much longer do you plan to hold the hose? You must have realized I'm going to cut it, right? You damned bastard, you have such a foul mouth you could use your head and call me a murderer or something. You rotten son of a bitch. I said with a face full of anger, thank you and goodbye. I said the last part before cutting the hose. We began to fall, and before we plunged into the flame-covered water, I caught Shino in midair and held her tightly to my chest, where she clung to me as well. Iji, seeing that he had finished us off, put the knife to his mouth and then looked at the others. Both Tatsumi and Shino have fallen, Yum said worriedly, surprising the others. Very well, it seems the number of people who know I'm a murderer has just increased to 4, hasn't it? I have a lot more cleaning up to do, don't you think? He slowly approached the girls. Do you think I'll let you off this ship knowing I killed someone? Seiya-sanasan, Yum said in English, drawing the attention of the two. Escape with Ichin. They both say at the same time, leave this to me. Yum said with determination as she descended the stairs and stood before Iji. Iji-san, I definitely won't let someone like you get away with this. Yumesan, do you think someone like you can stop me? What, you want to go to the other world before those two four-eyes and that brat? Of course I can. After all, I can see your movements, Iji-san. Body movements, weight shifts, arm movements, I can read you like a book, he said as he sat down on the pipe. And it'll be easy enough to catch you and fall with you. You annoying bitch, I never liked you. I'm going to kill you and throw you down there with your beloved Tatsumi. It's possible, at least I'll die next to him. Yum, don't do it, Seiya shouts desperately, having no plan. Hey, that's dirty, and you call yourself a man. Ai shouts after coming down the stairs, Ichin, don't touch Yum Onechin, you'll be the one who falls. He said as he threw a piece of metal at her. Iji wouldn't do anything, and just before the piece hit him, he made a simple movement with his head, perfectly dodging it. But to keep his balance, Iji had to grab the hose, which he noticed was loose. He was very surprised to see that Sona had let go of the other end, causing Iji to start falling. That bitch, Iji said, glaring at Sona with hatred. It was a mistake on your part, Iji-san, and that is, not considering your current situation. Sona said with a serious expression as she adjusted her glasses. Damn it. Iji screamed as he fell into the water engulfed in flames. Tatsumi, Shino, Yum said as she stared at the spot where Iji had fallen. Come on, Yum, we have to go. Tatsumi and Shino might have succeeded and be waiting for us further ahead, Seiya said with a smile to encourage Yum. Hi, with Tatsumi and Shino. Shortly before Iji fell into the water, Shino and I were submerged, where after receiving the small impact we both recovered and looked upwards. We can't go up, let's look this way. I thought as I pointed upwards towards a gap where Shino understood and nodded, and without wasting any more time since we were running out of air, we both went through the opening I pointed out. We entered a passageway full of ducts and I headed towards one that was open. We're running out of air, we'll try to climb up this way. Yeah. Upon hearing Shino's statement, we both approached the shaft and I hugged her before we both began to ascend to the surface of the water. As soon as we reached the top and could breathe for a bit, we noticed a trapdoor blocking our way. We're out. But he started banging on the trapdoor, hoping it would open, but it didn't. Damn it. Shall we go back? Considering the situation there, I don't think it will work. Yes, I think the same, although the water level is rising. I'm sorry, Shino, you were with me, but despite that, I kept provoking Iji. No, it doesn't matter, he would have shot us anyway. At least you got to insult him, Tatsumi. Shino tch shit. Shit, damn it. I screamed in desperation as I pounded on the trapdoor with all my might. As I continued banging on the trapdoor, the water level slowly rose until it was above our heads and began to overflow from the pipe. Just when Shino and I thought it was the end for us, someone removed the trapdoor. Upon seeing that, we both quickly surfaced, and after catching our breath, we looked at the person who had saved us. When we saw him, we couldn't help but show our surprise as it was Shimada-san. Shino and I said at the same time. I'm glad I arrived on time, Tatsumi-san and Shino-san. Although, as you can see, I'm infected. When Miyamura-san broke the brakes on my wheelchair and Iji-san was about to jump into the water to rescue me, it seems I got infected while I was underwater. You were so lucky to find us at this moment. Well, I've been trying to catch up with Iji-san, and it just so happens I ran into you guys along the way. Are you still trying to reach him, Shimada-san? Come with us, we might find him. Shino said, trying to convince him but was interrupted by Shimada. You know there's no cure, besides it's best if the infected don't leave. Most likely this can't be cured, it's like a disposable weapon. I've already resigned myself to this fate, and with that, Iji-san shouldn't leave this ship either. They can still be saved. The route I took to get here can still be used, so they can return that way if the fire goes out. At that moment, while we were having a short chat with Shimada, a noise coming from a duct alerted us, and as we approached, we saw Iji trying to lift the trapdoor. Damn it. Why won't it open? He noticed someone in front of him. Hey, please help me open this, I beg you. Well, look who we have here, I said with a smile as I approached the vent. If it isn't Private Iji. Tatsumi, he looks at Shino and then at Shimada-san. Hello, Iji-san, I finally found you. Had you already forgotten my face? He asked sarcastically, a smile playing on his lips. As you can see, I came on my own 2 feet. It's the first time I've done this since I was 6. I wasn't sure, but when one of them grabbed your head, that's when I realized I was infected. At that moment, I was thinking I shouldn't go with you, but when I saw your disgusting smile. You seem to be practically begging me for it. So I'll grant your wish and we'll part ways here, Shimada-san. Shimada-san. Tatsumi-san and Shino-san leave now. If you stay here any longer, the fire will reach you. Are you sure? I asked with a serious face. Yes, this is my decision. Okay. I smiled, then turned around and glanced at him. I'll see you on the other side. Sure, he smiled as he glanced at me. Shino, let's go, I said as I started running and she followed me. Yeah. Wait, Tatsumi, Shino-san, help me, please. Iji-san, Shimada said as he sat down in front of him. You know, while I was surprised by your cruelty, I also thought it was the right decision. I don't resent you for what you did. If that's the case, please help me, please get me out of here. But getting in the way of my friends. That's something I can't forgive, he said with a serious face while the fire slowly began to engulf the place. From the beginning, I had a feeling that at a crucial moment when you could get your way, you would betray your comrades and even get rid of them. Earlier, when I met Tatsumi-san and Shino-san, my suspicions were confirmed. Shimada-san, please, I beg you, I swear I'll change, please. I've made up my mind right here and now. Well, Iji-san, let's die together. No way, Shimada, I don't want to die here, please let me out. I'm not infected yet, you know, come on, I still have the right to live. Shimada-san, don't lump me in with crap like you bastard. Hey, let me out of here. What? But Iji received no response from Shimada, as the flames had completely consumed him, leaving him burned to death. Iji, on the other hand, was still trying to open the trapdoor, until the water level began to rise above his head and he slowly began to drown. Iji and Shimada are dead, the final chapter, with Saya, Sona, Yume and Aoi. Shortly after finishing off Iji and deciding to continue towards the exit, the four had already reached the pipe where the propeller was supposedly located. The side door of the propulsion unit. If we can open this hatch, we can escape this ship. Wanachin, did Saya Wanachin just say this is the exit? Ai asks with a look full of surprise. That's right, Ichin. If we open it, we can get out, Sona said after letting out a sigh of relief. I'll try to open it, Saya said as she approached the hatch and grasped the valve. Please open, she thought as she tried to turn the valve. This isn't good, it won't open, the side thruster is underwater. It'll open, I said suddenly, drawing everyone's attention as Shino and I climbed out of a water-filled hole. It'll definitely be possible to get out of here. Tatsumi, they all said at the same time with a smile. Oniichin. Sona, you were the one who tied this rope to guide us here, right? Shino asked as she grabbed the rope and climbed to the surface. Yeah, thanks to that we didn't lose our way, so thank you. It's a joy to meet again, but we don't have time. I glanced at Ai. Let's speak in English. This side thruster next to us is underwater. The reason the thruster hatch can't be opened is the hydraulic pressure exerted from the outside by the weight of the water. I think this ship is barely above water. That's mainly due to the support suspension system at the bottom of the accommodation area, which still holds air in those tanks. But there are other parts of the system, like the suspension cylinders, that could still contain air. Besides, this ship tends to maintain its stability and its original state thanks to its ballast tanks. Even if they were partially empty and sealed at the beginning of this whole disaster, and even after collapsing, they actually help the ship maintain its stability, or rather, prevent it from sinking. In other words, we can fill some of those air tanks with water, Saya said in English, placing her hand on her chin and proposing the plan, to which I nodded. And if we fill the rear air tank and empty the ballast tanks from the front end, the front should lighten and the ship should tilt, and then the side thruster should rise above the surface. That's it. I've tried to gather as much information as possible even after we separated from IG. But the suspension floor is already underwater, isn't it? Shino asked, even though she already knew the answer. That's right, so tell me the exact location and I'll be the one to dive there, Seiya said, arms crossed. Seiya-san, just wait a moment. Emptying the water tank right now, while allowing us to clear a path to freedom, will undoubtedly accelerate the ship's sinking. But even if you ignore that fact, whoever goes will essentially be undertaking a suicide mission and will no longer be able to return, Sona said nervously. What if you let me do it? I asked suddenly, now speaking in English, drawing everyone's attention. Since there's no other way out, this is the last and only possible way to escape. Are you sure? Shino asked as she grabbed my shirt sleeve where, looking at her, I was doing my best to hold back tears. Yes, I'm more than sure. I stroked her head and gave her a small smile. I'll be back as soon as possible, I promise, Ichin. I said as I knelt in front of her and stroked her head. I'll be gone for a short time to do something very important. You sure? Will it be dangerous? Well, just a little, but if it's me, I'm sure I can do it. Yes, give it your best shot, okay, of course. Well, Oniichin, what's happening? When you come back, I want to live with you, sure. Get ready because you'll have to meet all my friends. Very good. Well, then I'll be gone for a while, so take care of everyone for me, okay? I promise you, a pinky promise. I asked with a smile, holding up my finger. Ai smiled back and then wrapped her finger around mine. It's a promise. A promise, okay. I got up from the floor and approached Sona. Sona. Come back, okay, you still owe me a game of chess. Yufufu, of course, I said with a smile as I stroked her cheek, then we hugged. It's a promise. You have many promises to keep, she said with a smile as she clung to my chest where I smiled back. Shino Seiya, I said as I approached them both after separating from Sona, and I hugged them both at the same time. I'll be back, I guarantee it. Well, that's why we've come all the way here, Shino says with a smile. We hadn't planned on leaving without you, Seiya continued in the same tone. I love you girls, I said as I stroked both of their cheeks at the same time, then kissed them on the lips. Us too, they both say at the same time with a charming smile. I was about to say something after separating from Shino and Seiya, but she interrupted me while showing me a smile. You know I've been in love with you for a long time, Tatsumi. Next time tell me beforehand, okay? I feel the same way about you. After saying those words, I stroked Yum's cheek and she placed one of her hands on mine, offering a tender smile. I smiled back, then brought my face closer to hers and we shared a deep kiss. Come back, please, Yum said after the kiss where we both touched our foreheads. Yeah. I wouldn't say another word, and without hesitating, I plunged back down the same hole we had entered through, where after passing through several corridors and doors, I had finally reached the tank section. Here it is, I said as I stared at the flooded hole. Calm down, catch your breath from here. We have to dive 2 levels and handle the 3 suspension tanks, drain, drain, fill, in that order. The total distance would be 70-80 meters. You can do it, have faith in yourself. Someone has to do it, and that someone is me. It's a matter of what I feel and my determination. What am I afraid of? What do I fear most? Is it death? No, I fear that too, but I fear more seeing the smiles disappear from the faces of the people I love. Now I have a better motivation than my own life. I'm happy, because at the end of it all, I have people I want to protect. Okay, don't get nervous, don't waste energy. Please allow my body time to reach the bottom. Here I go. Without hesitating, I submerged myself in the water and began diving non-stop with a single objective, the control panel. A couple of seconds had passed and I found myself on the suspended floor. Great, I've reached the suspension floor. This is good, but it's still difficult. The control panel is still working using the backup power source, but is there really enough electrical power left to drain the water and run the pumps? I thought as I slid down the suspension floor until I reached the control panel. It's here. Please reset the front and center tanks, fill the rear tank. It works. I pressed the button hard and a sound started indicating that it was working. Yes. With SHINO and the others. The moment I pressed the button to activate the suspension floor machine, the ship slowly began to move, causing a great tremor. An earthquake, Shino shouts. The front part is definitely rising. Yum said as she tried to stay on her feet. So Tatsumi did it, Sona says with a smile. Get ready from here on out, it's a race against time, Seiya said, looking at the hatch. As soon as the shaking stopped, she tried to open it. Let's go, she exclaimed, turning the valve and opening the hatch. The exit, it's open, they all say at once with a smile. Thank you, Oniichin. Ai said tearfully, staring at the hole where I'd submerged just as she saw someone climbing up. Oniichin. With a bit of curiosity and happiness, thinking it was me, she would approach the edge waiting for that person to appear. But suddenly, that person would grab Ai's face tightly, lifting her up and revealing the person's face, which turned out to be Serizawa. Oh my, how dare you freaks still be here. Although I think I should thank you for opening it for me, he said with a smile. Serizawa-san, Sona exclaimed, surprised just like the others, then noticed the mark was gone from his arm. Why, you're infected, aren't you? It seems so. I have no idea how much longer I can hold out here, but I'm going to enjoy testing the powers I acquired here until my very last moment. Let go of Ichin right now, Shino shouts. Don't try to give me orders. You understand the situation perfectly, don't you? Do you really want me to kill them all now? Although it's not like I came here to do that, he said, releasing AI and then looking at Shino. And I don't want to take a hostage either, you know. But if I don't, none of you will listen to me, right? And if that's the case, you'll come in their place. Shino, Seiya says, trying to stop her. Okay, Seiya, Shino said as she approached Serizawa, who would instantly grab her by the neck. Well, I see Tatsumi isn't here, so he's dead, huh? Well, there's nothing we can do now. Sana-san, I need to ask you a favor. Take these and tie them up. You want to leave here with me, right? He asked, handing her a pair of ropes. But right at that moment of argument, AI grabbed a wrench from the floor and lunged at Serizawa, striking him hard in the leg. This caused him to release Shino, who began coughing to catch her breath. Ouch, that hurts, you damn brat. Serizawa says angrily, heading towards her, but is stopped by Yume and Sona, who were protecting her. I'm going to tie them up, and when I do, you won't need any more hostages, right? Well then, taking the ropes and beginning to tie them up one by one, he continued, I'm sorry for all of you and I wish you good luck next time. Sanasan, Shino said as she was tied up. Shinasan, listen carefully, hold on tight. Sona whispered where everyone could hear her perfectly except Serizawa. I've already tied you all up, Serizawa-san. Do you want to check the ropes? No, I don't give a damn. After all, I'll kill anyone who lets go. Well then, it's time to get out of this hole before it sinks completely. I bet there must be a raft floating around here after I activated the auto launch. Although if not, I guess I'll be safe as long as I can grab onto something floating or something. I'm sorry, Serizawa-san. But that won't be possible, Sona said, standing next to a control panel, and without hesitation she pressed a button. The moment Sona pressed that button, the propellers inside the pipe began to operate and everyone gradually began to be drawn in by the force they exerted. Are we being dragged away? Seiya shouts. Sana-san, hold on to this. Shino shouted as he extended his foot, which Sona grabbed tightly. This is bad, the fan is sucking me in, damn it. Serizawa thought as he slowly approached the hatch until he grabbed Sona's foot. After coming all this way, don't think I'll die so easily and in such a ridiculous way. It's not working, he's holding me too tight. But if I let go, he'll never be able to see the outside. Sona thinks in frustration, then looks at Shino with a smile. And no, Sana-san, don't you dare even think about something like that now. But just before Sona let go of Shino's leg, AI could see water start to splash from the hole that was filled with water. Then she saw someone forcefully surface and brace themselves against the pipe wall with their feet next to Serizawa. Hey, let go of Sona's filthy hands, I said with a serious face. T. Tatsumi. Serizawa says, surprised and afraid. Goodbye, Serizawa. And in a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick to Serizawa's face, causing him to break free from Sona and crash into the fan. Upon impact, the fan shattered into 1,000 pieces, blood gushing from the other side of the blade. The moment Sona was safe and felt the fan slow down thanks to Serizawa, she would get up from the ground and press the button to stop the blades. The moment we were all safe, we would breathe a sigh of relief. That was close, I said as I sat down on the floor inside, until I suddenly noticed several people approaching me. Yuwa. Tatsumi/Oniachan, Tatsumi/Oniachan, Tatsumi/Oniachan. They all shouted over and over again in unison as they rushed towards me with tears in their eyes. Girls, I'm glad to see you too, but we have to go now. You're right, we can finally go home, Shino said with a smile as she wiped away her tears just like the others. Yes. Home. With everything finished, one by one they began to go through the hatch, then approach the propeller and stare at the sea, where we couldn't help but smile knowing that we had successfully escaped. Shortly after jumping into the water, we were able to find a life raft where we were now sleeping inside. Although I was still awake with my arms crossed behind my head and a smile on my face, I stared at the girls, all of whom were asleep on top of me. Shino and Seiya were on my right side, while Yume and Sona were on my left and AI was asleep on top of me. Phew, I sighed in relief. Another story to tell, I patted each of the girls' heads and the moment they felt my hand, they smiled. Finally, we can go home. After saying those words, I settled down a bit and prepared to rest, since the following days were going to be very long. After all, we would have to return to Arcane and go back to our friends. To our family. The end.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.